Okay, Roy, you got the recording started, sir? All right. Thank you so much. Um, So notice is hereby given that the above call meeting of the governing body of the city of Balcones Heights, Texas, will be held on July 27, 2026 at 6 p.m. in the Justice Center located at 3300 Hillcrest Drive, Balcones Heights, Texas 78201. Pursuant to the Texas Government Code Section 551127, a member of the city council intends to participate in the meeting by video conference call. A quorum for the city council and the council members presiding over the meeting shall be present at the location stated above, and said location shall be open to the public during all portions of the meeting. A video recording will be made of this meeting and will be available to the public. They will consider and act upon any lawful subject which may come before said meeting, including among others, the following items to be discussed and acted upon. We will now call to order and recording of the quorum. I see that we have a full quorum of the council present. So we will move now on to the next item, the invocation and pledges of allegiance to the USA and Texas flag.
Good morning, afternoon, and evening. Still morning for me. I'm still recuperating from all sorts of things, including yard work. Dear Father, I ask for understanding. I ask that all parties are going to be respectful, attentive, and listening to all the concerns and all the things, everything that anyone has to say, and allow that to be with peace and with wisdom, and primarily wisdom, because we think we know a lot of different things, but you know what really is going on, Father. So we ask you to help us in the wisdom of spanning that gap between the information and what we need to do, how to apply it. And these things I pray. Amen. Now the Pledge of Allegiance.
Before we go into the Pledge
Yes.
of Allegiance, Chaplain, I'd like to offer a small prayer of myself as the mayor. So in continuation of that effort, I ask the Holy Spirit to come into this room, to guide us, to provide the necessary decisions that we're going to make for the betterment of our community. I ask that any evil spirits, any kind of bad influence that are in this room, to please rebuke them in the name of Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit and God, the universal Father. Amen.
Amen. Concur. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much, Chaplain, and thank you, everyone. I hope that we do work in the spirit of Christianity and work through this agenda to try to do the best we can for our community. So we have now done the invocation. We'll move to item number 3, public comment period.
Mayor,
The
can I
rules-
be recognized?
Excuse me?
Mayor, can I be recognized?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to make a motion to take from the table June 26th monthly agenda item that was placed on the table by Jimmy Hernandez.
Okay, the chair so recognizes that motion. Would you mind, Councilman Eversol, if we do it towards the unfinished business of the agenda? I'll take it up for you. The motion is standing. However, I think, if I'm not mistaken, under Robert's Rules of Order, parliamentary procedure, we should take immediate action and ask for a second motion to that. But
I
if you
second
like,
it.
I'll go ahead and move towards the end of the unfinished business, and we can address it there, and the chair will then recognize it at that time. Would that be okay, Mr. Eversole? Okay, thank you for that motion. I made a note of it. Let me just make a quick notation. All right. Excuse me, sir, you have to ask the chair to be recognized before you discuss. No, not right now. Let's move forward with the public comment period. So rules for citizen participation. Citizen participation and comments are welcome, subject to the following rules. 1, complete a registration form. 2, direct your comments to the city council, not to an employee or to the audience. 3, speakers are limited to 3 minutes, but may be given the time of another speaker for a total of 6 minutes if approved by the city council. 4, in your speaking at the allotted time. 5, no play cards, banners, or any type of signs are permitted to the council chamber. Your signature indicates you will adhere to the public comment rules. Citizens may speak on any topic they wish to bring to the attention of the governing body. The council will not deliberate on any item not on the agenda. The council may, 1, make a statement of fact regarding item number 2, state any city policy related to the item, or 3, propose placing the item on a future agenda. Citizens who wish to speak on a specific agenda item when the item is called for discussion must indicate which agenda item they wish to address. So I'm going to invoke right now the presiding chair's rule that I've always had, and that is that there will be zero tolerance for any disruptions from anyone, whether it be a citizen or somebody that is sitting on the dais up here. If any council member whatsoever interferes, disrupts, or impedes the proceedings of this meeting, will be subject to be removed from the premises, from this council chamber, and there will be zero tolerance. So please adhere professionally, conduct yourself, ask the chair to recognize you before you speak, and then we will move forward with the agenda items. So I thank you in advance for the cooperation. So we will go now with the presentations. 1, proclamation for Roger Enriquez, Esther Juan, Jeremy Jacobs, Abel Peña, EDC directors. So I think I have these in front of me. Is that correct, Mr.? Yes, sir. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Enriquez.
Yeah, I'm a citizen to be heard.
Oh, did you mention Mr. Well, you didn't mention that we have citizens?
Yeah, you didn't call it yet.
Okay, well, I had asked you to go ahead and bring it up, so you didn't bring it to my attention. I thought we didn't have anybody. Go
We
ahead.
have several signed up, sir.
Okay, that's why I asked at the beginning of the meeting. Make sure you let me know.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you. George Monsivice,
Okay,
Monsip.
Good evening. My name is George Monsiv, and my domicile is down in the village. I come here before this legislative body to seek a definitive reason why we, the city, lets commercial property fall into dilapidation as soon as it comes on the market. There are examples of this now pending on Fredericksburg Road. One behooves that it would, the city to create a system, i.e. an ordinance, with checks and balances, working with the owner and or overseer of this property to require that the property be maintained in such a condition in good or better than it was when it was in service. Landscaping, lights inside the building at night, windows clean, repainting is needing, etc., etc. Fire inspections are ongoing. Use precise definitions and wording on this ordinance so that the building owners could be prosecuted if not followed. All commercial buildings within this municipality reflects the business environment. With these business in acceptable shape, the city looks good, sales tax flows in, and the people feel safer. Primarily, it shows that the city cares. I appreciate your time and anything you can do for us citizens and the longevity of our city. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Monson, for bringing that to our attention.
The next person to be heard is Lindsay Inohosa. Hi.
Hello, how's everyone?
Hi.
I apologize, I don't know exactly what it is, but I want to talk about the dog park on the docket today. Is that okay? That's okay?
You want to
Can you
talk
speak
in
about
general at the
anything that-
beginning or when it comes up?
Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. As a presiding officer, I'll let you know. You can speak right now, Or did you sign up for the item?
I signed up for the item. Well, I'm sorry, it's my first time. I signed up for the item specifically to talk about the dog park. I can wait if that's more appropriate.
Fine, and please go right ahead.
Okay.
If you want to speak about it in
I'll be
this,
quick.
and then address it in the, if it's the same subject, I think you can only speak of it in the open session or under the item for the agenda.
I'm already up here. I'll go ahead.
Okay.
Okay, my time starts now.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Better
That's
we
okay.
have in place.
Okay.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, of course.
Look
I
forward
just
to your comments.
Thank you. So I just want to talk about the dog park a little bit. I pointed out some reasons why it could be beneficial. Heat safety, one. As you know, during South Texas summers, temperatures regularly exceed 100 degrees Fahrenheit, making long walks dangerous for both people and pets. Here in Balcones Heights, as we all know, we see daily people walking their pets all day long. This can become a hazard, burn the dog's paw pads. A dog park gives owners a place where dogs can exercise more efficiently instead of requiring long walks in that heat. Some health and wellness is that a tired dog is generally a better behaved dog. So, as we all know, we do see dogs that come out of their fences, and maybe if they've run around, run amok in the park, maybe they'd be well behaved. A community thing could be a dog park could naturally bring neighbors together, creates an opportunity for people to meet one another, build relationships, strengthen the community. Accessibility. As we also know, not everyone here in Balcones Heights has a fenced backyard, especially at the apartment residence. So renters and people in smaller homes, I feel they deserve access to a safe place for their dogs to exercise. And then, of course, responsible pet ownership. A designated off-leash area, I think, would encourage people to follow the leash laws more. That's another problem that we run into a lot. I have 3 dogs, and there's been multiple times that off-leash dogs or irresponsible pet owners have run up to ours and almost bit us. Parks are an investment in residents' quality of life. A dog park's another amenity that makes the city more attractive to current and future residents. As a little bit of background, I'm a transplant from Dallas-Fort Worth, and our dog parks out there thrive. They thrive. Food trucks, it can turn into something. So there's economic benefits there as well, especially if the park is maintained. I'll just kind of leave it at this, that every morning I see dozens of our neighbors walking their dogs, and sometimes 100+ degree weather, and because they don't have another option, because in Balcones Heights we don't have a park. They're doing the right thing by exercising their pets, but it's hard on both the people and the dogs. So a fenced dog park, I feel like, would let dogs run, play, burn off their energy in a much shorter amount of time, and then reduce the risk of heat-related illness
Ms. Flores.
while improving their physical and mental health.
Mr. Bravo, let's go ahead and let her
Okay,
keep continue and give her a little bit more time. and
Okay.
I'll do the same.
I'm just about
No,
done.
that's okay. We'll finish up. We'll
Okay.
do the same with the rest.
Okay, thank you.
If they like.
Yeah, of course. I'll just leave it at this. Investing in a dog park isn't just an investment in pets. I do think it's an investment in the health, safety, and community of the people who live here. Especially because, like I mentioned before, we know that we have the feral cat problem. We know we have that the dogs that get out of the fences. And so if we had a place where maybe we could have people take their pets to run, maybe they would tire them out and they'd stay in their unfenced yards. You never know. Thank you so much.
Great. Tell me your name again
Lindsay Inohosa.
and what home or apartment you live in?
I'm at 700 Gentleman Road at Boston Woods. Hop, skipping away.
Thank you so much.
But I still drove.
Our council meeting, and hopefully we will be able to attend to some of your concerns.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Next up is Rebecca Flores.
What was the name, Mr. Clerk?
Rebecca Flores.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Flores.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Rebecca Flores, and I live in Bexar County. I'm a member of the Mission Concepcion Catholic Church and a precinct coordinator for the Bexar County Democratic Party. On January 7, 2026, your Balcones Heights Police Department signed a memo of agreement with ICE to participate in the 287G program to enforce immigration law. This program was mandated in 2023 by Senate Bill 4, requiring that every county sheriff in Texas enforce immigration law. Your police department, though, voluntarily entered into this agreement with ICE and then opted for the most restrictive model, the task force model. This model allows your officers to identify and report persons who they suspect are immigrants, ask them for their papers, detain them, and then hand them over to ICE. Under this model, the police department may receive thousands of dollars for equipment, for new vehicles, and for salary, benefits, and overtime pay. Your town covers less than 1 square mile with a population of about 2,700 people. 82% of your residents are brown and black. They should know that there is a target on their back. Have you informed them of this agreement? Must they now be concerned about driving around or even walking on the streets that they have paid for with their property taxes? Should those of us who shop at Wonderland Mall worry about being picked up by your police department? Should they know to be careful when they call 911 for help because the police will ask them for their papers? Your police officers now can make a choice to either answer a 911 call from their residence or chase down someone they suspect is an immigrant so that your police department can get reimbursed for their catch of the day. Do you know if these police officers will make the correct choice? And in your eyes, what is the correct choice? Are your police officers now reporting their actions to the Department of Human Services, Homeland Security, rather than to your city? If someone sues for false imprisonment, are you worried that your city will be sued also? How many police officers have received training in the task force model? How much funding has your police department received from the Department of Homeland Security? And do you have a racial profiling policy which includes training of these police officers? Immigration agents around the country are violently detaining people in the streets. Some of these traffic stops have led to death. 3 ICE deaths in Florida, Maine, and Texas within a week. 3 families ripped apart, 2 of them where the father had legal papers to be in the United States. Besides ICE's street violence, 60 people have died in ICE custody since ICE ramped up in January 2025. Some deaths occurred for denial of medical care, some deaths caused by ICE officers. Your officers should not be party to these assaults on our residents. They cannot defend themselves by claiming they are following orders. I hope that you respect your city's taxpayers enough to respond to these questions in a public manner. And I ask that if any of you are interested in having some discussions with some people who have been working on this now for a while, we are open to having those discussions. I'm leaving you my name and my phone number, and I will leave you the testimony too. Thank you.
Mr. Bravo, before the end of the meeting, can you provide me with her name and phone number, please?
Yes.
I can follow up with her.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming and providing your testimony. Ms. Flores. Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next, Mr. Bravo, who's next?
Yes, it looks like Monica Olivares, speed bumps.
Monica what?
Olivares.
Come on up. Oh, hi, Ms. Olivares. Good to see you again.
I just wanted to see if what we need to do or what do the residents need to do to request speed bumps for Crestview Drive. It's the whole street, Crestview on Balcony side. The reason I asked for this because people have been speeding down that street and it's way more than 35 miles an hour. Even though that there's a stop sign on the 300 block, they're still speeding and they see it's a straightaway. So they'll turn from Hillcrest to Crestview and take off. I know the police department can only do so much by patrolling the area, but they have also a good amount of area to cover, not just our street. So it would be very welcome by our residents to have speed bumps on our street. I know our street's done with all the street work that they were doing, and that's great. but it's even more so. It's a nice smooth surface for people to go down really fast. So I don't know if I need to create a petition to have all our residents on the street to sign it, or what do I need to do to get speed bumps? I know you all have to put it in the budget, but
You've taken the first step by coming here and making your voice be heard pertaining to your concerns. Our staff has listened. I'm sure that they will be, and I will make sure that they will contact you and then follow up. Okay? Thank you.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
No, sir, we're in the public discussion. Go ahead, Mr. Brown. Who's next?
Gloria Cantu regarding budget meeting.
Gloria Cantu, 708 Burl Drive. Good evening, Mayor, Council. It is my understanding that there have been 2 out of 3, perhaps more, city's fiscal budget meetings held, at which time the mayor and 2 council members were not present at. I don't know why they were, what the reasons were, that is here nor there. But in a case of excused absences, et cetera, there's always the opportunity to change the schedule or date and time of these meetings. In a case like this is a very crucial time for the staff, the council, and the city to get these budget meetings done, taken care of, and agreed on. I think it's time to put the personal feelings and egos aside, as it's very obvious that our council is split, and that is extremely unfortunate and not a way to conduct city business. It's time to get back down, to get along, remember why you're here, and get down to conducting business. After all, it is the responsibility of the council to approve the city's fiscal budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu, very much for those fine points you made.
The next is Suzanne De Leon, but she's giving her time to Frank Hebert, so I will call Frank Hebert.
I have 4 items to bring up. Do I just list them in a row to the council?
Are you, Mr. Bravo, let me just refer, did he place, like the other lady, did we have him itemized for each item on the agenda, or is it?
Not on the agenda, just in general.
Just in general. Go ahead, Mr. Adair, wherever you'd like to take it.
Okay,
Find the
my
4
first
items
3 will
wherever you'd
take
like to
less than
stop.
2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, Mr. De
The
Leon,
first one I
sorry,
want to
sir.
bring up, I would like to suggest that a citizens corner be added to our bulletin so that we have residents' feedback. Everything comes one way, nothing goes back. And I'm talking about civil questions and civil complaints, our concerns that should go into a citizens corner section of the bulletin. I would like to see that change. I think a lot of people don't know what's going on unless they're in that room tonight. And this will help give them some feedback and give them some voice even when they can't make it to the meeting. That's number 1. Number 2, I would hope that the council will freeze spending any money on the community center to remodel it, reassign it, until we have the funds to, first off, move the maintenance people, get rid of that dilapidated building, and make room for parking if we're going to use that community center for public. There is no parking there. And we need that parking if you're going to make it into a building for the community. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. The next one, My next item, quickly, coffee with the cops. A lot of people, residents, don't deal with police. They never get a chance to deal with police. And I think there's a lot of people in our city who are intimidated by the word cops. I would like to see the event change to coffee with the first responders and include the fire department. Lastly, my last item. In 80 years, I would hope that I've gained some kind of wisdom. I've learned through experience, I've learned through training, and I've learned through temperament how to manage people. I managed over 90 people in the Air Force up to 23 years. When I retired, I managed over 45 people in University Hospital Laboratory for 15 years. I've had every management and leadership course you can imagine that the Air Force offered me in the 23 years. Okay? My concern today is I want to defend to the council the mayor. The mayor is a good man. Tracy knows this. Molly knows this. I know this. I've had dealings with him away from the administration, and I've had nothing but good, warm feelings just visiting with him and talking to him. No problem at all. Where the problem comes in is perception. I don't think, and I'm speaking to the council, I don't think that our honorable mayor has had the training, experience, and temperament to be in the position he's in today. That doesn't mean he's not a good man. But people often get into situations where they're not a good fit. I had a young airman in the Air Force, came right out of tech school, went to Clark Air Base in the Philippines. We assigned him to hematology. He was a disaster. Even though his training was great, he texted out great. It was a disaster. They transferred him in urinalysis. All he had to do was dipstick and read the color codes on the stick. The guy couldn't do it, and he mixed up all the urines. They gave him a letter of reprimand and then threatened him with an Article 15. This young one-stripe airman was scared to death he was going to get kicked out of the Air Force and sent back to the farm in Kansas and embarrass his whole family. I went to the colonel and I said, Colonel Hollop, please don't give this man an Article 15 and ruin his career. He's in the wrong job. Transfer him to record section. They transferred him to record section. He turned out to be one of the best record people you can imagine. We had patients asking for him personally to pull their records. He was such a sweet guy and friendly and personable, and it saved his career. Now, my point in telling you that short story, I apply it to this. It's almost the same thing. When you're a private investigator, you deal in facts. You don't deal in perception. You have quick suspense times to get your reports in. You investigate people that pretty much are the most unscrupulous people that you're dealing with anyway. But it's a one-on-one job. It's a one-man job when you're a private investigator. I'm pretty sure. So you don't have a large staff of people you work with throughout your career. So I think our honorable mayor is probably an excellent private investigator. But I don't think he's got the background experience, training, and temperament to function in the job he's in today. And it's been very difficult for him to not deal in just facts, but perceptions. People in this administration who have been offended. It's their perception, and you have to deal with their perception. Private investigators deal in facts. When you're in this kind of job where you're working with this large amount of people, you have to deal with perceptions. You have to be able to persuade, compromise, and you certainly have to have good temperament. So, councilman, council lady, I'm asking tonight if you will ask our mayor respectfully, and he's my friend, to resign from the position of mayor. Thank you. For the good of the city.
Thank you, sir, for your comments, very much.
Mayor, the rest of these go along with numbers.
Okay? All right, so do you want to provide those to me over here, or?
Well, when
will-
when the
numbers
item
come
comes up,
you'll
I'll
bring it to
call
my
their name.
attention?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so that's all on the citizens to be heard, correct? Correct. All right, so now we will move on to the administration.
You want to do
We have a citizen
General?
sign up under
Okay,
citizens
what-
to be heard?
He put public comment, then he had business items, so he does have public comment on
That's
it.
fine, I'll allow it, no
Okay,
problem at
thank
all.
you.
Go ahead.
I'm Lamar Gillian. I live at 324 Glen Arm, Balcones Heights, Texas. One night I sat up here and said San Antonio. I caught a lot of feedback for that one. But what I want to do is I want to compliment our code officer. I've read through your last report, and you're a pretty busy guy. And in the last 3 weeks, you got a lot of grass cut. And I thank you for that, because the city was looking pretty rough. Having said that, a general comment about community development. Is that the office that you're in? Yeah, Nick's office, right. What I would ask is that we pay a little more attention to our streets. We have several sidewalks on Gentleman Drive that have been deteriorated for 10 or 12 years. I mean, the concrete's all broken up. And I'm saying this because my wife and I were walkers. And people in wheelchairs, Frank would support me on this, people in wheelchairs, they can't go over those sidewalks because they're so messed up and they're gonna risk falling and getting hurt. So I'd like to ask that we find a way, I don't know who's responsible for the sidewalk or approach, but find a way to get those redone. Mayor, we have one right across from you where they went in and put asphalt on top of the concrete, and it's very irregular. Frank has to get off the sidewalk to move, and that's just not safe. What I'd also ask in previous public works, when Mackey was here and Henry Aguilar, after a rain, they went around with a bucket on the tractor, and they got all the gravel up and got it out of the way. Gravel for older people is a real risk, because you hit that gravel, next thing you know, there go your feet, and you got someone hurt. I witnessed a lady right up the street, God rest her soul, Mrs. Grant, about 7, 8 years ago. She took a bad fall. She broke her front 2 teeth. And that was uneven segments of the sidewalk. If you go around our city, we have a lot of those. They're like 1.5 inches. Got one right up near the firehouse. That's a hazard. We don't want anybody getting hurt. And we need to pay attention to those kind of things. And thank you for your time.
So now we'll go ahead and move on to the consent agenda items. Everybody reviewed your consent agenda, starting with the financial report for the quarter ending.
Mayor, we're skipping the presentation.
I'm sorry?
The presentation is next.
Oh, okay, that's right. That's right. We have not done that yet, so I'm getting ahead of myself. So the presentations, we have a proclamation for Roger Enriquez, Ms. Esther Kwan and Jeremy Jacobs, Abel Pena, who are EDC directors that we would like to recognize their service. So if y'all will approach, first of all, Mr. Enriquez, I would like to start with you as the former chair. I know you're not much for these type of events, and I know it's something that really
I'm
had
getting
to
accustomed to it.
pull teeth from to get it done, but I really believe your contributions to our community has been enormous, beyond measure. And from the bottom of my heart, I really, really am sad to see you not being able to continue to service us. But I want to thank you so much for the things that you have provided and put us in the position that we're currently in right now with the Wonderland of the Americas. And then carrying us through a tough time when we were experiencing issues in the city administrative form of government. So the City of Balcones Heights, Texas proclamation honoring Roger Enriquez for his distinguished service as the chair of the Balcones Heights Economic Development Corporation. Whereas the City of Balcones Heights is fortunate to benefit from the dedication, expertise, and public service of individuals who generously devote their time and talents to advancing the economic development, to advancing the economic prosperity and quality of life of our community. And whereas Roger Enriquez has served with distinction as chair of the Balcones Heights Economic Development Corporation, providing steadfast leadership, sound judgment, and an unwavering commitment to the economic growth and development of the city of Balcones Heights. And whereas his leadership was particularly instrumental in advancing the partnership between the city of Balcones Heights and Wonderland of Americas, helping to cultivate opportunities for redevelopment, investment, and economic vitality that will positively impact residents, businesses, and visitors for years to come. Whereas the City Council staff and citizens of Balcones Heights recognize and deeply appreciate Roger Enriquez's outstanding service, diligent work ethic, and enduring contributions to the community, all which have left a lasting and positive impact on the city. Now therefore, I, Johnny A. Rodriguez Jr., Mayor of the City of Balcones Heights, Texas, together with the City Council, do hereby proclaim our sincere appreciation and gratitude to Roger Enriquez for his exemplary leadership and distinguished service as Chair of the Balcones Heights Economic Development Corporation, and extend our heartfelt thanks for the dedication, vision, and commitment to the continued growth and success of the City of Balcones Heights. I witnessed this today's date of July 27, 2026, and will affix my signature to it. Congratulations.
Thank you,
and
Mayor.
Thank you for your
Appreciate it.
service.
Thank you so much. No, it's,
That'll be fine. Okay.
Sir, would you like a frame?
sure.
So if you
Send
would
me a
say a
trip
few
to
words,
Hobby
Roger?
Lobby. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Enriquez. So the next person we have is going to be Ms. Kwan, who I've spoken with, and she has another commitment with the hospital that could not make it, but wanted me to extend her heartfelt gratitude and thanks for the recognition, and then you can send it over to the hospital to her. And if there's anything she could ever do for the city, she's still in service to us and would help us in any way whatsoever. So Ms. Kwan is the chairman of the Methodist Hospital, the transplant hospital that we have here, the heart transplant hospital that we have here, the Texan. So again, thank you, Ms. Kwan, for your service. Mr. Jeremy Jacob. Mr. Jacob, are you here still? Oh, great. There you are. So I met Mr. Jacob about 2 years ago, right, roughly? And I have never been so grateful to have met you and have you as a colleague and someone that has helped us tremendously. So recognizing the service and dedication of Jeremy Jacob, whereas the city of Balcones Heights is strengthened by the commitment, expertise, and civic engagement of individuals who willingly dedicate their time and talents in service to the community. Whereas Jeremy Jacob faithfully served as a director of the Balcones Heights Economic Development Corporation, providing thoughtful consideration, sound judgment, and valuable input in matters affecting the economic growth and prosperity of the city. And whereas through his participation and service, Jeremy Jacob demonstrated a commitment to the advancement of Balcones Heights by carefully reviewing proposals, considering opportunities, and voting on actions that supported the corporation's mission and objectives. And whereas his willingness to serve contributed to the collaborative efforts of the board, helping to guide initiatives that promote business development, community investment, and economic vitality within our city. Whereas Jeremy Jacob carried out his responsibilities with professionalism, integrity, and dedication, earning the respect and appreciation of his fellow directors, city staff, and community stakeholders. And whereas the city of Balcones Heights recognizes that public service requires time, effort, and a genuine desire to contribute to the betterment of the community, and is grateful for the role Jeremy Jacob played in supporting the work of the Economic Development Corporation. Now therefore, I, Johnny Rodriguez Jr., Mayor of the City of Balcones Heights, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, city staff, and the citizens of Balcones Heights, do hereby express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to Jeremy Jacob for his dedicated service as Director of the Balcones Heights Economic Development Corporation and for his contributions toward the continued growth and success of the City of Balcones Heights. Now you know what an ice cream feels like when it gets licked. Thank you so much. No, really, in all sincere gratitude from the city, thank you. Sir, we're gonna miss you tremendously. So Jeremy, would you like to, thank you, Barry.
Oh.
Would you like to,
Thanks.
oh, here, this goes.
Yeah.
If you'd like to say a few words, you're welcome, but I'd would like to throw in a little pitch for him. He's got a wellness spa, the name of it, Evolve Wellness Spa. It's located here in Balcones Heights. We've got one in Austin, I think, also.
Float's the one that's in Balcones.
Floats in
Heights,
Balcones
yeah.
Heights, and then you have another one in Austin, I think?
Yeah.
Yeah. And where else are you opening soon?
Austin just opened. We've got Dallas and we have an
So
Evolve.
he's been so busy trying to get these other businesses going, so thank you for your time. and effort. You're welcome. So the next one we have, I'll just cut this right here. Just bring them all with me. Exception of. Is Mr. Eddie Garcia here or Mr. Abel Bennett? I think Mr. Bennett said he was gonna try to make it, but both of them have the same, very similar language. We take time to do these for these individuals because they do spend a lot of time, a lot of volunteerism. They have a lot of hours invested in it. In the case of Mr. Enriquez, he's an attorney, he's a professor at UTSA. He spent countless legal hours keeping us in compliance, making sure that we had everything in a collaborative effort with our partners to get a tolling agreement in place, an opportunity zone that we worked on together, and we're working on a redevelopment plan to transition over from what we were involved in a $5.4 million investment over at the Wonderland of Americas to try and make our city whole to the tune of $7.2 million currently at right now that is basically owed to our city under public-private partnership. And so we've not received any funds in that, and we're in the process of that redevelopment effort. These people have been tremendously instrumental in getting us to where the project we're at. So on behalf of the city, citizens, our staff, our council, thank you. For Mr. Abel Bennett and Mr. Eddie Garcia, who served on the two boards. Thank you very much. Did I catch that one? All righty. So now we will now move into the presentation of new chaplain by Chaplain Kirk. Is that correct? Correct. Yeah, great. Chaplain Kirk, you mentioned we have a new addition, so.
Good evening again. Vetting process, recruitment for chaplains does take time. Often what I do, I ask for a list of the churches, the entities in the neighborhood, and give an invitation and asking for someone who may be in law enforcement or fire, because these people understand the territory, what they'll be dealing with. And it's been about 10 years or so that I met this gentleman. Was it about 10? 11. Oh, excuse me. I don't do time, space, distance, or anything very well. But I wanted to make a reference to this person. I know him as Justin. And when I went to the hospital one time, I found it was a little bit different. And so I had to find out where he was located. But part of the process as far as chaplains is that they need to be called. It needs to be a calling, no matter what your position is, wherever the career, whatever the vocation, it needs to be a calling. And I want to make reference to our other chaplain, Chaplain Jim, who this month earlier received accommodation. Now he is a senior chaplain. So at this time, I would like to make reference to Justin to tell you a little bit about himself and his qualifications. And here again, knowledge is fantastic. However, a lot of knowledge does not make you really good at what you're going to do. As I mentioned earlier about wisdom, I'd rather have someone who has a teachable heart. And this person does. I've had other chaplains who said, when do I get my badge? Or, oh, I can handle that. This person is not that person. He is a individual who has a teachable heart and wants to learn. And I respect that. And those are the type of people that I try to bring in. Those are the ones I like to train. And those are the ones I like to place. And so I'd like to introduce you to your new chaplain.
Thank you, Mayor and council members and Chief. Thank you for this opportunity. I had a whole speech written and I was gonna read it, but I'm gonna go off the heart. It's been 11 years since I met Chaplain David Kirk. I was working for the Bexar County Sheriff's Office. At the courthouse, that's where I also met Sly over there, our bailiff here. And I was telling the chaplain, David, that I always felt like a calling to serve the Lord. Badges I don't need. I've been a police officer, retired El Paso Police after 22 years. Moved my family down to, of course, to San Antonio. I worked for UT Health Police Department for 5.5 years. And then I started with Bexar County at the courthouse, and that was a part-time job. Then I moved over to UT Health Police, did 5 years over there. And then also after that, I went to Alamo Area Council of Government, where I was a police instructor, and also became their Homeland Security Coordinator, dealing with grants, federal grants, and the oversight of that process. Last year, I had a near-death experience. I had a bad surgery. I went into sepsis, and chaplain found out about it, and he went to visit me, and that situation, that incident, made me reflect on the fact that it's time. I'm nervous about it, but I'm not scared. I'm just nervous. It's an opportunity that I've been waiting for, and now that it's here, I'm nervous. So I'm looking forward to providing wisdom, whatever wisdom I have at 57 years old, to younger officers that patrol the streets, that have seen what I've seen, and dealt with what I've dealt. And it's not very easy, and it's not fun sometimes, but I can honestly lend an ear and provide them with is what we call the ministry of presence, and just be there for them. And that's what I bring really most of all at this point in my life. I've been there, done that with policing. I've mastered my craft. I've mentored it, and now it's just time to make a difference. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, go right ahead, sir.
New chaplain, I did not catch your name. I wanted to ask, what is your name, sir?
It's officially Justino Monares,
Justino
but I go by
Monares.
Justin.
Okay, thank you and welcome.
And because of that, Councilman Hernandez, did y'all want to comment on the members of the EDC considering the fact that y'all had input on that, on the thing, and you want to thank them, or anybody want to take the opportunity? I didn't think of it when I was doing the presentation for the EDC members. You're welcome to provide any input to them if you like on their departure and thanking them for their service. I apologize if I was not cognizant of that at the moment to mention that. So feel free if somebody would like to be recognized to provide any input on the EDC. Councilman Burton?
Yeah, Jeremy, you've been a great member of the EDC, and Roger too. He's hiding back there in the corner. Both contributed a lot to our city, and I thank you for that.
Anyone else?
Mayor.
Councilman Hernandez, go ahead.
To both the chair and, you know, former assistant chair, Jeremy, you guys did a great job. I know it's a sacrifice of time, especially Roger with all the hours he put in for I'm going to say both, not only the TERS, but I'm going to say hope that we get the opportunity zone. So I know that was a lot of work, but thank you guys for all your support, all the hours and your dedication.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Anyone else?
I'll take it.
Councilman,
Yeah, so I mean, just echo what everybody said about Dr. Enriquez and his contribution. I didn't have much of an opportunity to work with him. I did have an opportunity to serve with Jeremy for a couple of years, and your ideas, your enthusiasm is totally going to be missed. So thank you for that. And Mr. Enriquez, thank you for your contributions.
thank you, Mr. Councilman Lysia. Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much. I'm glad that y'all had an opportunity to put some input in there. I appreciate your input and for the compliments. So now let's move on down to the number 5, department updates. Let's move with administration. Community relations, Mr. Martinez, community relations manager. Go right ahead. You have the floor, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So in your packet, I provided the most recent department report. There's been some edits, which I'll share them with you. The most recent event that we organized was the Balcones Heights Jazz Festival. It was the 33rd annual. So we were very excited, and we also heard this from a lot of event goers that we were having it again, especially when Councilmember Hernandez made the point that it was, you know, council was thinking about doing away with it. And a lot of people, I've seen a lot of comments on social media, direct messages in person saying that they were very excited that we were having it. We had more or less 2,000 attendees, and later this week, I'll be posting the pictures from the event that a photographer took, and, you know, they speak for themselves. It's evident, and for you, the ones that were there, it's evident that we had more people this year than in the years prior. And now, thankfully, we have data because of the RSVPs. We had 2,979 RSVPs. So now we have data for next year and the years to come to be able to know where we're at a certain point and to exceed that number. We also had the Battle of the Badges blood drive last Saturday right here at the Justice Center. We had some firemen, some policemen here. I also donated some blood for the cause. I know I got some direct messages and some comments for other people that were here participating. We're currently working on the Balcones Heights Back to School Bash, which will be August 8th, 2026 at Rogers Park from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. We're going to be giving out 200 backpacks. I do want to thank Commissioner Rodriguez for the $1,000 sponsorship that they provided to cover for the backpacks. And then we do have 8 organizations sign up to participate, and they'll be bringing multiple school supplies. So that way we don't have to fill the backpacks. They're gonna fill the backpacks for the students, and we're bringing in regional and local partners for that as well. And we are at 200 RSVPs already, so we're capped, but I still invite people to come on over. We're gonna have a lot of services and a lot of good information for people to come by. We have a little bit over 200, but 200 just to be safe. We're also having this August the Fall Community Garden Kickoff. The dates are August 5th, 18th, September 1st, September 15th, September 29th, October 13th at 6 p.m. So I don't know if a lot of you have seen or not, the garden. We've been having a lot of fruit and vegetables from there. So I invite you, if you're missing something, you're cooking, you're missing something, go check the garden. If you see it looking dry, water it, just help out the community. We're gonna be growing it pretty soon. If anybody has any questions, I can take those at this moment.
Any questions for
be
Mr. Martinez?
recognized.
Who would like to start
May I
first?
be
Mr.
recognized?
Burden, let's start with you.
Was that the 4th or the 5th?
It's the 5th because it was gonna be the 4th, but our agent from the Prairie View A&M AgriLife Extension had a conflicting event, so we're moving it to the 5th, and we're promoting it as the 5th now.
And where are the market days going to be held, and where is National Night Out going to be held?
Market Days is gonna be at Rogers Park. National Night Out, I'm not too sure. I suppose it would be the City Hall, but it might be the park. We haven't discussed that yet, but we'll be discussing it pretty soon with the police department.
Thank you.
Okay, I think who's next?
I'll
Mr. Lucia?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lucia, you go right ahead.
Mine is going to be more of a comment. We frequent the park quite a bit. It was very nice to see families going and caring for the garden and taking vegetables home. So I think what we're doing is really moving our community forward. It was nice. There was a family there as a family just working the garden and then taking the fruits with them. So let's keep doing what we're doing to unite our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman, you yield the floor? Okay, Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to kind of plug for the gardening event. Our family participated in I'm going to say summer, maybe spring. I don't know official, but it was more like summer. But it was a lot of fun, and it was small groups. But, we learned a lot. Roy brought in, I don't know his name. What is his name, Roy?
Nelson?
Nelson from the Texas
View
A&M, university to really teach us about gardening, and he taught us some really cool stuff. Myself, I like to garden, more as a hobbyist, right? And I learned a lot of new things. It was really cool, but it was really fun. And then to see them grow, and then my wife would run over and get some eggplant or some basil and some different things. It was really cool to see that she participated in that as well. So I just want to encourage everybody to participate in the fall event, because it's a lot of fun, and then watching the seeds that you plant grow and then bear fruit, it's really cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hernandez. Anybody else? Mr. Ebersol, Ms. Weaver, any comments? Okay, no further comments on Mr. Martinez's report. Now we'll move on to code enforcement report. Mr. Jeremy Vasquez, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, Mr. Morales, how's it going, sir? Yes, sir. You were my police instructor during ACOG. Small world, small world. During the month of June, code enforcement handled about 90 code enforcement cases with only 8 remaining. This past month, we continue to see, of course, a significant number of violations, including overgrown vegetation as well as trees and shrubs encroaching into the city's sidewalks. We will continue monitoring these properties, especially as recent rainfall has accelerated vegetational growth. We definitely are mindful that the residents are on fixed incomes and work with them whenever appropriate to achieve compliance. That's the overall goal. In addition, we have been proactively monitoring the vacant lots throughout the city here as a courtesy. As a property owners, we contacted them several days before it does get to that state. It does, of course, 12 inches is a violation. So before it gets to there, we try to give a courtesy to just be mindful and have that vegetation cut. Our drainage channel has continued to show positive results with a significant decrease in debris and related issues. There have been less trash found also within our city drainage channels, along with our main one off of I-10. We definitely are still continuing to coordinate efforts to just help ensure the safety of well-being of our unsheltered residents. Apartment complexes have received an increased attention throughout the proactive inspections. As a result, citations have been issued to the property owners for violations of the residential program, RPRIP, enforcing the city's commitment to maintain safe and compliant residential properties. Our community service has also been a successful month. 9 individuals I would say participated, but is in the community service projects assisting with litter cleanup throughout the residential neighborhoods along with our city's major roadway, Fredericksburg off of Crossroads as well. Their efforts has contributed to forcing the appearance and cleanliness of our community. Now, with that being said, I believe it's in y'all's packets. It's a community service assistant program. Myself has gone through it. I know Nicholas has definitely put an input on it. It's just to further expand the community service program. It's definitely a sign-up sheet that's possibly going to be implemented next month in our community service events. This program is designed to assist the elderly and disabled residents who may need help with small outdoor tasks such as minor yard maintenance, debris removal, and other light property upkeeps that can be completed by the community service participants. This initiative will provide an additional support for the residents while allowing community service workers to give back to our city. And as of course, as you know, Mr. Lamar Gillian did state, it is in here as well from Cloud Permit, the number of cases on there. But I open up the floor to you guys, Mayor, if y'all have any questions.
Council.
I definitely am.
Mr. Burton?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody have any comments? I'll reserve mine till the end of the reports. Mr. Vasquez, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Our next item on the agenda is the community development. Mr. Nick Ibarque, Community Development Director.
Mr. Ivargue is not in. He's going to
Okay.
be off for 2 weeks. So
Okay.
if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Is he on vacation?
He's on medical leave.
Medical leave, okay. Hope he'll be okay. All right, City Secretary report. Mr. Joe Bravo, you're next up, Mr. City Secretary.
Good evening. In your packet has a report on our open records, as we have been working very hard to make sure that we're compliant with that. We have a portal called Just FOIA, and that is used to ensure that we keep track of all the things that come in. In the last month, public records for the public have been 24. Police reports have been 15 completed. And then we have a closure rate of 2.5 and 0.4. Now, I will point out that a lot of the police open records are still in queue because they might be asking for more information. A lot of people put in very brief information about what they want, and we have to go back and ask for more information. So there's several in queue for that one. We have a goal of training our court clerks. And so to that end, we had 2 of our court clerks attend the training. We have to have a certain amount of hours, and so they're gaining their hours in order to sit for the clerk 1. There's clerk 1, 2, and 3. And so our goal is to get them through clerk 1. You also have the court information about court filed totals, warrants issued, and completed paid fines over a period of time. Includes traffic, state law, city ordinance, and parking. Do you have any questions about open records or court? Nope. I thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bravo. Let's move on down the line. We now have the City Administrator, Maria Hernandez.
First of all, I would like to thank Roy Martinez and the rest of the staff for the Jazz Festival. It was a very well-planned event. And yes, we received a lot of compliments saying that it was a very good event, especially our VIP area. It was very nice and well put together. We had our HR director doing the flower arrangements, and she did a wonderful job. Everybody helped out, and I like to thank them for that, because a lot of their work is after hours. They're not getting paid for it. They're volunteering to be part of this community. So I would like, whenever you guys see somebody, one of the employees, please thank them, because they did a wonderful job with this event. Next, it will be solar lights. As you know, the county is gonna be donating 7 solar lights for the park. They're still working on the agreement. As they were working with the attorneys for the agreement, Commissioner Rodriguez asked if we wanted also a crosswalk, one of those smart crosswalks. And of course, I said yes, because it's free and it will benefit our residents, especially the people walking towards the bus stop, because it was going to be placed over here on Hillcrest and Gentleman. So that's a perfect area for people going to that bus stop. So I'll let everybody know when the agreement is finished. That way, I'll update everybody on when the lights will be placed at the park. We're also going to be working with the um, architect to be able to place them when we're going to do the renovation for the park, for the Rogers Park. For capital improvement, we're still working on the Hillcrest project. It keeps moving up and up. I'm working hard to be able to have everything ready at the end of the year to be able to present to TxDOT and let them know, here we are, we finished all this work that you require. We would like to start in the fall 2027. So I'm pushing forward for that. We're buying the properties required. We have 21 properties that we need to purchase. Right now, we're thinking that we will go on 2 for eminent domain. And as you see, as you know, that will take at least 3 months of that, but usually the city always gets the properties. So I will be updating you more on that, but as of right now, the design phase is 90% completed. We're still waiting on SOS, CPS, and AT&T to finish their design. But we are pushing through so we can start fall of 2027. Brownfield, we send a report for the Brownfield grant, and we're working already with the contractors to select a property that needs to be addressed on that. CBDG grant, as you know, we submitted for a grant for parks, and we have been allocated $547,850, but the commissioner court still has to vote on this. So the next meeting that they have, they will be voting on this, and I'll let you know when we are granted this this money. I would like to show real quick how the design for the Rogers Park. The goal is to create a park that blends historic character with renewed identity for Rogers Park. That's where Rogers Park is. We're gonna be adding some new play equipment. There's gonna be a sign, that way people know whether they're at Rogers Park and not anywhere else. There's gonna be a pickleball court, basketball and volleyball. There's gonna be an area for the movie nights and gatherings, also for public meetings out there at the park. The vegetable garden area is gonna be expanded. And it's gonna be a very, very nice park, useful for anybody, from 0 to 110-year-old. So it's gonna be a very nice area for everybody to go and sit and have fun there. It's gonna be in 2 phases. The first phase will include this portion that you see on your screen. We'll be adding later on more features. This is how it's gonna be looking.
Ms. Hernandez, if I may point something out to you.
Yes, sir.
I think we have an item on the agenda that covers what you're covering right now. So let's
Yes.
just brief it a little bit,
Bob,
and let's move on to when we get to
Okay.
that item. That way you
Mhm.
can really center on it
All right.
really well.
Okay. Next, it will be, we're going to be applying for the Novak Park, Texas Parks and Wildlife Grant. That is to create a dog park, a Novak Park. We're asking for $264,338. That will be phase 1. Our match will be $132,169. because the Texas Parks and Wildlife Grant has a 50-50 match. Again, this park is not only gonna be for dogs, but for anybody that would like to have a place to go and sit or walk. So just be on the lookout for this grant, for this park. There's the drawings, the renderings for you to look at. Any questions?
Councilmember Weaver? Go right ahead.
I'm sorry, I had to turn on the mic. The lights, the street lights, what's the benefit, where are we on those? I mean, I know we got a grant for them.
What street lights?
The street lights, what is this, the street lights upgrade? They were supposed to be of an
Oh,
upgrade.
the LED light upgrades you're referring to the neighborhood
guess so,
lights in the
yeah.
neighborhood? Yes, ma'am. Go
The
ahead.
LEDs.
LED upgrades.
All
Yes,
the LED lights were changed. All the lights were changed to LED lights back in
I really
October.
can't tell the difference. But it's supposed to be better.
It saves energy. It's less consumption as the actual vapor lights. So that was the whole idea, to modernize it and prevent costly expenses to the city. So maybe perhaps down the line, you want to look at adding more lights in the neighborhood in addition.
I just thought that it was going to be brighter.
That's what I thought too.
Because it's not brighter. I mean, it's still dark on our corners sometimes. So.
Yes, ma'am.
They were all changed.
And then what about the yellow arrow light? I asked for somebody to go talk to the city. Outside of Balcones, there's yellow turn arrow lights. Both ends, they have them. We don't have them. Why don't we have them?
I
It would
think
help
she's-
our
she's
traffic a
brought it up
lot.
about 4 times. in
Yes,
the
that
past.
was with TxDOT. Nick has been in contact with them. As we know, TxDOT takes a little bit longer to reply. So we're still working on that.
Okay, I've tried this since I started a year ago, over a
Right,
year
2
ago.
years.
I asked about the
Yeah,
yellow
going on
light.
2 years.
And then now we're just still having problems with it.
Yeah, usually they do a study and see if it's necessary to have a yellow light there. If not, they will not replace it or they will not place it there.
But
Okay.
Ms. Hernandez, I think what she's looking for is for you to respond to her.
Yes.
To provide her with updates by
I'll have,
email and, I mean, she's asked 4 times at least from you.
Yeah, I have
that I can
responded to
remember.
her in
But,
person.
I'm
I have
just
responded.
saying she's asking that. And
Yeah, I have
so-
responded to her in person,
Yeah.
letting her know that we're working on that. Again, we cannot make TxDOT do something that they're not gonna do.
Well,
Or-
again, that's
Let-
something
let's-
Ms.
let's-
Weaver.
let's get back on the,
excuse me,
the
Mr.
agenda.
Licea.
Point of
Mr.
order.
Licea. Mr. Licea, please, don't disrupt. Ms. Weaver, so basically, if you have, she understands that you need to
Okay,
get
so the
back
next
with
time
her,
I'll
just
get an
go ahead and
update.
Yes,
about
I
it
can give you
when?
an update.
Every month or so.
Make sure she
Mhm.
responds.
It's gonna take longer than that. I mean, at least give me a yes or no. That
Yes.
way I won't bug you anymore.
We have contacted them and I'll let you know as soon as we get a response from them.
Okay, thank you.
It's your right as a councilwoman to, council member to ask, so you're within your rights to do so. All right, Mr. Licea, what did you want to say, sir, that you were interrupting?
That we need to go
Please
back,
remember
we
to
need to
speak
go
up.
back onto the agenda.
Okay, so
Thank you for,
please, she was on
okay,
the agenda,
okay.
So
Point,
if-
your point has been taken.
but just.
Your comment has been
next time, just
taken.
Make sure you talk to me, okay? All right, thank you. And again, I just want to make sure everyone understands that it's not a matter of being dictatorial or anything. It's a matter of keeping order of the meeting so we can efficiently get through the meeting without having too many disruptions. And as the presiding chair, that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so now we move to the fire department updates and reports.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and guests. So, last meeting, I brought up issues with our aerial apparatus, our big truck. I'm having a lot of mechanical issues on it. It's seems like I'm just chasing problems at this point, and we formed a committee to start looking at new trucks to possibly purchase. We want to stay 100-foot to 107-foot ladder truck, single axle. That's a smaller truck than what we have now. We have the truck with the big bucket on the front. I think that's too much truck for us right now. This one's more maneuverable. This will reach the exact same amount. We can still perform rescues off the aerial, but that's the route we want to go. Not to mention it will be cheaper. considering the cost of what we're looking at right now, I mean, those trucks are more expensive. So one of the first options that we're looking at is a Pierce 107-foot Ascendant, and that'll be spec'd out by us, by the fire department, and that'll be 1.9 million with a 40 to 43-month build time. Option two is the vendor presented us with another truck that was already in production. It's 1.8 million, but it's a 26 to 27-month build time. And option three, we looked at another brand, a E1, 100-foot. Again, it'll be spec'd by us, and they haven't got back with the final dollar amount that for us. In June, we submitted a FEMA grant for staffing to be able to, what FEMA does, well, they'll cover salaries for 3 firefighters, what I applied for 3 years. The caveat is that they'll pay 75% of the salaries for the first 2 years, and then 35% of it the third year. And then after that, it drops off with the hopes of hopefully finances will be better for us. On August 6th, we are holding a hiring process. We're looking to hire 3 firefighters. We have a total of 22 applicants. That'll bring our staffing back to what it was before August of last year, where I lost 3 firefighters. So we'll be back at 5. That'll help us with in fighting fire and alleviate some of the overtime. Currently, we're in the process of reviewing and updating the fee schedule for fire department fees and some issues that were there. I don't think it's ever changed for us for a long time. Some of our fees are included in the permitting process, so those we've already kind of sat down and had a little workshop with Nick and city administrator and Joe to kind of bring those up to current standards of what other departments are charging. I've also been exploring a contract for recovery on some certain incidents. And we have an ordinance that was 2005-10 that allows us to seek fees or seek charges at primarily geared towards insurance companies and motor vehicle accidents. On the ordinance, it does say that we can't charge for house fires and certain things on there, and it's covered in the ordinance, but we want to review that. The company we were using before has gone out of business, so that contract just kind of ended, and nobody's ever really looked at it, but I started looking at other. So far, I have 2 that have sent me costs and stuff, and I can present that once I get more information on that. And then lastly, the SCBA's, I reached out again today, and they're still slated for October delivery. That's all I got.
Any comments for the fire department?
Could you speak up a little bit more? You start off really nice, and then all of a sudden I just hear.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So keep the momentum going.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Okay. 3, police department updates and reports.
Good evening, everyone. So there's a lot going on with your police department. First thing I'll bring to your attention is House Bill Mandate 33, which spun off the Uvalde situation. In that situation, in that House bill, one of the things that it mandated is that we have to have an assigned PIO officer for our department. With that in mind, I assigned Detective Rodriguez to be our PIO officer. So you're going to see her making a lot of public announcements, being on social media, promoting events, along with Rory Martinez. She's been helping him quite a bit. She's just really embraced the role, so I thank her, and I think she's going to do an excellent job for this position. She's been helping with the back to school event that's coming up, and assisting with gathering school supplies for that upcoming event and promoting it as well. We are implementing the new Mark 43 CAD RMS system. So there's continued progress in that implementation. We have weekly meetings with the with the company on structuring it and getting it set up for the police department and the fire department. I will like to comment that to this date, no general funds have been used to fund that project. So we hope to continue that moving forward. As we recently had a TCOL audit from the state, Mike Dickey is the investigator that came down to audit our system, audit our files.
I'm
and
sorry,
we-
who was that, Mr. Cavazos?
Sergeant
who?
Dickey, Michael Dickey.
Sergeant Michael Dickey?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. And we passed 100%, no deficiencies. In fact, he asked if I'd be willing to train other chiefs on how to get it done. So very proud of my personnel for helping with that. They did an outstanding job. We are also partnering with TxDOT. Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold. TxDOT operations, operation slowdown currently for the next 2 weeks. So we have put that out there. Officers are actively patrolling, trying to deter aggressive drivers and speeders. That's all I have.
Okay, any questions for the police department? Ms. Weaver?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask you, on the last meeting, you were supposed to look through our city hall and find any kind of security issues that would need to have attention brought to, right?
I wasn't here the last meeting, ma'am.
You weren't here the last meeting.
No, ma'am.
Okay, well, apparently there was an inspection, okay? And my tags no longer work in City Hall. I am no longer have access to City Hall. I have to go to second floor, go up to see Andy, tell Andy who I would like to speak to, and he will contact them, and then they will come out and let me know if I can have a meeting. Or I can call and tell them I'm coming, whatever, you know, the reason being. But I can't, our mailboxes were changed to the main lobby. I mean, you know, hello, they were in the hallway, nice and tucked away, and now they're in the main lobby, and I have a key. I mean, I didn't approve all of this stuff. Why did the changes get made? I mean, we're supposed to just get a report and then make our decision what we wanted to change. And it was just changed automatically. Why? Like a resolution was done, and then what is it?
Resolution.
Okay, but then after you get the resolution is what?
Then the resolution was signed, well, I didn't sign it. I refused to sign it because I didn't believe it was correct.
No.
And so I think it got signed by Mayor Pro Tem Licea. And Mr. Ebersol, if I remember correctly, made it very clear during the
I
discussion.
saw that too. I saw that.
He
I
said,
left, okay.
You're absolutely sure, and Mr. Burton as well, absolutely sure that this is just an assessment, that no action will be taken, a review, a study will be done, and an evaluation, and then recommendations will be provided to the council whether to adopt or not adopt
Right.
those measures and evaluations and reviews.
That's what I got from the second half of the tape,
Right.
because I wasn't here for that discussion.
That was my recollection of it.
So, you know, I was just
So-
wondering who decided? I mean,
Mayor, may I
She
be
still has the
recognized?
floor.
I mean, I just need to, I don't think it's right. I mean, I come into here and my badge won't work. I'm going, what the heck's my badge not, you know, working? Oh, and then you gotta go, where's my key? And I had to have Maria come out. I couldn't go to her office. She had to come out to me and bring me my key. It's like, I'm over here. I'm a council person. I should have access to anything I need in this city hall. Anything, not be restricted. I don't even know if my little sticker works to let me in the parking lot anymore. But my
Couldn't-
badge doesn't work.
Can you provide her with a response, Chief Cavazos?
So the simple answer, ma'am, is that you all voted for ordinance number 2026-17,
Mhm.
which on page number 5, number 6, and number 7, that's what you all voted for, which said that you do not have access to those areas.
Well, see, we voted for you to review it. We didn't vote for you to make
There's two
changes.
different ordinances you're talking about. This ordinance is specific to that.
Okay, the ordinance is after the meeting. That the ordinance, we didn't vote on an ordinance. We voted on the
Ma'am, you
resolution.
did. I'm not going to argue or or dispute what you're
No,
saying.
you're not gonna argue, dispute, or
No,
nothing like that.
But I'm answering your question. As to
Okay, and
city
and
ordinance
I'm
number
replying, sir. I need to
20
know why.
2026-17 says, it responds to your question. And
Read it for the
reads,
record, please.
no elected officials may enter the secured areas of any city facility unless they have proper current security access. No elected officials may enter any CJIS secured areas of any city facility unless they have proper and current CJIS certifications and access has been authorized by the chief of police. No elected officials may enter the secure areas of any city facility unless accompanied by an escort. An escort shall be assigned by the chief of police or the city administrator or their designee.
Why? I have all my fingerprints taken. I've had all my, security done. I don't see why we're being restricted like that. I mean, we're not elected official. We hired you. We hired Maria, and you're treating us like that. Why? I want to know why.
Okay?
Tell me why, in your personal opinion. Why do you have
Ma'am, I didn't pass this ordinance, you all did.
nobody passed the ordinance? We had a resolution. The ordinance was
Ma'am,
signed
I did
after
not
the
pass
meeting.
the ordinance, ma'am.
Mr.
I
Colasso,
just
let her
enforce it.
finish real quick.
I just
Are
enforce
you
it.
listening to me?
Chief
We
Colasso,
agreed to the
let her-
resolution. Okay?
Colasso.
We did.
Yes,
Let her
sir.
finish.
The ordinance was signed after the meeting and nobody voted on it. Did they, Mr. Lisdale? You signed it.
I'll allow you. Go ahead, Mr. Say, and respond.
Now
All
you
right?
can speak.
Ms. De Leon, please refrain from any disruption. I'll have you removed
Just,
from the
just a
premise.
reminder to everybody, I'm here as a volunteer, as a public official. So I respect you and I expect the same from everybody else. So ma'am, what was your question, please?
My question is, we voted on the resolution for him to do the audit on the safety, okay? We didn't vote on an ordinance. You signed the ordinance after the meeting and nobody voted on it. So why did you sign it and just give him all the power that he has?
Ms. Weaver, if I may interrupt real quick. Chief, what was the date of that ordinance that was signed by the council or Mr. Lisea? When did he sign that ordinance?
The 22nd day of June.
22nd day of June.
That's the same day as the
That's the
meeting
same day we had the meeting.
and
That's
nobody voted
passed
on
on the
it.
22nd day of June.
Okay, it was referred to, you said it was a different, and I'm just trying to get clarification so that I can mediate between the two parties and the council. That was referred to as a resolution. I recently just saw that. Now, it's referred to as an ordinance, or is there two, a resolution and an ordinance? Just to clarify to understand.
You're asking something that I can't answer to you, sir.
Okay.
I don't have that answer.
So let's look back on Mr. Bravo? You have the minutes here for the 22nd, correct?
I do.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's look at that particular agenda item. So we
Mayor,
can
if I
get
could be recognized,
No,
I
sir, you
can
can't.
bring
Don't
light,
interrupt, please.
I can bring
Don't
light to
interrupt,
this
please.
issue.
We're in the process of trying to resolve this. Thank
Well,
you.
I'm trying to help you resolve
Well,
it,
I
sir.
don't need your help right now. Thank you
think
very
you do.
much. So please, I told you zero tolerance. Don't interrupt, please. Okay? Let
May I
us
be
finish-
recognized?
No, you can't. Let us finish what we're doing, sir, first, please. We're just trying to get through this real quickly. As mayor, I'm just trying to mediate, okay? That's my job to do that. And all I'm trying to do is mediate between the parties. So I'm trying to help and trying to find out and get to the bottom of the councilman's concern and of the response by the chief of police. That's all I'm doing. Not taking sides for anybody. I'm just mediating. Okay, Mr. Bravo, can you bring that to my attention, please, the agenda, so I can see it? I don't see it in my packet here.
I can bring you my copy.
Let's see here. You have it right in front of you. Bring it to me, please. Thank you. For the benefit of the community, so they'll know what's going on. Thank you. Okay. So let's look at what the item says here, so you get clarified, Ms. Weaver. These are the minutes. Do you have the agenda itself?
I don't have the agenda, but I can pull it up.
Yeah, because that's supposed to be in the packet along with this. in order for us to be able to, consolidate. Okay, let me see if I can find it here. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just go through this real quick so I can help get this clarified. All right, so the item is number 8, but I don't have the agenda in front of me, so these are just the minutes, which means what you translate. So yeah, if you can help with that, that would help. But just for purposes on item 8, the action on the minutes alone, for the record, is discussion and possible action regarding resolution, not ordinance. So it is clarified that it's not an ordinance. Ms. Weaver is correct. 2026-17R, you referred to it as an ordinance, Chief Cavazos.
Yes, sir.
How can it be an
Yeah.
ordinance if on the agenda? And with all respect, I know you weren't here, but your
Okay.
staff was here, so you might want to refer to your staff to get that understood. But here under item number 8, discussion and possible action regarding resolution 2026-17R, authorizing the police chief to conduct a security assessment and develop a security policy for the Justice Center. Action, Councilman Burton made the motion to accept the resolution 2026-17R, and motion was second by Councilman Hernandez. It was a 4-0 unanimous decision because Ms. Weaver had left, I think, and
Right.
left Mr. Ebersol. But I do remember very distinctly when it was discussed that it was very clearly understood and conveyed that this was not an action item taken by the police department to make any changes to the city hall access by council members or anyone for that fact without a assessment, a study, an evaluation, and a recommendation report coming back to the council so that they could study it, look at it, and then make a decision as to what direction they wanted to take to give you whatever authority they were going to give you.
Okay.
Okay?
Can I
So-
reply to your?
Yes, sir, and that's just to clarify, help you understand what I
So-
see here.
You're talking about resolution 2026-17R.
Yeah, and that's the one you said the same.
No, sir. I
Okay,
gave you
you're referring
ordinance
to
number 2026-17.
17? Okay.
There
And
is no R behind it.
All right, is that an ordinance, sir?
It is.
It is an ordinance.
Yes,
So
it
that
is.
clarifies that.
So we're not talking the same thing.
Okay. And where is that on the agenda for the 22nd?
So it's on page 2 from
Page
what
2?
I have in my documents here.
Okay.
And
Do you concur, Mr. Bravo, on that?
Yeah, I'm looking.
motion to approve ordinance 2026-17 was made by Councilman Hernandez. Seconded by Councilman Lysia, passed 3-2. Burton, Lysia, Hernandez, yay. So discussion and possible action on ordinance 2026-17, establishing uniform standards of conduct for all elected officials.
God, I don't have that anywhere in these meetings here. So I'm
It should
wondering why
be-
you have that,
it-
but we
It should
don't.
be in your packet.
Yeah, but Mr. Bravo should concur that in his minutes.
You're reading from minutes too, aren't you?
I'm
Yes, sir.
reading.
I'm reading from Council of Balcony Heights, Texas, regular city council minutes meetings, June 22nd.
That's what I'm reading here,
And
it's not
it's,
here.
page 2 of the 14 pages under consent agenda.
You have ordinance 2026-17,
That's it.
which established uniform standard of conduct for all
That's
elected
it, sir.
officials, but that doesn't say,
That is it, sir.
then it's not posted correctly. It was,
It's in
I
the
know, but
verbiage.
the language, if that was the language
But that's
that
not
was
the only,
used on
that's not the only
agenda-
thing it addresses, sir.
I know, I'm just, okay, but I'm just saying, it was not properly posted then for the public to understand what that subject was about,
But it went under discussion and a vote.
understandably. But the posting of it was not transparent enough for the public to know, or even the council to understand what it was. So you understand what happened, Ms. Weaver? What happened was, it was veiled as a, here's the way it reads in the minutes, because I don't have it in front of me, the actual thing. Discussion and possible action on ordinance 2026-17, establishing uniform standards of conduct for all elected officials does not say anything about locking officials out of the building, restricting their access, changing their passcodes. None of that is in this at all. So you see the problem with the transparency of that particular item that created the problem that we're having right now. So my suggestion is, Ms. Weaver, you have the option of placing this on the agenda again for discussion in a future council meeting or a special meeting and have it revisited again. And you have the option to revoke it or rescind it. Present it before the council for them to look at it and make a decision if that's what they want to do. Okay? But for now, if he has a signed copy, which I did not sign.
I didn't have it. I don't have anything.
And I don't have a copy of it, the signature.
I can get you a copy.
I don't have the actual signed copy, which should have been presented to the mayor, and it wasn't.
I mean, I was
I don't
reading
have
it from
here.
I was reading
Point of
it from
correction,
the-
you just said you refused to sign it, so how would you have a copy of it, sir?
Mr. Hernandez, again, please quit interrupting, sir. I am really reluctant to have you removed. I don't want to do it.
Mayor, may I be
You're gonna force
recognized?
my hand, so please. The chair does not recognize you, Mr. Burton, so I'm trying to keep decorum of the meeting in a professional manner. Please don't start disrupting the meeting as y'all have in the past. I'm trying to keep the decorum in a professional manner. Work with me, please, to try to keep this council meeting going.
Mayor.
So,
Mayor.
again, see, Mr. Burton.
I'm trying to understand what happened.
Mayor.
You are testing me to remove you out. You keep talking without being recognized. Stop.
Well, then
Stop.
recognize me, sir.
Stop, please. Stop.
You're refusing to recognize me, yet you say that you're keeping order.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to tell you right now, you are out of order. This is your last chance to not speak anymore without being recognized. No more, please. Don't make me do what I don't want to do.
So, Mayor,
Let's just resolve,
Mayor.
excuse me, Mr. Trevino. Let's finish with Ms. Weaver. I'll recognize you before, if I feel like I need to. Ms. Weaver, then, are you satisfied with that? Would you mind then considering the fact that you
Can we
didn't
put it on
answer
the
your
agenda for
question?
next meeting? Because
Yes,
I'd like
ma'am.
to clarify it.
Right, and you can put it in writing and send it to the city administrator to have it put on a future agenda to discuss.
What if she
again.
doesn't put it on there? Like when she takes off what she wants
has
to take off?
Because you are an elected official. Every elected official is duly empowered to place items on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Now that
So
I
she
know that.
has to put it on there.
May I be recognized, Mayor?
No, ma'am, let's move on. We spent too much time on
No.
this. It's very simple for us to move on. What is it that you want
Mayor.
to say, Ms.? And I just don't want to kill the thing. Twenty 26 or 2027? Okay, because we're not. Okay. Right. Okay. And that's what I pretty much said already. Yes. And that's pretty much what I reiterated just earlier. So that's why I didn't want to beat it over the head any more than what we've already have. And I, not to be rude to you, I just wanted to move on. I have to keep the meeting moving on. So we don't want to get disrupted with too much input. All right? I think it's pretty simple. Ms. Molly, are you satisfied with what you need to hear? Yes. Okay, good. Let's move on. All right. So we will move on now to the next item on the agenda. We have now the consent agenda items. These items may be acted upon in a single motion, no separate discussion or action on these items will be held unless requested by a council member. Public comment on these items may be heard during the public comment period. However, that does not mean the item will be considered outside of the consent agenda. We have the approval of the minutes of June 22nd, 2026. Who would like to address that, please?
May I be recognized?
Mr. Burton, yes, you may be recognized. Go right ahead, sir.
I'd like to approve the minutes in their entirety.
Okay, we have a motion to approve those in the entirety. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second.
We have a second by Councilman Lysia. Now we'll have any further discussion. I'll call for further discussion from any council members on any question pertaining to the items on the agenda.
I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lysia, you can.
I'm going under the, are we already on the finance or just on the,
Anywhere you would like to go, sir.
Okay.
It's, you know.
on
we have
the,
open
on the
discussion.
finance? I'm on page 2.
Page 2, okay. Go ahead, sir.
There's a payout for 2,125 for Balcones Heights Visitor Center. I'd like to know that if there's anything else and what was the total spent on this item?
Ms. Ms. Hernandez, would you answer him, please, and provide a
I will get
response?
that number for you.
Okay.
That was the final bill that we paid to the designer for that project.
Okay. And that went through council? We had council approval to move forward with the design of that
No,
visitor
sir.
center?
It did not. It was approved later on throughout, when the project was finalizing, that's when it was approved.
Okay, help me understand this. So we made a expense without council approval?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how does that happen?
It's a good question. Ask Ms. Hernandez. She was heavily involved in that as well, participating in every single meeting.
I was the
pretty
one
much.
that brought it to the council's attention because it was being done by the EDC chairman and the mayor.
Oh, okay.
The mayor
Okay.
never called the meeting, so that's incorrect in your assessment.
Okay,
It
so
was
so
you.
this is one when that ordinance went by, that the EDC wanted to get away from having to do anything with city council.
No,
Pretty much, that EDC did not want to go before city council for expenditures.
That was before, sir.
That was before? Okay. Is that ordinance still or resolution still in place to where EDC does not come before council?
Yes, that ordinance still in place.
Okay.
Mr. Lysia, would you like me to add anything to that or not?
No,
With that
we'll get
information?
back to the future agenda items because I'd like to bring that item back up.
Just so you know, Mr. Hernandez was the one that proposed that.
It
To
does,
separate from EDC from the council.
that's fine, that's fine.
Just so you know. yes.
And then we'll bring back that
Okay,
item.
sounds good. All right, any other question, Mr.
Yes,
Lysia?
on page 5, we have Hoff Associates for 34,000, I'm sorry.
That is the engineering firm that is helping us with the Hillcrest project to purchase those properties that we need.
Thank you. That's
Which
all
one
the
is that,
questions I
Mr.
have.
Lysia? Which item is that? On page 5?
Page 8.
Page 8, okay.
Mhm. I'm sorry, no,
Yes,
it's
I
not page
can
8.
mark it here, page 7, page 8. Okay. And that's gonna be HALF, H-A-L-F?
Yeah, never mind. That was on page 5.
Oh, it was on page 5.
Page 5, yeah.
okay. Page 5. Let me just look real quick so I can mark it that you're concerned on that. Okay, I see it. Item number, it says 536 on the left, right? 6/4/2026?
I think so.
Oh, that's J.C. Wall. Hoff, where's that at? Okay, Halif, 34,761? Was that your concern, Mr. Lysia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Lysia?
No, I yield the floor.
Okay, anybody else would like to have the floor? Any other questions? I do have some questions. For our city administrator and our city secretary, please provide me a detailed invoice billing like we had in the previous meetings for the general legal services to Borjo Kest Law Firm for the amount of $8,932.50. I'd like to have a detail, please, for
I'll
that.
email everybody that.
Excuse me?
I will email everybody
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And then on page 5, we have a rebuilt recoil starter payable to Lamar Gillian on June 22nd, 2026. To my knowledge, does Mr. Lamar have a business license and sales tax number and to run a mechanic business or something out of the city or his home? It's actually asking the city administrator.
He is one of the few that has been registered with the city to have a business in his home.
Okay, and then there are TCEQ requirements being followed for that in terms of contamination of soil and anything like that, oil or mechanical contaminants that are on the.
Yes, they have.
Okay, great. Well, that's what I needed to know. Thank you, Mr. Gillian. I was just asking, sir. We got it. Appreciate it. Thank you. If you can provide me with a copy of that license and then what you just said right now,
Okay.
that has been cleared to TCEQ. And just provide documentation or confirmation of that. A sales tax certificate as well, to see if the one exists. And here we have IT services and support a little high. I've been watching the bills there, and it looks like it's almost $9,000. That's what we've been averaging, right? Roughly?
Yes, usually it's about 8,000 with
Yeah.
our invoices, but lately we've been bombarded by hackers.
Yeah.
So we've been using our IT department a little bit more.
Okay, good to know.
Mayor, I'd like to be recognized.
I'm still got some things going on real quick, and then after I finish, you can be recognized. We have an offer, Cody Schilling, correct? I guess that's for events for 2003-2041.
What page is that?
I'm sorry, page 8, at the lower the lower bottom of the page. Cody Schilling, is he one of our officers?
Yes, this is one of
Okay,
our
so I
officers.
assume that's for like after-hour work or something like that?
No.
Yeah.
That is his regular paycheck. We had to bring it up separately from payroll.
Okay, what
Mhm.
happened?
There was a mishap on the Paycom.
Okay,
So it was either he had to wait for another payroll to come, or we run it by
to get his money
to
right
get
away,
his
yeah.
money. Mhm.
Yeah, I was just curious because it was a little bit out
Mhm.
of context. I think that's pretty much it. On the budget, the quarter endings, I've reviewed all the numbers. I do anticipate and see, as the budget officer of the city, I do anticipate that I think caution the city to be very careful on a lot of the purchases that are being considered by the council. The vast amount of money that's going to be spent in the departments need to be looked at because as the economy is being projected to take a really bad downturn right now, considering the war efforts that are out there. And if we go out on a full-scale war, we may be looking the possibility where businesses will scale back. We may be losing sales tax revenue. So let's anticipate for that. In the past, I was making sure that we wanted to balance the budget. I did review the budget hearing that really shouldn't have been held because it was 3 members instead of 4. The second one, y'all did comply and didn't carry that Open Meetings Act violation, but the first one you did. In that meeting, I reviewed what was said in that meeting, and there were several comments that were attributed to the mayor that said because of the mayor had reduced the fire department, and, you know, I hope that that was done because of budgetary reasons, and I'd like to dispel your concerns, Councilman Lysail, just so you know, it was done for budgetary. That was how I was able to balance the budget. I was able to provide excessive up to $300,000 in contingency fees for the city. However, we're starting to go right back into taking in, we're spending more, we're going to be possibly spending more than what we're taking in. So as mayor, I'm just issuing you a word of caution because what'll happen is, again, a tough decision will have to be made where reduction in force may be necessary. That's the only place that you have high expenditures, and the 2 main ones are the police and fire. And so, to my understanding, in the budget hearing that y'all had on the 6th, there was a comment made that I think close to $500,000 that the police department is already anticipating and requesting extra funds in that amount. And that's in in addition to the money he already has, plus the 1,030,000 or 1,030,000 or so that's in the Crime Control Commission budget. So he's getting $1,030,000, roughly estimated, from the Crime Control, which funds about 3 or 4 or 5 other officers, 4 at least. And then he's also getting funded by the general fund. So I'm just saying, we need to be a little bit more conservative. Let's try to be conservative with the taxpayer dollars, which has always been my concern from day one. And let's try not to go too far out and spend more than what we're bringing in. Just be careful on that, and that's just my word of caution to all departments when you consider adopting your budget in the council. And that's it. That's all I have. Just make sure that I just put that out there and put it on the record. And so keep up the good work. I think the departments are doing very well in the sense of code compliance. I'm very happy to see that the talks that we had in our staff meetings before our new city administrator, all of the events that I have been advocating for have been taking place. We've been having all the events at the park. We've been having increased patrolling into the neighborhoods. Everything that I promised you when I ran for mayor, I have kept my promise. And that has been where the oversight has come on department heads, to make sure they perform and provide taxation with representation. That's what every citizen wants, wherever they live, in whatever community they live in, is give me something back for my tax dollars. And that's all. And so I think the departments have done a good job. The grants, that was thinking outside the box. So Nick, for doing that, whoever did that got that grant for the 500 and something through the CDBG, Maria, all of that is good. And that's what we need to continue doing in our community, because it's been a plus. The lights, the upcoming bike trails, the improvement to the parks, all of these things were the things that I pushed very hard on to get done. And sometimes that push gets misconstrued, as it was said earlier, the perception. But my heart and my objective and my intent has always been good, to improve our community. And I've worked very hard to try to do that.
Mayor, may I
So
be recognized?
Thank you, staff, very much. Mr. Lysia,
Thank-
if it's
thank-
in reference to this, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the sermon. The one thing that I want to emphasize is, I know you've mentioned I. In reading local government code, the mayor is the ceremonial body, the ceremonial representative. It is the council that does the legislative and takes care of the words. So it is the mayor with the lead, but it is the council that works at everything else. So, and you know, moving forward, let's just keep moving forward and do what's best for the community.
Let's change it and say we. How's that? Does that sound better? Let's say we. So we have done this together. We have worked together. We have done everything to put our city moving forward. And I thank we and all of us. Would that be okay, Mr. Lysia?
On that one, I would like to extract myself from the we of the lawsuit.
See, Mr. Lysia, please. Okay.
And this,
All right.
Mayor, if I
All
could be
right.
recognized.
Yes, hold on just one second. Mr. Lysia, you've made 2 insulting remarks. Earlier, the sermon. Second, what you just said right now. Please, like Mr. Hernandez, stop making a clown of yourself in a public forum. Please conduct yourself in a professional manner. Restrict yourself. I have been. I have been, ma'am, please don't do that. Don't do that, because I'll have to remove you. Stop. Well, that's fine. I've done it before. So please, just stop. We don't need a circus up here. We're trying to conduct business. Let's continue, please. I keep begging you to please stop. Okay? I'm conducting myself in a professional manner. You may not like what I say, but I'm conducting myself in a professional. I'm being respectful and I'm being inclusive. So, thank you. All right. Where were we at? You wanted Ms. Trevino to say something?
Yes, if I could urge everybody at the dais, mayor and council members, let's stick with the agenda and strictly with the agenda. We're on a consent agenda. We are not on a discussion for budget and budget preparations. And we have a motion on the floor regarding approval of the minutes. So let's stick with the
Right.
agenda so that we
But
can
these
move
were
on through.
comments related to the budget, to this agenda form. So I'm the presiding officer. I appreciate your input, but I'll make that determination as presiding officer. Thank you for your input.
Yes, sir. I'm
Okay,
just
thank
urging
you.
you to stick with items that are actually
Yes, ma'am.
listed on the agenda.
Thank you. I'm the presiding officer. I'll make that determination. Thank you for your input. All right, so let's go ahead and move forward. Then we have a vote, second by Lysia, and we've had a vote on the floor. Let's all call for the vote to accept all of the items on the consent agenda to approve it. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any nays? No nays? The ayes have it, 5-0. Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right, the business items everybody's waiting for. It's number 7. This is going to be discussion and possible action on resolution number 2026-23R, declaring no confidence in Mayor Rodriguez, presented by Councilmember Jimmy Hernandez, who placed the item on the agenda. So before we begin, I'm going to make a statement to read during this council meeting for July 27, 2026. I then will proceed with moving on the action. I will ask everybody on the council dais to conduct themselves professionally. Do not get out of hand, do not get emotional, and do not go over and start any trouble, because this is your last warning. All right. So the statement to read during the council meeting. Statement regarding improper agenda item number 1. Proposed vote of no confidence against the mayor. Resolution 2026-23R, proposed by Jimmy Hernandez. Members of the council and members of the public, I want to address the agenda item calling for a vote of no confidence against the mayor. I believe it's important for the public record to understand that this item raises significant legal and governance concerns. The office of mayor in a general law A municipality is an elected office established by Texas law. The mayor serves because the citizens exercise their right to vote and elected an individual to serve in that position. The authority to remove an elected official does not rest with a simple vote of the governing body express dissatisfaction or disagreement. So the authority to remove an elected official does not rest with a simple vote of the governing body expressing dissatisfaction or disagreement. A vote of no confidence is not a statutory removal mechanism for an elected mayor. Such votes are generally associated with appointed officials, employees, or individuals who serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority. An elected official does not serve at the pleasure of political opponents or a temporary majority of a governing body. An elected official serves at the direction of the voters. Therefore, the agenda item appears to attempt to create a process and authority that does not exist under Texas law. If the purpose of this item is merely to express a political opinion, then that should be clearly understood by the public. However, if the intent is to suggest that the council has the authority to remove, discipline, and diminish the lawful authority of an elected mayor through a no confidence vote, that would be an inaccurate representation of municipal authority. I further object to this agenda item because it appears to constitute an ultra-virus attempt to use municipal authority for a purpose beyond the powers granted to the city council under Texas law. The city council has authority to conduct municipal businesses, adopt ordinances, approve policies, and perform duties granted by statute. However, a governmental authority must be exercised within the limits established by law. A governing body cannot create new powers for itself simply because a political disagreement exists. The placement of this item also raises concern regarding whether municipal processes are being used for a legitimate governmental purpose, or instead as a vehicle for political retaliation, reputational damage, or an attempt to undermine an elected official through a procedure that has no legal effect. I want to be clear. Disagreements among elected officials are part of the democratic process. However, disagreements do not authorize one branch of the government to disregard the limits placed upon it by law. The proper remedy for disagreement with an elected official is through lawful democratic processes, including public debate, accountability, and ultimately the election process. This council should not use official government procedures to create the appearance of authority it does not possess. I respectfully request that this agenda item be withdrawn, reconsidered, or clearly identified for what it is, a political expression rather than a legally recognized action against an elected official. The citizens elected this mayor, and the citizens, not political opponents, will determine the future of this office through the lawful electoral process. Thank you, Mayor Rodriguez. So proceed, council, as to how you would see fit. Let's open it up for discussion. And who would like to have the floor regarding this item number one? Yes,
Someone would like to speak on number one.
okay.
Would you
please
like to
call
do
her
that
forward,
first?
Please,
Okay.
and allow her to come in and make her statement. Please, thank you for the opportunity.
My name is Lamar Gillian. I reside at 324 Glen Arm. I think this council has a right to move on this item. It's an expression of concern, and it's a concern that many of us in the community have. I heard earlier what my good friend had to say about being fit for a certain job. It takes a tremendous amount of discipline, resolve, empathy to do the job of mayor. There's some things I don't see at all. One of the things is empathy. I see 10 to 14 people that have left this city, have been removed by direction of the mayor, have been removed, have been given ultimatums, either do this or I'm going to do that. And I think that that's reason to bring this up. Mayor, you've done a lot of good things. I agree. I have to tell you that you've done a lot of good things, but you've treated people in this city with disrespect, lack of appreciation, your threats to them. You have, in this investigation going on right now, I heard Councilmember Weaver say that it's all hearsay. You on television said it's all baloney, in so many words. And you were asked, have you read the report? You said, I don't need to read the report. And what does that say? Does that make me confident in my mayor? Not at all. So back to the thing about hearsay. Hearsay, an example of hearsay, and I have an attorney here and she'll correct me if I'm wrong, is Jack comes up to me and says, I heard that Mayor so-and-so did this. And then someone calls me up or brings me in front to provide testimony for something, and I say, Mayor so-and-so did this. Well, where did you find that out? Did you actually see it? Was someone told you that? That's hearsay. My understanding in this investigation was these people had sworn affidavits when they filed their complaint. I may be wrong, but it wasn't hearsay. People stood up for their right to speak against someone creating a hostile environment, and they did. And I think they truthfully did. I've known some of these people for almost 20 years. I've seen some good people leave after being here for 30 years, doing a fantastic job. One that comes to my mind is Yvonne Baez. She was here for 30 plus years. She had a really good rating, fully successful or greater. I think all those people did. And they were just fired because someone didn't like them. So yes, gentlemen, we have to come forward. We have to say, we don't have confidence in this mayor. And if this comes to vote, anybody that does not vote for this, I tell you this right now, look at the camera and tell everybody you care more about pleasing this mayor over taking care of employees. Thank you.
So for the record, I just want to say thank you, Mr. Gillian, very much for coming up and providing your input. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak?
For number one.
Okay, anything else from the confidence of the, rather from the council? Who would like to have the floor? Councilman Hernandez, the author of the item, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Council and members of the public and Mayor. When I ran for city council, I had two major goals that aligned with the mayor: to preserve our police dispatch operations rather than to contract them out, and to help find a financially beneficial path forward for our partnership at Wonderland of the Americas. We made progress on both of these priorities, and for that reason, I initially believed we could work together productively. At the beginning of this working relationship, it was made clear that independent decision-making would be respected. Support was offered for a council that would vote according to conscience and values, even when disagreements arose. But over time, that is not what occurred. In my experience, when differences of opinion surfaced, the mayor's response was often public criticism, belittling, and pressure directed at council members and others who did not agree with his position. Because of this matter has become public, it is important to set the record straight. Concerns about the mayor did not come from one person or one incident. Complaints came from employees, city officials, and members of the community. For a time, these complaints were dismissed as politics or personal conflict. But as events unfolded, the pattern became harder to ignore. The turning point for me came on February 14th, the filing deadline for mayor. When no one filed to run against him, I saw an immediate change in him. The look in his eyes told me he felt emboldened, and within that week, he confided in me that we needed to terminate Police Chief Cavazos and City Administrator Maria Hernandez. From there, the Mark 43 system became the issue. It became the vehicle through which these intentions began to play out. My understanding was that the system fit the city's original goal of modernizing dispatch and potentially creating a service model that would become a revenue-generating asset for the city. Yet after supporting the broader direction, the mayor sharply changed course, and shortly before the February meeting, expressed a desire to remove key officials, including the police chief and city administrator. Soon after council approved that system, concerns escalated further. The city administrator was pressured to discipline police personnel for supposedly lobbying myself, even though that alleged communications did not happen. Shortly after, complaints and resignations followed, including allegations of official oppression. Those events added to broader concerns that employees were being intimidated and retaliated against. The mayor has publicly suggested that these issues stem from questions about missing ticket writers in the police department. That explanation does not tell the full story. These devices were outdated. One device missing predated our current leadership. An insurance claim had been paid, and the city was already replacing them. In other words, this was not the kind of issue that justifies the level of disruption or accusation and turmoil that followed. More importantly, the complaints against the mayor should be evaluated on their own merits. There were not simply rumors or political disagreements. They were presented as complaints that had been reviewed and substantiated by an independent third party with no political interest. The concerns described include intimidation, threats, inappropriate language, and conduct inconsistent with the dignity of public office. One example of that incorporates conduct was brought directly to me by a former employee who provided a recording of a staff meeting. In that recording, the mayor uses the F word multiple times and referring to those he viewed as complainers makes the statement that when you know you're getting raped, you should lay down and enjoy it. That language is vile, demeaning, and wholly incompatible with the dignity and professionalism required of public office. This is not leadership, and this is not acceptable. The issue is bigger than a personal disagreement. It's about whether city employees, appointed officials, elected officials, and residents can expect a workplace and a city government that is professional, respectful, and guided by sound judgment. It is also about whether authority is being used to serve the public or to pressure, punish, or discredit people who do not fall in line. What makes this even more troubling is that many of the very city officials that he's targeting now, are people the mayor himself selected and supported. He handpicked the city administrator, the chief of police, the city attorney, and the city secretary. But these individuals would not simply yield to his demands or validate his actions. He turned on them as well. The city attorney is a clear example. After concerns were brought forward and these matters began coming to light, he publicly attacked her character and called for her removal, despite having praised and recognized her less than 30 days earlier with the Legal Eagle Award. That kind of reversal speaks volumes. This is not about rooting out wrongdoing. It's about punishing people who refuse to go along with him. For these reasons, confidence in the mayor's leadership has been broken. Public office requires temperament, restraint, accountability, and respectful for others. When those qualities are repeatedly absent, the council has a duty to speak clearly. Therefore, based on the conduct and pattern described here, I support this action and move that the council declare that there is no confidence in the mayor's leadership. And going on Mr. Hebert's recommendation, I sincerely ask you, sir, to resign your position as mayor. We know that we cannot remove you, so we're asking for you to resign.
Well, I appreciate it very much for your concern, but the will of the people have spoken and placed me in this position, and everything that y'all have said, and I want to thank you so much, Mr. Hernandez. You have provided so much of a wealth of information. Mr. Gillian, I unfortunately could not respond, and as I cannot respond now on anything regarding the details of the complaints or anything, I will not, because there's a time and a place for that. And that's why the federal lawsuit was filed. That's where the court will take time and place under sworn testimony and oath. And all of the things you brought up, believe it or not, and Mr. Hernandez, is hearsay. It's not been substantiated. It's not been investigated properly. I was not provided due process. I did not get an opportunity to confront my accusers. Equipment was not checked to make sure that it wasn't altered. The custody of evidence was not looked at carefully. How do you know it wasn't tampered? How do you know things weren't done where documents were altered? You don't know. Only a court of law will prove that. And as Mr. Hebert said, as an investigator, I know these things, and all the law enforcement officials know it as well too. It's what you can prove, and that will be proven in a court of law. That's where it belongs. All of this right here is pretext for ultra-virus conduct. That's all it is. It's pretext for ultra-virus conduct, and you will have to wait and see what develops from the federal case to be able. Regardless, Mr. Hernandez, I just, in the words of the McCarthyism, when the Secretary of Army told McCarthy, "Sir, have you no decency? At what point will you continue to stoop yourself to such a level that you believe by your hate for me is so great, and those others that you hate me so much that you wish to destroy me and try to character assassinate me in public? It's not going to work. The people voted me in. I will stand proud. I will defend the Constitution, the Texas Constitution, and the oath that I took for office when I took it. And if that means that I have to continue to be persecuted in the presence of people that are here right now and publicly you know, just completely try to be destroyed, then so be it. That is the challenge I took when I ran for office. And in so much that I have to answer to the public for what is being said about me, you will have to answer the public yourself as an elected official at one point in your career and when your election comes up. So therefore, it doesn't matter to me what you say, whether you say for me to resign or other people to resign. I will tell you right now that I will not resign from my position because I feel very strongly that I'm doing the right thing to help this community. I've been working very hard and I've been doing a lot of things to improve this community. Everything that I've done is not criminal. Name one criminal action that I've taken. None. That's why you can't remove me from office. So all these things, again, are pretexts for ultra-virus conduct. And the after effect of it has had a tremendous toll on my office as mayor. I can't conduct meetings. I can't oversee the conduct because officials that are in these positions, and you're right, I did hire them, but they lied to me. They lied to me directly on a lot of things which will be brought up in court. Like I'm telling you, you will see it. And Mr. Hernandez, again, I can't thank you enough for your speech because you put it on the record. Thank you. Everything that you said in there, I'm so glad you
You're
put it
welcome.
in there. Thank you so much. And so I appreciate your concern. I hear you, what you're asking me to resign, and I respectfully decline. And I will continue to serve in my position with honor for the community. Okay? Anybody else have any other thing to say? I don't want to argue or fight about anything. And well, it has to be on the, they have to be written to come up to speak. So anybody else on the dais needs to speak?
May I
Mr.
be
Burton?
recognized?
Go ahead, sir.
The conduct that I just heard in that his dissertation of no confidence. We're not that is documented by several employees. And if you truly said that, I wasn't there, so I didn't hear it. But if you truly said that, just saying lay back and enjoy it, that's how wrong is that?
I'm not
is-
going to comment on anything of hearsay, like
That-
I
that
said.
is-
So
that
you're
is-
you're entitled to your
for-
opinion, and I'm listening. And
but you're not letting
I
me
appreciate
speak.
your input.
But you keep interrupting.
No, I'm just
And
telling
that's
you. I
what you
appreciate
do.
your input.
You
Go-
interrupt.
See, you play that game. Go ahead. I'm not going to interrupt you again. Go right ahead. You have the
So
floor, sir.
again, if you truly said those things in front of employees, that's wrong. That's not being mayorly. That's not being conducting. That's just cruel. That's cruelty. And with that, may I make a motion?
You're free to do whatever you like, Ms.
I
Councilman
move to make,
Burton.
I
It's up
move to
you.
make a motion to take action on resolution 26-23R, voting of no confidence in the mayor Rodriguez.
No problem. It has no effect on me whatsoever.
See,
So
May I be
You
recognized?
asked me a question.
May I be
all right?
recognized?
So
No,
or rather, were you asking me a question? Okay, then
was-
proceed. You still have the floor.
That was my
Okay, so a motion is on the floor. Let's call
motion.
for a second. Do we have a second to that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a second by Councilman Lucea. Let's open it up for any further discussion. Any other discussion? Anybody else like to say? Ms. Weaver, please.
Hello.
Go right ahead.
Okay, this is the way I see it, and I'm not a politician. I don't know how to be a politician. I just know that when I campaigned for the people here, the city themselves, the residents themselves, because I've been a resident for over 70 years, and I don't like the way I'm being treated. And so I ran, and they hired me, and they voted for me. And Mr. Rodriguez, the mayor, he went and he wholeheartedly started everything he wanted to start. Sometimes he gets aggressive, but he doesn't get rude, and he doesn't get ugly, and he doesn't yell unless he's yelled at. And several people yell at him. But does he go and say, "You yelled at me, I'm going to complain"? No, he just takes it with a grain of salt. That's who you are. What is it, sir?
Mr. Herbert,
I would beg the opportunity to address the council.
Mr. Herbert, we're just going to continue to get finished with this. There's a motion on the floor. A vote has been made. A second, I'm speaking louder because I know you're hard of hearing. You got the hearing aids. Can you hear me? So a second has been made. We have an active motion on the floor. There's discussion that's being taken place. So thank you for your input, but prefer not to put it in right now. Let's just move forward. We have that on the agenda, or rather the motion.
Clarity, I won't be given the opportunity.
No, sir. No, sir. Let's move forward so we can get over this and move forward as much quickly as possible so we don't have to deal with this anymore than we have to. Ms. Weaver, are you finished with your statement yet?
No.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay.
Please don't
You're a
disrupt
special
again.
investigator and you know how to investigate. You found several discrepancies, several things wrong with the council, the people we hired that was under false pretense. And so he was going to take action on it. And that's when all of the retaliation to him started, all of the complaints, all of the assumptions, all of the just allegations. That's all they are. So what if they're on a piece of paper? So what if they're written? They're not proof. They're not. It's not proof. Period. I could tell you. Look at you. I'll say I'm brown. Well, am I brown or dark brown or light brown? You just don't. My mother taught me never believe half of what you see and nothing of what you hear, because it's always the way you interpret it, and that's what's wrong with this system right here. He's trying really hard to do something. He asks you to do something. You don't do it, or you don't do it in a timely manner, or you don't give him a reason. And then he gets, well, why didn't you do it? Then you get upset because he's questioning you. It's a vicious circle. He's the mayor. He has the right to ask you something. He has a right to ask you to do something. He has a right to get an answer. But nobody wants to give him answers. Nobody wants to work with him. They all want to work against him. You're taking care of your police department. You want to be number one. She's taking care of the grants. She's doing a great job. But sometimes she doesn't respond right away. And sometimes she needs to. And so when you people, he's just trying to tell you how to better yourself. And you're over here getting all upset. Okay? And I'm not really upset. I'm just disappointed. I'm disappointed in Jack. He doesn't remember that he said that. He did remember. He just didn't want to turn it over. He wanted to give it to Mr. Lasea. So I said, okay, fine. That's what he wants. That's what he's going to get. I second it. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and argue with everybody. Everybody wants it their own way. It can't be that way. It has to be organized. And Mr. Rodriguez has got pretty much everybody by the yin yang, and you're just going to find out in August what's going to happen.
See, and basically what it is, ladies and gentlemen, it's that employees don't want to be held accountable. In the past, you have things that were occurring. In the past administration, you had at least 5 city administrators that were, resigned or quit and when moved on. There were thefts in the city, where an accounting person that came in and stole some money. We had a police lieutenant arrested and indicted for tampering with evidence. I discovered a lot of these things because employees come to me and they make reports to me. And I don't create these things. I'm not thinking every day, how am I going to go after this person or that person? I don't have time for that. When it gets brought to my attention by a valid concern, and I bring it before the city council to take action about it, and they do nothing about it, and it's all the proof is in the minutes, all the proof is in the meetings. You'll see them. Just go back and look. From day one, I have been harping about overspending. I have been harping about there's over-salaried positions. I've been telling you that we are in trouble. We're operating on an $8 million budget and we had $9 million in expenditure. It really surprises me that my colleague, Mr. Burton, who was very much involved in that, he also said some things and got in arguments publicly with the former mayor, called out Mr. Gillian. Mr. Gillian has been disruptive in meetings where he's had to have been removed. I mean, at what point, ladies and gentlemen, are you going to stop doing the things that are being done and let's take care of city business? That's all I've ever been wanting to do. is take care of city business. And if you look back on the history of everything that is in documented form, that's exactly what I've been doing. That's it. I've been doing nothing more. And I hold those because why? Because the statute of the local government code gives me the authority to oversee the conduct of every subordinate official of the city and cause any negligence, carelessness.
Call to question. Can we
Yeah.
vote on
The
this?
chair,
Well, I'd like to
the
be
chair
recognized
does not-
before we go,
the
before we
chair
go
is
on.
not going to recognize because it's basically,
May I be
okay, you know
recognized?
what?
May I
Let's
be
move,
recognized?
excuse me, Mr. Lisea, please. Mr. Burton, I will go ahead and take you up on your, call the question. The question has been called. We have the vote on the floor, first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 2 ayes.
Aye.
Mr. Lisea, aye. Mr. Ebersol and Ms. Weaver.
Nay.
Abstain.
Okay, abstain for Mr. Ebersol, nay for Ms. Weaver. So one abstention, one one nay, and the rest of the 3 is going to be a. Okay, so the motion carries. Let's move on.
Mayor, I'd like to be recognized.
Well, in reference to this item on the agenda, we've already finished it, so no, I'm not going to recognize you on it. Let's move on.
Let's move on. Okay.
It's been done. Thank you, sir, very much. We're not going to spend more time on this. Let's go. Number 2, the time is already going to be, so we're going to move through these pretty
Let's
fast.
take,
Excuse me,
take a
Mr.
10-minute
Lisea.
recess.
Mr. Lisea, stop interrupting the chair. The time is a little bit moving. We're going to move faster on these items. It's 8:26. The presiding chair will call for a break in just a minute. Just let's move forward because we spent enough time on this item number 1. Let's get through this thing, ladies and gentlemen. Discussion and possible action on resolution number 2026-24R, authorizing the mayor pro tem and city administrator to select special counsel and execute an engagement letter for the purposes of compliance with the investigation and hearing requirements for any complaints filed pursuant to ordinance 2026-17. Maria Hernandez, when I need to ask you as the presiding chair on this item, it's not very transparent as it does not list the purposes of the compliance with what investigation are you referring to? Can you please clarify for us?
It's an investigation of the violation of ordinance 2026-17.
And who violated that ordinance?
You, Mayor.
Okay, so why is it not placed to specifically name
Because
me
we're
as the
not
violation?
saying who violated, we just
You just said it,
need to hire an investigating attorney.
to investigate the mayor. So you needed to put this item on
Anyone
this
that
agenda.
violates this ordinance, because this ordinance pertains to all elected officials.
Okay, but you just said me, so that distinguishes me from all of the elected officials. You just designated me. You see
You
how the things-
violated the ordinance.
Yeah,
Mayor.
but see, ladies and gentlemen, you see how the things are being done? This is exactly what I'm referring to the ultra-virus conduct. There are
Let's
rules and
call the
procedures,
mayor.
Mr. Lisea, please, remove him out for about 5 minutes and tell him he can come back in. Let him think about what he's doing.
Mr.
And I
Mayor?
won't tolerate him again.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I'd like to ask Mr. Trevino if that's a
Sir, I'm the
possibility that
presiding
can be,
officer.
that
Mr.
the
Trevino-
city,
Mr.
the sitting
Cavazos?
council members can be removed by an
Mr.
officer.
Mr. Cavazos, you're out of order.
You acknowledge.
You're
me.
out of
You
order. I
acknowledge
am the
me, sir.
presiding officer, sir.
Yes, sir,
I
but you
run this
acknowledge
meeting.
me.
Okay, Mr. Trevino does not run this meeting.
I understand, but
run
you
it.
acknowledge me and ask a
So
question.
I am the one that determines who
understand,
stays
sir.
and who doesn't.
I
Now,
asked a
I
question.
asked in the beginning of the meeting, I asked, the chaplain even asked you as well, please, let's conduct ourselves professionally. Let's try to respect each other. Let's talk to each other in a professional manner. Y'all are escalating this thing, and I've warned you repeatedly, have I not, to stop so that I don't have to remove anybody. Have I not done that at least 5 or 6 times already? And y'all have not complied. You continue, and then you tell me that I'm the person that's causing the problems. You are the problem, but you don't want to adhere to a decorum, which is running a professional meeting. Do you understand how embarrassing this looks to people? Okay, so stop, please. I'm begging you to stop. Each one of you conduct yourself professionally. So I am the presiding officer. All right? Now, Mr. Lisea, you've been removed many times from these proceedings. You know I don't tolerate that. Are you going to continue, sir? Can I have your promise you will comply and respect the decorum of this meeting? Will you promise me, sir? Yes or no is a simple question to answer. Yes or no?
I will abide by the rules set by the council.
By the mayor and the presiding officer who is running the meeting.
According to local government 22-38, the council determines the mode of the meeting,
But
not the mayor, not the
is
presiding
the
officer.
presiding officer, sir. So
I will
is that a
abide,
no or
I will
yes?
abide by the
Okay,
rules
so then I
established
know
by the
what to
council.
do. In the next instance that you do, I'm going to have you removed if you disrupt this proceedings any further. We've already spent 5 minutes, 10 minutes on this item already, arguing about it. Let's stop. I'm wanting to get the meeting moving forward. Okay? So please comply, sir. Please. It's like 7th, 8th time I've asked. All right. So we need a vote regarding this. I'm bringing to your attention that this item potentially violates the Open Meetings Act because you're not naming the individual like you just did. So that's just my point. Now let's go ahead and, council, I'm gonna ask you for discussion and possible action on the resolution. Council, what say you as to how you would like to take action on this item?
May I be recognized?
Yes, Councilman Burton, go right
I would
ahead.
like to hear our council's opinion on this.
Well, I need us to move forward on this, so it's very simple. It was placed.
I have the floor and
Yes,
I've
but
asked-
I'm the presiding officer again.
So you're not gonna let me speak?
I'm gonna let you
You want
speak,
me
and
to
you
lay
spoke.
back and enjoy it?
You spoke, okay? You spoke. See, you think that's funny, Mr. Burton.
I don't think it's funny at all.
All
I
right, then
think it's
quit making
disgusting.
jokes, sir. Quit
I think
making
it's- I
jokes.
think it's-
You
no,
don't even
it's
know if it's true or
disgusting.
not. You're just
All right.
making statements. So again, you see what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Am I the one that's creating this or these people? These people are the ones that are creating right here. So. Okay, so again, please conform yourself to the professional. Okay, fine. So right now, I need action from the city council on the item. You placed it on the agenda, Ms. Hernandez. We need participation from the council to act on this item. What is your wish on this item? Mr. Burton, you still have the floor. Continue with your action on the item.
I would like opinion. I would like
All
an
right.
opinion from our
Ms.
city
Ms.
attorney.
Trevino, please provide an opinion to Councilman Burton, please, so that we can move the proceeding down the line.
So under the ordinance 2026-17, it creates a process for the hearing of complaints, any complaint against a city official, an elected official, whether it's the mayor or council members. And under that process, it requires that a special counsel be hired. Well, it doesn't require the hiring of special counsel. It requires special counsel to hear and investigate those complaints. The city currently does not have anybody selected to serve in that role if a complaint is filed. So this item here is to retain special counsel who would act in the event of the filing of a complaint. To my knowledge, there is currently no valid complaints under this ordinance. This is just selecting a legal counsel to serve in that capacity should one be filed.
Okay, so point of order. Why did Maria say just now she put me as the person that the complaint is about? You see, why was that statement made if it's not a true statement? My whole argument, Mr. Burton, is this. In violation of the Open Meetings Act, whenever you place an item on the agenda, it has to be transparent enough to explain to the general public who is the subject of that investigation, if there is one, or not. And that's what I was trying to clarify. So when I presented the question to Ms. Hernandez, she answered exactly what I wanted to hear, that it was about me. Now it's backtracking and saying, no, it's not about me. It's reference to any elected official, which is the way I read it. Okay, so that's fine with me. But if it is what Ms. Maria Hernandez just said on the record, that it's about me, now you've changed the context of the item and you have violated the Open Meetings Act because it is not been posted correctly in accordance to the Open Meetings Act. And that's the thing you did in the very beginning, March 9th, when you committed ultra-virus conduct by not properly placing items on the agenda with the complaint in the original investigation that was initiated against me. You see, and that's my whole point. My point is, you should have put somebody's name on here if indeed it's about me. And if it is about me, which you said it was, then you violated the Open Meetings Act because you didn't properly post it. You see what I'm saying? That's my
Mayor,
whole
may I
point.
be
That's what I was trying
recognized?
to point
May I be
so
recognized?
can we, that's all I wanted to do. So can we just vote on it? You guys get it out of the way and vote on it.
Mayor,
If this is what you want to do.
may I be recognized?
Yes, Councilman, very briefly, sir, for just maybe, just a little bit of time so we can move on, please.
The way the article is written is pretty much another tool in the toolbox to get us ready.
Just vote.
Okay, so, but for you to keep going back and back and back is just another tool for us to have in the toolbox.
Whatever you
That's
say,
it.
sir, but please, are you going to vote? Do you
Huh?
have a motion to vote?
I don't think we're at that point yet.
Okay, so let's get to that point very quickly. As a presiding officer, I want to move us quickly. Let's get us over this because it's a very simple, yes, you want to do it or you don't want to do it. Let's get it done. I'm not in objection to it. I'm not making a raising objection to anything other than the context of what was written. That's all. And I want to put it on the record. That's it. I've done it. So, Mr. Hernandez, do you have a motion for the?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda item as stated.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Appreciate you moving us along. Do we have a second to that motion?
We have a second.
Okay, Councilman Lysia, you have made the second. Call for any further discussion on the item. Any other questions, any other discussion from any council members? None? All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Anybody nay, no votes? Any nay votes? Nay for Mr. Ebersol? Ms. Weaver? Nay, 2 nays and 3 yeas. The yeas carry the motion. All right, let's move on down to number 3. Discussion and opportunity for city council members to comment on Councilwoman Weaver's comments and actions at the June 22nd, 2026 City Council meeting. Again, Councilman Jimmy Hernandez, make your point on this, please, sir, and let's move very quickly on it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. First, I wanted to ask, do we have anybody that signed up for this agenda item before I talk?
Okay, I think Mr. Bravo will bring that to our attention. Mr. Bravo, who do you have? We're on number 3. Yes, sir, we're on number 3 of business items. Okay. Ms. Cantu, go right ahead. It's your turn.
And
Mayor, council, I want to commend Councilmember Molly Weaver for not accepting the position, excuse me, of Mayor Pro Tem, recognizing she was not qualified or experienced to serve in that position. Now, this is a very uncomfortable for me to speak on. However, because it's an agenda item, I chose to. It's unfortunate that it has to be brought up, but it's necessary. I've just commended her for what she's done. However, I resent and disagree with her outbursts and negative behavior and comments as an unprofessional elected official. Unprofessional behavior is what I, as a resident, her as an elected official, I don't feel that I'm being served as a resident. I hope that this issue is resolved. And done with as an elected official. Thank you.
Thank you.
and Gillian. Mr.
Okay,
Mi-
any other
Mr.
person that's
Gillen?
wanting to speak, Mr. Bravo?
Did you want to speak? Okay, thank you.
Okay,
And
Mr.
and we have
Gillian
one
has
more.
withdrawn his input.
Yes, and we
All
have
right.
one more. We have
Who else do we
Vanessa,
have?
Vanessa Martin.
Vanessa Martin. Ms. Martin?
Council and Mayor, as a resident here, you know, everyone on this floor has had an outburst at least once that I've seen. So to turn around and go after her for stating what she feels is the same thing as what you all turn around and are doing in general with the city. It's all stupid childhood games. It's name picking, it's pointing, it's yelling at everyone because people have an opinion. Everyone's opinions is different. There's a very bad shirt I saw one time and it says everyone's opinions like, and then it shows a picture and it says, and they all stink. Okay? It really is the case. Now, part of the thing, I also know Molly. I know Molly because we work together with working with getting the cats taken care of. We work and we're trying to get our ACS inside the city. I'm actually in the middle of working with that, but that's in a later topic as well, with Molly. Okay? She has come to me and she's upset because she feels she's not being respected. She's standing out. I've never heard her actually really stand out. And I've watched many of the meetings and very rarely does she even ever speak up. So for her to speak up, that should be saying something, not just to the council, but even to the city. Molly's kept quiet. Molly's not being quiet now. What's that tell you? That means something went awry. Doesn't matter who, doesn't matter where, doesn't matter when. Something changed and she had to speak out as a resident and an electee. And as a resident who's actually come to know Molly, Molly don't talk out unless Molly's really upset because things are not right. So to sit here and ridicule her because of the fact that she's actually looking into things and speaking out because she's trying to turn around and fit in the shoes that you guys have all elected her to do, that we all see fit for her to do, she's trying to get everything in order so that she can one day be mayor pro tem. So that she can one day help out with making sure, and who knows, I'll be honest with you, I think even she could be a mayor of this city at some point because of the fact of how she runs things and how she thinks. Everyone always saw the quiet side of Molly, and now that she's spoken up, y'all decided to throw it on an agenda to attack her? How's that any different than in the last few meetings, you guys bickering back and forth with each other? She's just doing the same thing she's seeing, but she's doing it with a point this time. Everyone wanted to turn around and you threw it on the agenda for Molly? Seriously? Because she got upset? Because allegation, if you guys looked up the terms, okay? Allegation is something that's not yet fully proven, correct? It's allegedly. Another thing, not yet fully proven, okay? She stated her opinion because of that.
You finish, yep.
She stated that opinion because of that, because she actually turned around and wanted to make sure she was saying the right things and having the right opinion of it in order to turn around and stand up and actually say something for the first time in a while against everybody and against everything. Molly is reaching out of her shell and you guys are trying to push her back in it. That's not right. You guys on the city elected her. You guys have all worked with her side by side. All of you guys know Molly does not speak out unless she has a reason to. And I mean, I'm sitting here looking, and I even see you, Jack, you're shaking your head yes, because you know this. You can speak if they allow you.
So are you finished? You finished?
Yeah.
So being that it's an item on the agenda, he can respond.
Yeah.
Just a question. Are you living with Molly?
I am renting out the second.
Actually, that's none of his business. He doesn't have a right to ask that.
Okay.
It's a personal, private question. You're out of order, Mr. Burton. That's not a question. That would be somebody asking you about your medical condition. It's not right. You don't, and don't talk to residents about their personal lives. Yes, sir. Okay. You didn't need to answer that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. So we have, any other comments? Mr. Hernandez, you placed the item on the agenda.
I
Do you
do
have
have a
any
comment.
other people that you want to bring up for, that you have?
I
time
don't
to-
have any other people. I didn't have any people. I just wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity. So am I able to speak now? I have the floor.
Mr. Bravo, are we done? Okay.
Yes, sir, we are.
Mr. Hernandez has the floor. Go ahead, Mr. Ramos.
Thank you. In response to Vanessa Martin, they are no longer allegations. Those allegations were substantiated in the findings of the investigation. To Molly, Councilwoman Weaver, you were elected by the residents of this city to represent them, as you mentioned earlier, to exercise independent judgment and to uphold your duty as member of this council. You were not elected to serve as an extension of the mayor's office. Yet, on multiple occasions, you have said that you are here to support the mayor, and your actions in this matter have reflected that loyalty rather than impartial judgment the public has the right to expect. After the investigation report was presented, a report that was based on interviews with multiple individuals recounting their experiences and interactions involving the mayor, you came out of closed session and publicly dismissed it as rumors and hearsay. That characterization was especially troubling because the investigation did not rest on interviews alone. It was built on consistent accounts of multiple witnesses and further supported by audio and video recordings documenting inappropriate comments by the mayor and statements threatening people's jobs. Even with that seriousness before the council, you reduced the concerns to whether the mayor said please or thank you. Those comments were deeply dismissive of the people who came forward and of the seriousness of the findings presented to the council. Those comments have now circulated beyond this chamber and have been used publicly in the media in a way that undermines confidence in this council's willingness to take such matters seriously. When a council member appears more committed to defending the mayor than evaluating the facts independently, it raises legitimate concerns about whether that member is fulfilling the duty to the public. Councilman Weaver, the public has elected you to represent them, not to defend the mayor at all costs. Your comments have shown loyalty to him over duty to the residents, and I hereby call for your resignation.
And I am not going to resign because you talk to some of the residents and they agree with me. I'm just agreeing with what the mayor says. I'm not agreeing with him because he's the mayor. I'm agreeing with what he's doing. I'm not agreeing with him because I like him. I'm agreeing with him because I like what he's doing. Okay? He's found out certain things, but nobody wants to let him act on it. And all of these things are not proven. They are accusations. They are complaints. They are, I mean, okay, you have it on tape. What are you going to do? You're going to get mad at him because he calls people's name a name? I mean, he's got a right to speak. He's got the, what happened to the what is that word? Or they say right for you to express yourself. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to make y'all understand he's not that bad. He's just, why can't you help him? Why can't you say, Johnny, let's go down a little bit. Let's calm down. Let's do it this way. No, you just automatically want to dump him. And you, Mr. Mayor wannabe, I'm sorry. I am not resigning. That's all I've heard about is when Johnny doesn't run again, I'm going to go run. I'm going to run for mayor. I want to be the mayor. So you're Mr. Mayor wannabe as far as I'm concerned.
She's expressing her concern, replying.
And I'm
back to his-
expressing my concern.
Replying back to some of the accusations that Mr. Hernandez is saying.
Right, because
So I'm
he's
trying to
talking about
mediate.
me not caring for the city and for the residents, and I do. I really do. I take care of stray animals. I have the lady across the street from me has kittens all the time. Keeps them inside. As soon as they're grown, she lets them outside. Well, what do? They come across the street to my house and they get fed because she won't feed them. You know, I'm trying to help the people here. And I'm trying to help the, you know, like when we first started, I made all kinds of bunny ear things and necklaces and lights and stuff. I care about the people. Don't tell me I don't. And I do agree with the mayor. And don't tell me why. Don't tell me it's because, you know, I'm just, you know,
Yes, person.
yes person or whatever it is. Like the lady, the last mayor said, oh, she's just a mayor's, you know, yes lady or yes girl. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's just going to say whatever he wants her to say. That's not true. I have a mind of my own. And I have disagreed with him a couple of times.
Sure have.
But I have a way of saying it and I don't bring it out in the open. I tell him when it's proper and I don't belittle him in public. I respect my mayor. I try to make him, to back him. That's what you're supposed to do when you have a mayor. You're supposed to back him. Mayors are not all bad. You know, and so what if he's got a personality problem? Heaven forbid. Tell me who doesn't. So I'm just fed up with this. I really am. All of you, I'm fed up with it. I'm not going to resign because I know I'm right. I know I'm in my heart, I am right. And Johnny,
And if I may say, Ms. Weaver, you're entitled as a council person to your own viewpoints. Everybody on this council is entitled to their viewpoints and should not be prosecuted, persecuted, or shamed, or called names, or asked to resign because they're practicing their First Amendment speech to express themselves because they were elected in this body to do so just like you just did. Everybody has that right to do so, sir. But do you imagine the amount of time that's being wasted on this by asking Ms. Weaver to resign, by asking me to resign? You know, you've already had all these people resign from the EDC because of your actions, Mr. Hernandez. And that has caused us the tolling agreement for the EDC. That is a huge upset that you created because you just arbitrarily decided to
Mayor, may I be
recruit people
recognized?
and bring them in. But I'm just saying. So with this, Mr. Hernandez has caused a creation of a huge vacuum of our governance. And these people that are the employees and the ones that you think you're defending are laughing to the bank. Laughing to the bank because you're doing all of their work rather than oversight, performance metrics, data-driven material to prove that they're doing their jobs. I did. That's why you see the results. Then you say, and I'll use the word, we have created this momentum of having employees respond for what they're getting paid for, to make sure they provide the services to our community. So this act of bringing up resignations and all that is ludicrous. It's ludicrous. It's mean-spirited. It's driven by evil intentions. And at what point are y'all going to stop this activity and really start focusing on our city business instead of these small, little, petty little things that you're wasting the city's time on, wasting my time on, your time, all of our times.
Mayor,
We're
may I be
wasting it being
recognized?
here. So we need to get down to city business. What items have y'all actually produced since you've been here, Mr. Licea? I have not seen one single item, and I'm not trying to criticize you. I'm
Oh,
bringing
in one
a
meeting?
point.
In one meeting? This is my
I'm
second
saying,
meeting.
sir, in all the time you've been on the city council,
Anyway,
what actually have
Mayor-
you actually done work for the community where you've placed an item on
Point
the
of
agenda?
order, this is not on the
that's
agenda,
Right,
Mayor.
that's not on the
You're,
agenda.
you're bringing
Ma-
it because you brought about Ms. Weaver, so I don't recognize that. But
It's not
let's-
on the
Mayor, may I
agenda,
be
sir.
all right,
recognized?
so what I'll do, let's not get in an argument over. Again, I'm going to stop. I'll
Right.
stop myself from further debate.
Right.
And let's move forward. So let's stick to the item that we're on right now. Are we finished talking about Ms. Weaver? Is there any more comments?
There
about
is.
Ms. Weaver?
I do have a
Okay,
comment.
Mr. Licea, Councilman Licea, please restrict your comments to Mrs. Weaver only about the item on the agenda, and let's finish with it, and let's move on. Okay?
And I'm just going to reiterate everything that's been said. For those of you that are watching the video, if you go back about maybe 7 or 12 minutes, you'll see Ms. Weaver starting to speak and Mayor Rodriguez pick up his hand and telling her not to say anything.
Well, that's my job, sir. I'll do the same with you.
No, you're controlling her the way
No,
you
I do
like to
not
do
do that.
things,
That's
and that's the problem.
see, there you
Anyway,
go again,
moving
nitpicking.
forward,
You're
Mayor,
making
Mayor,
accusations that are not
your
true.
ideas are good, your intentions are good, all the
We're on-
dynamics,
excuse me,
everything.
Point of order, sir. Point of order. We are on Mrs. Weaver, not
Mi-
Mayor
mi- Miss-
Rodriguez.
Mrs. Weaver, the
Please,
ideas, the
refrain from
thoughts,
anything.
the processes that you're doing, that you're saying the mayor wants to do are valid ideas. They're valid points. However, what he wants to do is the function of the city administrator, not the mayor. I think if we can establish that, we can solve a lot of problems. We need to learn to stay in our lanes. We need to learn to stay in our lanes, let the city administrator do her function. We request from her, Ask her. She takes care of staff. We have no business going in there telling staff what to do.
Going into the city administrator and other subjects. Stick your item to Mrs. Weaver. Are you finished about
I am
Mrs. Weaver?
finished.
Thank you, Mr. Lysia.
It's my
Anybody else
turn.
have
May
any
I be
more comments
recognized?
regarding Mrs. Weaver on the item on the agenda? This will be the last time that I will take any more comments. Mr. Ebersol has not an opportunity to speak. It's been dominated by Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Lysia, and somewhat with Mr. Burton. So please, let's give the other members a chance to speak so we can get rid of this and move down the line. Mr. Ebersol, do you have anything, sir? Okay. Mr. Hernandez, I'll give you just maybe a few minutes, a few seconds to talk about it. What-
Just in a quick correction, Councilman said that I said when I become mayor, if I wanted to be mayor, I would have ran for
Okay,
mayor.
Mr. Hernandez, stick to the item to Mrs. Weaver. All right, just, no, but stick to what you have on the agenda here.
Okay, he responded to me.
Okay.
That's right. It was
I
my,
think at this point, let's just
yes,
move.
it's,
And
just
if you
drop it
think
off.
that's coaching her, that's my job as mayor.
Can we
Sir,
go to
excuse me,
rec-
sir,
go
hold on, wait a minute,
recess?
wait a minute. That's my job. I'm supposed to make sure I maintain order of the meeting, and so I'm working with everybody.
Mr.
Not
Mayor.
playing favorites with anybody. I'm working with anybody. Keep it moving along.
Okay,
Okay, Ms. Weaver, last thing.
I'm gonna ask Mr. to say something. Why is your daughter monitoring my house?
Okay, that's another item on the agenda, Ms. Weaver. We'll catch that at another thing. But you can bring that up and put it on the agenda for the next item.
I'd like to respond to that.
No,
Huh?
we're not gonna respond to it. We're not gonna respond to it. It
I'm
doesn't have
sorry.
anything
I'm
to do
sorry.
right now.
I'm
No.
so- What did
No.
you ask?
Mr. Lysia, no. Miss,
what,
ma'am,
Jenny?
please refrain or I'll have to have you removed, please.
Mayor,
All right.
we need to stay on the agenda item.
Yes, stay on the agenda item. Thank you. I just said that 3 times. So, boy, you really are testing me.
The-
All right, so we are finished now with the comments. There is no action to be taken. The discussion is now over with. Item number 3. Let's move to item number 4, discussion and possible action regarding the Crime Control and Prevention District budget for October 1st, 2026 through September 30th, 2027. Councilman Jimmy Hernandez again.
Go ahead, Joe.
We are in the process of the crime control budget, and it has statutory days before we have to approve it. So we have not had a public hearing because of lack of a quorum on the 20th. It needs 10-day notice. So as of today, which is 7 days later, there could not be a public hearing. We need to do it at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bravo. We will now move on to item number 5. Discussion and possible action regarding the City of Balcones Heights fiscal budget for October 1st, 2026 through September 20th, 2027. Ms. Maria Hernandez, City Administrator.
You have the proposed budget in your packet. We're gonna go over the entire budget. Since we didn't have a budget workshop. Is that okay with the council?
Correction,
To
you
go-
did,
to
excuse me,
go-
excuse me, Mr. Lysia. You have to ask the chair again to be recognized. Ms. Hernandez, you did have one budget hearing on the 6th. Y'all did have 3 members participating, Mr. Hernandez, Mr. Lysia, and Mr. Burton. So y'all did have one budget hearing, correct? On the 6th of July.
Yeah, that didn't
Okay,
count.
Just want to correct that. Okay. Now, Mr. Lysia, would you like to be recognized
Yes, I
on
may.
this item?
Yes, I may.
Okay, go right ahead, sir.
On the budget item, you said there was two meetings,
Yes, sir.
and then there was the lack of quorum on one or on two?
On 2.
And who was absent on those?
The mayor, Councilman Eversole, and Councilwoman Weaver
Okay, for the 2 budget meetings.
for the 2 budget meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lysia. Anything else you have on that? Is that all your points? Okay, great, thank you, sir. Any other comments pertaining to this, Ms. Hernandez? What other comments do you have pertaining, being that you authored this item on the agenda?
Okay, yes, we're gonna go over
Okay,
the
so
budget.
let's go ahead and proceed.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
So-
going to move quickly on it so that we can get through this meeting before.
Mayor, may I be
9:30
recognized?
or So, excuse me, Mr. Lysia, hold on, Ms. Hernandez has the floor.
Mayor, I think there's been may I recognize?
Yes, sir, Mr. Bravo, go right ahead.
I think there's a need for a break, if we could consider that.
Ms. Hernandez, can we get through it pretty quickly? What do you anticipate the time?
About 15, 20 minutes.
Can everybody last 15, 20 minutes to go?
Okay.
Okay, let's take a quick little break. The time is, I just want to get us finished because it's 8:59. We don't want to be here longer than I have to. 8:59 PM. We will take a small 5-minute break. Everybody stretch out, go to the restroom, get water, do whatever you need to do. See you here in 5 minutes. Thank you. No, 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 he's a good person. So is the judge. That's an excellent person. He's a good judge. Tony's a good, now a judge. Yes, sir. Yeah, he's gonna be our next person.
We retired together. Judge Boone he married a local head down the way, Lisa Roshabaugh. That's where I saw him over
So how did he
by
like
the
it?
airport. He is still practicing semi, and he's running a freight business in Corpus. Yeah, he's back and forth. Amazon. He's running a big Amazon company. He's a Israeli fighter or something.
Oh, I beat the crowd then.
We got a good vote. Not too bad, you know. Nobody goes to jail.
Cat. Oh, man. there's a get out of jail free card here.
Yeah. So, nine on that. So, what my, they're all for torture. You're all for torture, you used to tell them. Meaning that you must like this torture that you're going through. You're all for torture.
Okay, buddy. Let's try and breathe through this. Yeah.
We look forward to having it. We look forward to having it. Okay. Oh, okay. Pete, you got something prepared for me on the emergency? All right. Look forward to moving that. It's been a while. Bear County here, so I think it's probably gonna get us in it, but. You know, on that truck that we got, that you're talking about the ladder thing, isn't there a way you can stop using the fire truck for your runs for emergency and start? I think somebody on the council mentioned, I can't remember who it was, about utilizing the Tahoe or something like that.
We use the big one.
Convert it.
When I'm there, we use the big one. When I leave, they put it back to the engine. A couple of times we've had multiple calls where pick us out. Then we get another call, so the guys brought on the engine. And then we get a. Now Curry wasn't gonna let him use court. I don't want it to go fire.
So we need to get you three. We need to take something from the police and give you three from there and say, okay, one's gone, you got the other one, you got this, and only pull out the other one when you gotta get the fire.
Yes, we do run that, but the truck, they're having calls.
It's that ladder, right? Yeah, the pneumatic on that, they're common. But $1 million something, that's a big hit. Yeah.
Oh, good. I forget things like I do. That means where we go.
It's that one truck.
I'm gonna go home and help. Oh, excuse me.
I can see the logic to a certain extent, but I'm like, God almighty, $1 million and another $1 million. So I know, you know, every time we do that, we bite the bullet. I remember because I've been here for 40 years. Marsh had the same problem. Parking, leave it there. We can find a solution, chief. Yeah. What's that? You say, Mayor, are we recording there? Okay, Mr. Martinez, thank you so much, sir. All right, we are recording, so the time is now 9:09 p.m. We shall proceed with conducting the rest of the meeting. Let me see, put my spectacles on, and we will move on. All right, so let's move very quickly now to Maria's presentation regarding the Balcones Heights fiscal budget, October 1, 2026, December 20 to 2027. Ma'am, go right ahead.
Mayor, I would like to table this item to the next budget workshop, which we will request to be August 17 at 6 p.m.
August 17, 6 p.m. All right, thank you for that. Let's go ahead and move on. Item number 6, discussion and possible action regarding appointment and authorization of agreement for the prosecutor, Mr. Frank Sandoval. Maria Hernandez, go right ahead, ma'am.
Okay, our current prosecutor, Anthony, has taken another job with the city of San Antonio as a full-time judge, and he has recommended Mr. Frank Sandoval to replace him as a prosecutor for the municipal court. You have seen his resume in the packet. He is currently a magistrate judge with the city of San Antonio, and he will be our next prosecutor in municipal court.
Okay, counsel, what say you on this subject?
And Mayor, he's here if you'd like to speak. to it.
Yes, of course. Counsel, do you have any questions for Mr., our next prosecutor that you are considering?
May I approach, Mayor?
Yes, you may, Mr. Sandoval.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Mr. Sandoval, you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, council people, I just wanted to let you know that it's an honor to be considered, and I'm a lifelong San Antonio resident. Spent a couple of years at San Antonio College until I was told I took everything, and went off to college, met my wife, and unfortunately for her, I dragged her back here. She's still waiting to move back home to where she's from, which is Massachusetts. But I would be honored to be approved if your wisdom.
What say you, counsel? And you have any questions for Mr. Sandoval? Anything that you'd like
No.
to express?
Just may I be recognized?
Yes, sir, Mr.
Mr. Sandoval, I took the liberty to go over your resume and your packet. Hope you can come and join us. Your very, very impressive resume, your accolades, everything in there looks really good.
Well, I appreciate that, Councilman Lisea. I've been blessed by having two parents who are educators and other family members and other role models throughout my life. And that's one thing, unfortunately, that many children I see nowadays, my wife is a teacher, do not. And I just hope that they ultimately have the same blessings I had with those role models and mentors.
That's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Lisea. Do you have any other comments from any council members? Any questions for Mr. Sandoval?
May I be recognized?
Councilman Burton?
I echo Mr. Lisea there. Your resume speaks for itself, and I'd love to have you on board with us.
Well, I'm humbled by that, Mr. Burton, but please know it was, once again, based upon the support I've had by many others. I stand on the shoulders of not just my parents, but many other generations that have come before me.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Councilman Hernandez, go right ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint or authorize the city administrator hire Frank Sandoval as our prosecutor.
Okay,
I second it.
so we have a motion, we move for a motion to accept Mr. Sandoval, and there has been a second by Mrs. Weaver. Mrs. Weaver, I'll call for any further discussion, and the only thing I have is, you gotten a handle from Anthony on the caseload and all that? Good.
Yes, Mr.
You know the
Mayor.
approximate cases are coming in, no problem.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and fortunately, Judge Aliaga is going to still be on for a couple of more weeks, so I will
Great.
be shadowing him during the next couple of upcoming court sessions.
Okay, great, Mr. Sandoval. With the council's blessing, I'd like to welcome you once the vote is taken, if that's the will of the council, to welcome you to our community. Council, we have now the vote on the record. What say you in terms of the vote? of Mr. Sandoval?
Yay.
Okay, Mr. Lysia,
Yay.
Mr. Hernandez,
Yay.
Mr. Eversol,
Yay.
Mrs. Weaver.
Yay.
Not Mr. So the motion carries unanimously that you've been selected as the next prosecutor to replace Mr. Anthony Arriaga, and welcome to our city.
Thank you,
We
Mr.
look
Mayor.
forward to working with you.
And thank you, Council.
Anything we can do to help you,
Thank you.
you let us know. Okay, motion carries 5 yeas and no nays, Mr. Bravo. For the record, 5 yeas, no nays. Okay, sir. So we're done with that. Let's move on to item number 7, discussion possible action regarding appointment of a member to Economic Development Corporation for the term of 2026, 2028, Santiago Ortega. Ms. Hernandez, go right ahead.
Okay, as you know, we have 2 openings in the EDC. Mr. Santiago Ortega wishes to be a member of the EDC Development Corporation as a director. His resume and his application is in the packet.
Okay, council, how would you like to move on this?
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Mr. Hernandez, go right ahead.
I'd
You
like to
may.
make a motion to appoint Santiago Ortega as a member of the E EDC.
Okay,
Second.
we have a first by Mr. Hernandez. Mr. Burton has seconded that motion. The chair recognizes the second, and I shall call for any further discussion. And the only thing I have to ask, is there any conflicting with the positions of, did he resign from the P and Z? Is it gonna have any problems like when we have the oil place potentially wanting to come in, where P and Z goes before it, and then he's got to vote on it in the EDC? I welcome Mr. Ortega. I know him very well, and
Yeah,
nice
so,
young man.
so he'd like to continue on both for now,
It
but
won't conflict.
we've asked council for that and it's not
Okay,
a conflict.
all right. Then we have the motion on the floor. We've had a second to it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays to the vote? None made. All ayes carried. 5. Motion carries. All right, next one over. 8, consider action on request for the approval of the expenditure of up to, there's no number, of its economic development funds of the Balcony Heights, by the Balcones Heights Economic Development Corporation pursuant to Texas Local Government Code Section 501073A to promote the approval of its application for designation as an opportunity zone pending in the Texas Governor's Office. George Hyde, EDC attorney, Hyde Kelly LLC, is he on board with us right now?
He is not.
He doesn't have virtual on?
Nope.
Okay, so Councilman Jimmy Hernandez, this is something that Roger and I created through the Opportunity Zone. Mr. Hernandez provided some information as to your, and I know why, but the intent of what we're trying to do here.
Yes, sir. Do I have the floor?
Yes, sir, you do.
Okay, thank you. It was the intent of the EDC and then now the council to approve a request of funds to hire a lobbyist to represent us in Austin. However, in communications with Mr. Hyde, our EDC attorney, yesterday, he no longer feels that at this late in the game that it would make any impact. So I withdraw this item number
Okay.
8.
So we basically have lost our opportunity on that. It's late in the game. All right, then, no action taken on this, Councilman Hernandez?
Sure.
Okay, let's move on now to the item number 9. Discussion and possible action regarding using hot funds for exploring a convention center. Go ahead, Mr. Hernandez.
So,
Your item.
Mayor, there is someone signed up to speak on this one.
On
I
number
believe.
9 or number 8?
9. It's Vanessa Martin.
Number 8 or 9?
9. Are you on
Okay.
9?
Number 9?
Yeah, number 9.
Okay, go right ahead, Ms. Martin. You have the floor.
Kind of wanted to speak on this one, Mayor and Council, because I remember you guys were talking about doing the visitor center and you guys had started and you had put funds into it. And then you halted it and decided to stop against it over there at the center. Part of that thing with doing that, if you remember correctly, was they had also mentioned about having the convention center inside the visitor center, so that way there was a dual purpose and wouldn't cost the city more money. Now here you are talking about exploring to put the same thing that you just stopped that was already in a half process with another thing when they were trying to make it work together. Now you sit here and you throw it back out there? You guys just turned around and stopped it. I mean, seriously, that's kind of a little odd. I mean, I understand if it was, just, oh, well, let's hold off on the visitor center part. But you did a complete stop on the whole project, and now you want to turn around and put funds back towards it and put back in the convention center, in which you guys had discussed about having it with the visitor center to save on taxpayer money? And now we're looking at putting it back out? This is just something that, you know, with seeing it on the agenda, it's like, really? You just stopped this because that was all part of that whole visitor center plan. So it's just at this point, from the outside, from a residential set, now we're looking to put the money that we just stopped that was already going into it. It's redundant. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Martin.
Mayor, may I be
Yes,
recognized?
go right ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Gonzalez.
In response to Ms. Martin, it's not the same thing. A convention center and a visitor center are two different things. However, I want to table this item because now that we have a whole new EDC board, I think we need to start there before we bring it to the council. So I want to table this.
Okay, the chair does not recognize that motion for table because it's an incorrect term to be used. And I think if you remember, Mr. Hernandez, and I don't take any offense to it, but you participated in a educational seminar up in Bastrop that I was at as well, and I witnessed where you had took part in the process. The motion is not to table. The motion is to lay on the table. And there is no such motion as a table, so the chair does not recognize a table motion. So it's in procedural defect in accordance to Robert's Rules of Order and parliamentary procedure. So therefore, if you'd like to restate your statement pertaining to the proper method of placing the item as a table item, as a lay on the table, the chair will entertain that.
Thank you for the education, sir. I will withdraw this item.
Okay. All right, sir. So that simplifies it. Item number 10, discussion and action regarding adopting a resolution 2026-16R to collaborate with the Family Assistance Crisis Team. Councilman Jimmy Hernandez again.
Yes, sir. So let me, do we have that up? Okay, number 10. Okay. In the efforts to save time, I'll move through this quickly. I'll go ahead and get started while that's uploading, but the FACT stands for Family Assistance Crisis Team as a model for victim support, crisis response, and community partnership. Essentially, did it come up? There we go. Thank you, sir. It's a collaborative effort and volunteer-based. And I really want to kind of like refer to Chief Cavazos because he's the one who brought it to my attention. The city of San Antonio has this in place, and he was mentioning to me how successful and I guess time-saving and also saving of money it is for our residents. So, Chief, if you want to expand on it.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. So when I was with San Antonio, we had a FACT volunteer unit, or they currently still do. The FACT Volunteers Family Assistance Crisis Team, it's composed of really several ladies who volunteer their time, who have been trained through the SAFE program. And they provide volunteer services to our victims of family violence, child assault victims, sexual assault victims, giving them the opportunity to have somebody there to listen to them, to guide them in the right direction, to help them get the resources that they need to, since they've been victims of a heinous crime. In these situations, these individuals stay with them while they're at the police department. They help them locate places to stay in certain instances. If they have children, they need diapers, they need whatever for those kids. They help them get that going. So they're a great assistance to the police department. They're a great assistance to the community, especially those victims who have been subject to a heinous crime.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else? Okay, what would council would like to do on this item?
Recognized.
Who's that?
Aye.
Oh, Mr. Lysia, go
Yes.
right ahead.
Is there a financial impact to this?
Is that
Yeah.
question to me, sir? So this is a volunteer program, and there upfront there is no financial impact. We are going to be looking for help from different volunteer organizations to get them into our agency as far as helping us with these victims and providing that counseling and direction to either the Family Justice Center, help them get protective orders, help them find some type of housing, or whatever the case may be. They're there as just a supplemental support.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? So the question, Chief, is that I think I concur with Mr. Lysia, is that I think he was looking, I'm looking for a yes or no question in the cost. No right now, maybe later, yes. And if so, what do you anticipate? Because if we're going to have to fund it out of the budget, you might want to do proactive viewing to see what it might cost us down the line.
So to answer your question, no, I'm not aware of any upfront costs. In the future, if there is one, I'll bring it to the council. But this is a volunteer program that I'm looking to initiate, and it's strictly for the community and getting other people who are trained in providing these type of services. The department was very successful at organizing this type of volunteer program, so I don't anticipate any additional costs.
Where will you house them at?
There is no housing.
There
They
is,
just,
you're going to do, just like you do the chaplains,
they come in.
You'll go out and delegate them out for whatever needs to be done.
Yes, sir. There is no housing.
Will they be required to put any reports together? Because they probably will become witnesses to the crime. And if they encounter them and interview them, provide the services to them, because I think they get called in as witnesses on the stand in reference to when there's cross-examination on cases and stuff.
So there is some report process,
Okay,
but that will be something that they'll be trained on.
okay. And you're going to train them on probably our CAD system or something like that, or no?
We haven't decided on that aspect
Okay.
yet, sir.
That'd be good to
Because
put in your.
They do not need access to CAD because you have to have certain qualifications to be in there. But to write a Word document or to have a statement taken by a follow-up detective would suffice.
Okay, and they'll be restricted as well to the building and all that without an escort and all that?
No,
No?
no. I know where you're going with that, but no, the answer is no.
Where am I going with it?
You're trying to get me to say something different.
No, I'm
These
not.
These people are
What
strictly.
do you think I'm trying to get you to say?
These people, sir, are strictly volunteers, and they go to the people's houses. They go to the scenes.
Right.
They're not going to have access to CJIS information or secure areas.
Well, I was just asking, the same requirements that are expected of the elected officials that you
Exactly.
place restrictions. I just was curious if that same would be applied to them. So I'm not getting you to say anything. I'm
So-
asking you a direct question.
Well, I gave you a direct answer.
Good. Okay, that's what I expected. All right, thank you. I appreciate my response, your response. Thank you. So what is it that the council would like to do with this? Councilman Burton, go right ahead.
Of the 1,800, 1,877 calls, how many of those are family violence cases? Just out of curiosity. I'm sure we have plenty.
I couldn't give you an exact number, sir, but I would put a percentage on it that we probably have 40% of our call load is related to family violence.
Thank you. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, so Chief, you put about a 40% calculated estimate?
Yes, sir, that'd be
Okay.
an
That's just
educated
a
guess.
rough estimate, 40%.
That'd be an educated guess.
Yeah, educated guess, all right. Great, anything else from the council? Okay, yes, Councilmember Weaver?
Is this going to be an ordinance or just a resolution?
It's listed, if I may interject, Chief.
Oh, I didn't know what question was being
Yeah,
asked.
I'm
So,
sorry, sir. It says this is a resolution.
It's a resolution, is
Okay,
correct.
to adopt the resolution. This is nothing, we're just going to adopt it and try it, or is it going to turn into an ordinance and it's going to stay here?
So at this point, it looks like it's just a resolution, ma'am. If you all want to make it an ordinance, that's up to you all.
Okay,
But
good.
as it's written, it's a resolution.
Okay,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes,
Do
ma'am.
you, Ms. Weaver, do you know the difference between the two? Good, okay, I didn't know, I didn't know, yeah. Okay,
A resolution is something you try out, okay?
it's an expressed intent to do something.
Intent to, all right, but, and then
Ordinance is law.
the ordinance is a law.
Yeah.
That's why I just wanted to make sure
You
the
wanna
law's
answer?
gonna be here.
No, I don't know if there's a question for me or
No,
not.
she was just asking
Oh, no,
whether
okay,
there's an
no.
ordinance,
It's
it's gonna
just a
change over
resolution,
from
ma'am.
resolution to
Thank
ordinance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. All right, no further questions. I'll call the vote. Or wait a minute, what is the action on the council? What would you like to do? Mr. Hernandez, you placed it on the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution.
Okay, so
As
you have a
stated.
motion to approve the resolution 2026.
I second it.
Dash 16R, Ms. Weaver seconds it. Call for any further discussion. And Ms. Weaver, don't forget to ask the chair to recognize so that we keep the conformity of the thing. Don't forget to ask the chair to be recognized so we keep the conformity, keep it fair all around. Okay, so great. Then what we have here is a first and a second by Councilmember Weaver. And then I will go ahead and, with no further discussion, call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, no nays. We have a 5-0 vote, been approved. All right, let's move forward. Discussion update, Bear County Commissioners Court CDBG Grant Allocation Award, $547,850.33 for the Regiers Park reconstruction regarding financial expenditures and project status for Regier Park improvements, including completed work, remaining construction or maintenance items, funding allocations, project expenditures to date, and estimated timeline for completion. So on this particular one here, I have been monitoring very closely since when it was applied for by the city. Again, I applaud the city for doing such, to do so in terms of what we as a council have been advocating to try to get done for the community and the city. So I think Ms. Hernandez has already provided some basic input on it, and I'll let her just briefly finish up on that. Ms. Hernandez, tell us more about this particular financial expenditures and the project status for the Regiers Park improvement.
So on this, we applied for a grant in the Commissioner Court on June 9th. They recommended the city to be allocated $500,047, but they still have to take a vote on it.
Right.
So they sent an email saying not to be, that is a good thing, but we still don't have the money until the Commissioner Court votes on it. And that's just 50% of what the project is gonna cost. Okay, the other 50% it's gonna have to come from the city, either from our general fund, but we're starting to go out looking for donations also to cover part of that. The same thing with Novax Park. We're trying to find donors, including Wells Fargo banks, even if they're not inside the city of Balcones Heights. We're looking for donors outside that will benefit to come and be at the park. So the other thing, we're still working on the park. As you know, we did a lot of improvements already. We continue to improve the park. We're going to install a water fountain for people to drink water out, closer to where the play area of the children is. It's going to give them a chance to either just drink water from a water fountain or refill their water bottles. So that's going to be a nice improvement for the park. The other one is putting a spigot, water faucet closer to the vegetable gardens. That way we can easily water all the vegetables. Right now we have to have I think it's 100-foot hose from the men's, 2 hoses from the men's restroom all the way to the vegetable gardens. But we're making it do. But ideally, it will be good to put a faucet there closer to the garden. And all this is being done with the $50,000 that was allocated this fiscal year, since we did a lot of the manual work ourselves on the tree trimming. There was a company that went and trimmed the trees, but a lot of us went out there and removed branches and put them in the shredding machine. That saved us a lot of money. So again, I would like to thank the employees who did a lot of work over there after hours during lunchtime. They all went and participated, helping us to keep the park clean.
I was out there as well. That's what I was gonna ask you. How much of that 60,000 do we have
No,
left
we-
over
it-
that the council allocated? Way back when we balanced the budget and we had this contingency money available and we allocated 60 for that and another 60 plus for the sign up in front.
It was never 60. It was 50,000
50,000? Okay.
allocated for the park, not contingency.
Yeah, so that's
It
gone?
was 50. No, it's not gone. We
Okay.
still need to put the water fountain there. We'll put a water faucet and we'll have some left over because like I said,
How
we're
much
doing
do
a
we
lot
have
of
right
work.
now?
I have, it will
I
be
won't hold you to a number,
it
but
will be
just more or less.
close to 20,000.
So we've
that
got
we
about
have.
20,000. We spent
Mhm.
about 30,000 already?
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
so the remaining 20 will probably be put to use in
Yeah.
what we just talked about,
Mhm.
the lights and all that. If we get the grant for that, on the LED lights for the park and all that.
The lights are free.
I'm sorry?
The lights are free.
Yeah, they're gonna
The
be free,
county
right?
are
Okay.
placing them free.
All right, thank you. Ms. Weaver?
Yes, I was just wondering, I'm a jack of all trades, master of none. We could run a pipe and just put an adapter and run it underground all the way to the thing and put up a faucet. Just buy the parts and we can do it ourselves.
Mhm.
Okay? I mean, was that an option? I mean, do you have to have somebody come contract to do it?
When it's a city, yes.
Yeah, because of
We
the
have to have a
liability
licensed
exposure.
contractor.
And the
Why?
liability
You're just digging a
exposure.
hole.
Yeah, but if somebody falls in that hole, it's not dug
Well,
up
it's,
correctly.
we don't let nobody
I
fall
know,
in the
but
hole.
You never know, and they'll say, city's got
May-
money, let's.
May I
sue
be
'em."
recognized?
Yes, Mr.
That,
Lysia,
that,
go ahead. He's a
that, that,
plumber.
that,
He'll tell
yeah,
you.
that is not doable by the Texas, EEOC, not EEOC.
He's a plumber, he'll tell you.
All the law says you cannot do it, especially if it's going to be for public use.
If it's in the public, I
If
can
it's
do
for
it in my
public use,
yard though, right?
absolutely not. I'm sorry?
I could do it in my yard.
You can do it in your yard, provided you get a permit to do it in your yard.
Yes, a
Even if it's in
permit.
your yard, you have to get a permit. But no, as far as doing it for the public, no, we cannot do it. There's
Okay, I
many,
just
many
thought
laws.
maybe it would be nice to have somebody
Yeah.
that could contract it, you
Good
know,
thought, good idea, good intention.
you know.
And then on a
Mr.
further
Lysia,
note,
after
I know Santikos is pretty good about getting parks and things of that nature done. I'd like for the city to reach out to Santikos to see if they will do a park. I know there's one on Cincinnati that we frequent as a family. They did a fabulous job. They put the fence, they did the flooring, they did a whole lot of stuff for that. So if we can, let's reach out to Santikos.
We'll send a letter. We already have a letter ready.
Thank you.
Mr. Lysia, you yield the floor, sir? All right, Mr. Hernandez, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. So Maria, another one would be HEB is really big in community, but I have a question regarding the award. One has to do with time. Do we have a time limit or restraint that we have to use those funds?
Those funds need to be used within a year. So we should be receiving the award by August. Then I'm assuming it will be for next year that we need to start doing the work and sending invoices.
Okay, and then my second question has to do with the amount. Let's say, for example, we are unable to come up in our budget to match the full 547,000, but let's say half of that, let's just say 250. Are we able to do that? Just take 250 of the grant, and if we can match 250, how does that work?
That will be, we could possibly even lose the grant. We
Reduce
do
the
that
grant.
because we already submitted for that amount.
Okay.
So I think it will be in our best interest to look for the funds. That's what we're gonna start asking for donations. We have a little bit of wiggle room in our savings, but that will be a last resource.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, may I be recognized?
Yes.
And that was,
Excuse me, hold on. Councilman Hernandez, you yield the floor?
that's where I was going to go with it too, that to make sure that we don't exhaust whatever funds we have to comply with this grant. It's a nice to have, but if we have more pressing, more important things, I'd like to make sure we focus on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I tend to disagree with that. I think that we need to have amenities for our community. We have nothing for our taxpayer dollars. I think it's a excellent idea, excellent effort, and we'll see what we can do. as we move down the line, as Mr. Hernandez said. Try to find creative solutions to address it down the line. But the
Updating-
intent's there.
Updating the park will also bring, an increase on the of property homes, the
Yes,
value is
yeah,
gonna
you're very correct
increase.
on that.
Yeah, and I'm all for it. I just want to make sure that we fiscally responsible and make sure we don't end up cheating ourselves in the long run to
No-
comply
no
with
take.
the
Yes,
grant.
sir.
Good deal.
Noted.
You yield the floor, Mr. Lasea? Okay. Since no further discussion, it's just going to be discussion and update, so no action is going to be taken on this. Item number 12, discussion and update from the city administrator regarding Gentleman Road Hike and Bicycle Lane Project, including current construction progress, project expenditures, performance, and estimated timeline for completion. So Maria, when you came on board in 25, we took this project on and we're starting to explore, and I think you were going to look into getting some of the maintenance people to put the lanes and stuff. That's the last we left off.
Yeah, I think
6, 7,
this
8 months
was
ago.
passed sometime early this year. We have been asking for quotes. Most of the companies around here, they don't want to take a project so small.
Right.
So we did find two companies that gave us quotes. One was 45,000, the other one 60
Yeah.
something thousand. We also explored the buying the equipment, doing the work ourselves, and that is going to put us in the 20,000 range, no more than 20,000.
How about renting the machine from, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt,
Mhm.
United Rental or somebody like
Yeah,
that?
we have also done those calculations, but I think it's more feasible to buy the equipment because there's a lot of places in the city that need striping, and we will be doing that in the next year. The project is going to start as soon as we get the equipment. We already received an email from the paint provider. So we're hoping to finish the project before the end of the fiscal year. We are also coordinated a big event to do the red ribbon cutting ceremony for that project because that is very dear to my heart because what we want to do in this city is promote our city as a walkable city. You
Absolutely.
can walk, you can bike anywhere in San Antonio because there's the buses that
Right.
you can go to. So we also contacted AMPO and different organizations to bring classes for bike riders so they can know the rules. They can, there's even a bike rodeo for adults that I'm gonna coordinate. That way we
Mhm.
know how to
Like we
maneuver
did
our
when we were
bikes.
kids, yeah.
I already purchased my bike and I'm practicing so I can have my bike in the rodeo. So those are the plans that we have for this. So we should be having this open before the end of the fiscal year.
Fantastic. It's good to know the little timeline now. I have a better
Mhm.
idea because I was in the dark on it. I remember getting this thing started and promising the residents that we'd probably get something. And since residents have been calling me, where we at on it, the ones that walk up and down, gentlemen, it would be nice when we can get these trails and walk our dogs and ride our bikes. And so, yeah, it'll make it traffic safety, provide some um, venues for our community and taxpayer dollars. Thank you for that update. So we're looking at somewhere around the turn of the closer January?
No.
Oh, when did you say?
September. September.
September, okay. September of this year.
Yes.
Good, okay. All right,
Yes, we're coordinating with different organizations to have the bicycle rodeo during our event.
good.
For
Keep the council aware, just send us an
Yes.
email as an
Mhm.
update gets closer to the date. Let
Mhm.
us know how we're moving ahead. Yeah, thank you very much for that update. Discussion and possible action regarding feeding animals and proper pet waste. Jeremy Vasquez, Code Enforcement, Councilman Burton. Do we have anybody on that agenda item to discuss? And I forgot to ask on the 12th. Do we have anybody on that? Okay. So 13, okay? Okay, do we have a citizen? Okay, Ms. Martin, go right ahead.
City and Council, and it will end up being Vasquez as well here shortly. One of the small things, and like I was telling you guys earlier, I've been working a little bit with Molly about trying to find our own ACS because we do have a serious problem with stray cats and loose dogs. In the 5 years I've been here, the first place I lived, we had about 160 stray cats. And I've also working tightly with San Antonio and their ACS, and we managed to get a bunch of them caught. Believe it or not, that colony is down to about 30, all of which still there are a few we're trapping. In the same amount of time, we've rescued about 56 puppies that have all been dropped off and abandoned. Now, one of the small things that did happen, and I've already talked with ACS about this to help out, is they actually have been dropping them off on the Belcone Heights side, and we've had to bring them down into the San Antonio side to get help. We've all talked about how this is something that's seriously needed. An 8,000 square foot building can house 40 cats and 60 dogs with zero issues, with a 4-man team and volunteers for the rest. I've already been working on trying to get some across. The hard part right now is the numbers, because it all depends on the location, which is something, that's why I mentioned Vasquez. I am gonna have to speak with you on that, because we are trying to find a spot so we can actually get it through, because until I know the location and everything, I can't even go for the grants. Now, I've also spoken with San Antonio Animal Defense League. I've also spoken with the San Antonio Cat Coalitions to help us out with this situation. Now, currently in Belcone Heights, I'm helping tend to 3 different colonies. These colonies, one of which is the only one that we have not been able to TNR a lot of yet. And that is because of the fact that the gentleman had a fire. We couldn't catch the female, and the female is somewhere on the property and has kittens. And so now we had to put a stop until she brings her kittens out. We can't get that taken care of. The males have been taken care of on that property, because I'm working with them and with several rescues to already attempt to eliminate this, like I have since I moved in. Now, one of the small things that's happened, and several other people, not just me, but several other people with the colonies that have colonies that do feed the cats, have been having people sit outside their homes. And that's why this was brought up before, because of the fact that under Juan Halicea's authority, according to his daughter, they're watching the people that feed the cats. Not everyone out there feeding cats is horrible. Not everyone out there feeding cats is doing it just to feed a stray. You all sit here and say that it brings in all the different, raccoons, the possums, the trouble. And it's going to sound mean to me to say, and it's not trying to say anything bad to the garden, but so doesn't the garden. Fresh fruits and vegetables, they come in to eat that. Because most of your possums, your raccoons, your skunks, they're vegetarians. And they'll eat that first. So it's not a matter so much of how to feed them. It's the biggest thing is trying to actually see that people adhere to the actual state of Texas rule that San Antonio has informed me of. Is the actual rule in Texas is when you have a population, unless it becomes an extreme nuisance, you're allowed to feed twice a day, 20 minutes at a time, and you're supposed to clean up your mess on anything outside of your personal property. They have told me this. As a matter of fact, I've had code enforcement and police officers have to come to my place when I lived at the Ascent Apartments for this very reason. And ACS is like, you have 20 minutes twice a day. They can't do anything until then. Most people, it's trying to get them to adhere to that. If we let them know, hey, this is what the state law actually is, and go from there. But then that's just the cats. We have neighbors, their dogs constantly, as was brought up earlier, getting out from underneath the fence. They come up, they terrorize. I've called in a report once before about one of the dogs that's aggressive to other dogs, and it had another one of the dogs in its head. Don't ask me how I ended up luckily not getting bit, but I managed to get the dog out of that dog's mouth and put the aggressive dog that attacked that neighbor's dog back in its fence, just to turn around and protect, because it did that to a dog. What if someone was walking with their kid? It's not just the cats. We have an issue as well with people making sure that their animals are refrained properly.
And we've had that, Ms. Martin, where we've had a dog attack, horribly mangled years ago on, it was on Shady View. And a dog ended up attacking an elderly person, almost killed him. And we had that, and then we had another one at the apartments where a dog attacked another person there. Police had to shoot it. There's been several instances, so yeah, note taken.
Well, and the other thing I do need to bring up to this is it was brought to my attention.
And very quickly.
Yeah, it was brought to my attention that a certain person actually brought it up to me when I was campaigning, that he intentionally lets his dog kill cats, that they've killed over 160 cats. And he told me, he's like, I said, well, where do you live? He says, I'm across the street from the old mayor. And she feeds them, and they come on my property and I let them kill them. That's actually an offense. That's actually it's illegal to have him even having said that. And it is hearsay, but it was his words directly to me.
Mr. Burton, please conform yourself.
If I wanted to, I could have it actually investigated.
So just next time,
But-
file a police report.
Yeah.
File it with the police and file your complaint, and then let them follow up and investigate. If you hear something like that occur again, take the proper manner.
I definitely will.
And please, I'm sorry for the people on the dais, the council members should not be laughing at you or making fun of anything. That's, again, what you said earlier, childish.
Exactly.
May I
No,
be
no,
recognized?
let's move forward.
Okay.
Just don't do that again, please. Ms. Martin, thank you so much. If it's reference to her, something that you want to talk about, make it quick so we can move on.
This is my item.
You're what
I
now?
don't have to reference her. This is my item.
You're what?
This is my item.
Yes, but it doesn't make a difference. Just stick to the item on the agenda.
I was just commenting that.
So go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
I made the comment.
Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Proceed.
Stop interrupting.
Proceed.
Stop interrupting.
Proceed, sir. I'm trying to instruct you to proceed.
Will you be quiet then?
Proceed.
Okay. I was just merely mentioning that is what hearsay is, first off. But getting back to the item on the agenda, living next to the park, we have people coming in from San Antonio feeding the cats, dumping cats. In fact, I've got 2 of the kittens that are living under my boat. And they come every night, generally after dark, and put a thing of food at the property lines. And I deal with the food brings in the fire ants, it brings in the varmints, like you said, the skunks, the possums, the foxes. I've had foxes. And my intention is I spoke with Nicholas on this, and I spoke with Jeremy today. The trash they leave behind, they leave dishes behind. And sometimes they leave cans of food, half-eaten, forks on the ground, plates on the ground. And it comes Jack's personal thing to clean up my property, and I'm picking up trash. So I'm asking that we adopt some type of ordinance where the feral cats, they're not pets, they're feral cats, be addressed, because we no longer have Kay coming to our city to do the spay and neuter program like we had before. She retired. And it's an unfortunate event that when, I'm going to go on a limb here and say, most people in the apartments, they leave their cats. They don't take them with them. They're abandoned, and they're there in the trash. They're there up at the apartments, and they migrate to the park area because this lady comes in from San Antonio and feeds them. I get it. I have a heart for cats too, but when it affects it's a nuisance to me because when I walk my dog, or I should say when I roll my dog, because I roll now, she picks up the cat waste. And before I can reel her in on the leash, she's already eaten cat poop, and there's ants in the food. It attracts the fire ants, and then she wants to eat the food. So they've dumped kittens, and I've adopted 2 of them out, In fact, Miss Hinojosa took one of them, and I've got, they're beautiful and they're still kittens. And they're, I wouldn't actually call them feral at this point because they'll come to you. You know, if you're sitting there and you're trying to be nice to them, they'll come to you. But they're using the park as a dump ground, and we've got videotape of people dumping their animals there, and you know, they're there to fend for themselves. So my idea was more to have a no feeding of animals at the park. You know, right now we don't have any dogs in the park. There's signs for no, excuse me, there's signs for no dogs in the park, but that doesn't speak for outside the park, and they scurry into the park and do their business over there too. But I brought Jeremy out this morning to witness all the trash that they leave behind, and nobody picks it up, not even the residents. You know, I'm there one-legged picking up trash and putting it in a bag. So that was my intention with the ordinance. Jeremy, if you want to chime in, please.
One thing I do want to ask you real quick, you said you have pictures of the ones that have dropped them off and/or have put the food out there?
I don't have video of it. Rocky Gonzalez has video of it because he's got the cameras that aim.
Part of the reason I'm bringing that up is because it's against the law for them to do that
Well, he made a
versus
he
the
made a police
feeding where it is
report.
legalized.
This was before this administration, and he made a police report, and it just went unchecked. So yes, they do leave them, and I actually I took a picture today of the little beautiful little kitten.
Okay. Mr.
Uh,
Vasquez, can you come forward now, please? Make your presence. I think we had enough discussion, Mr. Burton. I think let's just move forward. Allow Mr. Vasquez to, you asked him to come forward. He's here. Go ahead, Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, so I was just trying to touch on that. I believe Ms. Martin did mention that feeding is allowed. I'm assuming it's possibly at the residence itself. What the city is trying to implement is just to have it unlawful to, one, public space and public property, not targeting any specific residents on feeding animals on their property, but this is just more for public property, city property, and also, you know, other residential homeowners to have individuals go onto their property and feed the stray animals. City of Llano, Texas. Roy, are you able to bring this up? City of Llano, Texas has it as their ordinance. It shall be unlawful to constitute a public nuisance for any person to feed a free roaming, stray, or feral animal on public property or private property without the owner's consent. Next one would be City of Overton. It shall be a public nuisance to place or make convenient food, containers of food, or any property in the city street in the city for the purpose of feeding stray animals. I did go out there today and see the trash that was left behind. It does cause work for our public works to go out there and pick them up on the city sidewalk. Now, you know, again, not targeting residents on feeding animals at their own residence, but just more of a city property itself, and also the homeowners having individuals not go onto their property and leaving trash or food in that manner. Now, the proposed ordinance would be, the purpose of the ordinance is to protect public health, safety, welfare by reducing conditions that contribute to the proliferation of stray or feral animals within the city of Balcony Heights. One, feeding prohibited should be unlawful to constitute a public nuisance for any person to feed a stray or feral animal on public or private property without the express consent of the property owner, unless the feeding occurs as a part of an active and reasonable attempt to capture, transport, or vaccinate the animal for public health and safety. B, placement of food. It shall be a public nuisance for any person to place, deposit, or leave food waste or containers of food on any property or city right-of-way for the purpose of feeding or attracting stray or feral animals. The definition that we are trying to add as well, as you can see, is feeding providing, placing, or making available food, water, or any edible material that may attract stray or feral animals. So again, and the next slide will just be the existing penalty that we have. From my understanding, the individuals who are feeding and leaving the trash and debris on the city right away does come at night. Now, it would be a nice tool for myself throughout the day if I do see an individual leaving such items on the city public right away, but also our police department as well, to have that as well during nighttime. So that way they're able to put that out there for those individuals. But that's all from me.
Great.
Is there anything else from Mr. Me, Mr. Burton?
That pretty much sums it up.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank you.
Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Appreciate it very much.
Mayor, may I be
Are we gonna
recognized?
take any action on regarding this, council? If you are, then Mr. Hernandez, go ahead.
Thank you. Just for clarification, and I do apologize, Vanessa, when we were laughing. We weren't laughing at the cruelty to the cats. We were laughing as when you identified who it was, we realized that he's quite a storyteller. But I myself, in our home, we've adopted 4 kittens that were born under our shed, and we fed them, and we have a cat now, and we have a dog. So, we are animal lovers, but I just want to clarify that it wasn't that those cats were being, killed. It was just a matter of who we realized that individual was. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, now, any discussion and possible action you've already discussed? Are you gonna take any possible action regarding feeding animals, proper pet waste? Mr. Burton, Mr. Hernandez, you yield the floor? Okay, Mr. Burton, now it is your item on the agenda that you placed. Unless any other council member has an objection or anything. Ms. Weaver, did you want to say something?
I don't have an objection. I just, I can understand that the public, like the parks and, strays that go to somebody's house that they don't really want them. They don't want to hurt them and destroy them or anything, but they need to have some place to go to report this to. And if we can get these people to help us, the ACS or whatever Vanessa's working on, it would be really great, because then we don't have to worry about trying to find out who's dumping them and whatever, because everybody's guilty at one point or another. The apartments when they leave, okay, even the people who live in the residential area. I just adopted 2 kittens because my neighbor across the street had kittens, and they come over to my house to eat. And I have to, and this is me. This is just me. I trap them. I get them neutered. I get them their shots, and then they come back home and they eat, and they know where to go. They eat here morning and at night. They go in the backyard. They don't mess with anybody. I even and I have a skunk. He likes the cats, so they eat together. But I'm doing what I can as far as my residence is concerned. So I'm hoping you can leave me alone. But we do need to find some way to monitor all these other ones that come around and desecrate our parks and desecrate our, like you got stuck with 4, and he's got stuck with 2, and it's everywhere. It's not just the residents; it's also in the public property, and that's not right, because it makes the whole
Well, I
city
think-
look bad.
I think what the council, if I can make a recommendation, Mr. Mayor, I think what the council needs to decide is to start setting aside in this budget process monies for that. Because we have discussed, and at one time, we had Albert Lara make a presentation on a potential option to house animals or fine, because it's so expensive. There's so many rules and regulations pertaining to animal care. There's many health things that need to be done. There's just a lot of rules and regulations. So you need to set aside a budget to address these concerns. What you're going to do to catch these animals, how you're going to treat them, humanely. Maybe find a place, because there's other cities. Bexar County is full. Converse is full.
They can't take
Kirby is
ours.
full. Everybody's having problems with animal control. And so Balcones Heights should consider that in your budget process to fund some form of financial assistance to care for that, because I know that I had a couple of concerned citizens call me. I forwarded it to Maria on one regarding the other one I handle myself regarding an animal that she was afraid was running loose. And I mean, you have people that are running up and down the neighborhoods, and they're so scared because they don't know. that they're timid animals or they're mean animals. But as a city, we have an obligation to keep our communities safe. So I'll just close with that.
I'd like to be
So just
recognized.
consider that in your budget process.
I'd like to be recognized real quick.
Yes, but very quickly so we can move on.
Just to make sure, and back to Ms. Martin, appreciate what you're doing, but I want to make sure that the city is not liable in any way, shape, or form, or that the city is acknowledging her to go pick up animals or doing anything of that nature. I just want to make sure that there is a distinct separation, what she's doing as an individual and not a representative of the city.
I don't think she ever indicated that, but that's a good point to bring.
Mhm.
Well taken.
Yeah, and then, and like you mentioned, Mayor, it is extremely expensive to try and house them. In-house, we studied this several years ago, talked to the city of Leon Valley, you have to have a veterinarian, you have to have housing, you have to have all these things. I think our option is like we have now. We have money set aside in the budget and just to outsource the service and we're done and we're gone.
Okay, great. Point well taken. Good recommendations, and then consider that in your budget process, how you want to address it. I think we beat it over the head. You want to make it very quick? Yeah, can you step up to the mic real quick and just restate that very quickly? That, you know, the cost is estimated about 800,000
So
or whatever you think.
for the
it might be.
8,000 square foot building or buildings, because it can be multiple as well, it's roughly around an approximate range of $800,000. But most of that can be covered by a lot of grants if you can get the approval for the grant. But you have to get approval for the land in the area first before you can even attempt to get that grant.
All right, well, perhaps we can create a study for that very quickly and look into it, Ms. Hernandez, and see what that is and present it at the budget with concern from Mr. Lasea in terms of costs of other costs, insurance, exposure, liability, all that stuff that we got to worry about, care, all that stuff.
We can do a study
Yeah,
on
just
that.
give us a quick
But
little
we already allocated some money on the budget to be able to do
Excuse
an
me.
agreement with another entity
Great.
that we're working on
That
already.
might solve the problem,
Mhm.
part of it.
But oh,
Go
may I
ahead, go
be
ahead,
rec- may I be
go ahead,
rec-
sir.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the language of existing 90.999 to include the definition and the feeding of the proposed ordinance as written in our folder here with the
So
the definitions added. I don't know how to.
So just a point of order, Mr. Burton, the chair recognizes your motion. However, in the actual discussion and possible action, it doesn't reference any 90.999 that you reference. So if in the future, you can just put that in there, if it's going to be referenced to a code of some sort, make sure it's in there to be transparent so the public knows what you're proposing to adopt.
Mayor.
Yes. Yeah, but it's not on the agenda.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Burton, may I suggest that your motion be, you move to direct city staff to prepare the amendments as noted and bring that back to council so that you can actually see them in ordinance form?
The chair will accept that recommendation to the Councilman Burton. As
Yes,
a proper venue to move forward.
She stated it much better than I. Thank
Okay,
you.
then we will do that. So your motion, you would like to state it again, Mr. Burton?
Stated as
Basically, to instruct staff to
as
provide
the-
direction?
Go ahead.
No, it's your motion. Go ahead. I'm just trying to help.
Instruct
Yes, sir.
staff. Oh,
Okay. All right.
to instruct staff to come back with an ordinance as written in here and update the ordinance 909999 for the penalties as such, as written.
All right, the chair will accept that motion. Do we have a second to that motion? Okay, I'll turn your mic on. There you go. Second, Ms. Weaver?
I second it.
Okay. So we have a second to that call for any further discussion. If none has been taken, let's move forward with the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any nays? Motion carries. All right, so now we have discussion number 14, an action, a discussion and update regarding submission of a grant application to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Local Grant Program, Small Community Restoration Grant, and NOVAC. Nick is not here, Mr. Ibarque is not here. Do you want to skip this item until when he comes back another time?
No, we have to approve this because the deadline for the grant is August 3rd.
All right,
So we will
So-
be submitting for this grant for the Novak Park to do a dog park.
right.
And you see the drawings. Like I said before, we're gonna focus on doing a dog park, two sections, one for large dogs, the other one for small dogs. But we're also gonna have areas for people to congregate, have sitting spaces.
It's similar to the rendering that we presented when we first came up with the idea, back
Mm,
when the student, David Vela, came in.
This an architect did the drawings
Right,
and
but it was the same
presented
concept.
several.
Yeah, okay,
Uh,
great.
it's a
Well,
little
let's
bit
move forward.
different.
I don't see a problem. Yes, Mr. Eversol?
Make a motion?
Yes, sir, you can move.
I
to
make a
if
motion
you
that
want.
we accept this as stated.
You want to, we were gonna skip it, or we're gonna go ahead and?
No, I mean, I
Go
think
ahead
we
and-
should have
Okay,
vote
so we have a motion on the floor.
for the grant.
Councilman Eversol,
To
do
file
we
the
have a
grant.
second to his motion?
I second.
Okay, we have an absent member. Mr. Lysia has stepped out. Didn't provide notice to us, but he stepped out, so he's not here. We have a second by whom? Ms. Weaver. So let's move with the vote. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, one absence from Mr. Lysia, and all ayes. So 4 with 1 absence. Okay, number 15, discussion and possible action regarding city council agenda, limit number of items and format. Ms. Hernandez.
Okay, I want to ask the council for directions on how to have the format of the agenda. I know that there's been complaints about the way we have it presently. We had noted, put it, all the reports from staff at the top, at the beginning of the meeting. That way, everybody that's here in attendance can hear and also can hear all the activities that are gonna be coming during the month. That way, if we leave it at the end, when the employees are presenting, the people are gone. And they don't know what activities are coming up. They don't know what the employees have been working on. So I think we need direction. What is the council input on the agenda? What do you want to see? How do you, the format you want to have? I need to have some input on that.
Have you met with any other individual council members regarding this item?
No, I
prior to
have
this?
not.
Okay, so the reason I asked, Maria, is because I like for you to be cognizant of the fact that the reason we've had a compounded with number of items on the agenda is because, again, of missed meetings that have occurred and the times when we had 15 items, 10 items that were placed on there either by me or somebody else in addition to what was already. And then because we were unable to have those meetings, when Mr. Hernandez was not present, Mr. Lysia was not present, and Mr. Burton was not present. And had any one of the two been present, then there would have been a split vote. So the meetings did not take place, and so those items rolled over to the next meeting, up to the present date to where we're at right now, where we have these items that are still pending that have not been discussed. The citizens have not had an opportunity to be able to discuss these items for one reason or another. So I think that once, and I don't have a problem with the format. I know I mentioned it before that I think we should leave staff to the end. I don't think it matters. Either way will work as long as we get through it. But the problem is the compounding, I think, will alleviate itself once we address these council agenda items. And then it'll just level out on its own, and we will just put items on there to keep it at a minimum. So we're not here till 9, 10 o'clock at night.
Okay, just to make it clear, there was only one meeting skipped because of lack of quorum. And the quorum needed 4 council members because it was a special call
Correct.
meeting. We had moved, y'all had moved the regular meeting to another date because of Memorial Day. So it was not because the people decided, I know Councilmember Burt was at the hospital, and
Well,
that
we
was,
don't know. I
we
don't know
didn't
where
have
it
a
was, yeah.
quorum. So that was the reason we had to cancel the
But there was
meeting.
another one where Mr. Bravo made a mistake on the posting.
But that was a
Incorrectly.
special call
Yes,
meeting,
and
not
so
it's
was the other one.
not in the schedule.
So the other one was a
That was
special
a,
call meeting.
yes, but it
There
was
were
a,
two special call meetings that were missed.
yeah, the other one was just called by you, ma'am. I'm sorry.
That's right. I called
Mhm.
for 2 meetings.
You
actually.
called for one.
Well, I debate, I respectfully disagree, but it doesn't matter. The fact is, we didn't meet, and, you know, there's no need to argue over whether
Yeah.
one or two. The items got moved over, they got tabled, they were, you know, we just haven't addressed them.
Yeah,
So
I
they
want to
keep coming
hear from the
back.
council, though. No.
You're right, but I'm
Their
trying to
direction.
explain to you. And, you know, just to make sure you understand that the reasoning why we have so many items on the agenda. That's it.
Mayor, may I be recognized?
Councilman Eversol, go right ahead, sir.
My only thing is that after all the council meetings I've been to, I don't think any of them actually have let out early.
Yeah, I agree.
So, I think if we want to address something, let's address something like, how late do we want to go every time? Do we want to go to midnight? Or if we don't want to go to midnight, then what time do we want to pull the plug and set up another meeting? Or let's just figure out how to customize what's important.
That's a good idea. I think set it a limit, a time, no later than 9.
I yield.
Shut it off. Just say whether we got to it or we didn't get to it, shut it off. And everybody go home. And we take it up on the next one and do it the next one until we can get it taken care of and done. And if there are emergency items that are most pressing, address those first. You know, approach me and say, Mayor, can we move this item to the front of the agenda instead of the third agenda? And I'll be more than glad to do that.
Yeah.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm sorry, Mr. Eversol, you yield the floor, sir? Okay, that's an excellent recommendation. Mr. Hernandez, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. I double down on what you just said about the time. I was just about to say that. I do like having the agenda items in the front for that very reason. All of our meetings seem to run long, and it's good to get, you know, the staff, they do all this work, and they should be able to have people hear their updates. But I don't know if limiting a time or maybe moving the time, like why can't we have the meeting earlier in the day? I know the city of San Antonio does it like midday. Why can't we do that?
It's tougher. I know it'd be for me in my work to be here. 6 works better for me. It's tough for me. I don't know about anybody else. But 3 o'clock, Molly, I think she's got an 8 to 5.
I'm sorry, I still have a job 9 to 5:30,
Yeah,
Monday
so
through
pretty
Friday,
much
so I
the
can't come
people
until
that are
6.
working can't come, so
Gotcha.
Whatever you consider.
Okay,
Mr.
well then, I think we should consider what Mr. Ebersol says, is put a time limit, 9, maybe 10
Yeah,
o'clock.
consider that.
And then any items attended to can move forward to the next meeting. But I'm in agreement with that, so that's all I have to say.
Okay. Anybody else input?
Yeah,
Mr. Lucia,
yes,
I think you wanted
yes.
to say something?
I think it's a good idea, everything that's been discussed. I think primarily what we need to focus on is the duration of the discussions. We've had some items that we've talked for 30 minutes and we've beat that over and over and over again. I think if we can find a way of saying, you know what, you spoke your limit of 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it is, 2 minutes, and then let's go. Because some of us sit here and we'll talk and talk and talk and talk, and we're not advancing anything. So I think if we can have the parliamentarian or whoever it is, once the item has been addressed, it goes up for motion, goes up for discussion, goes for vote, and that's it. Then you come back around once everybody has spoken, going back to Robert's Rules of Order, which I believe that's the way it's supposed to be happening.
It's at the discretion of the chair, and I think Mr. Hernandez will concur with me. We learned this at TML. The recommended, and even he recommended to me at one time, particularly with Mr. Burton, because he was speaking all the time and wanted to talk more often. And so Mr. Hernandez came to me and said, listen, in order to get Mr. Burton under control, can we just limit him to 2 minutes 2 times? That's it. And that was for everybody else as well. That's a good idea. Let's do that. And, you know, people would get upset because I wasn't giving them enough time, and I try to be leisure with everybody. But I think you've got a good point, and the chair would really be receptive to that.
Right.
I think that we limit to include myself 2 minutes max. That's it.
And
We're
then-
done.
yeah.
So everybody, unilaterally, we all do it together.
Yeah,
And I just restrict it at 2 minutes. We look at it, and now if anybody feels like the whole council feels like, well, let them go another 30 seconds, minute, maybe because it's something you want to hear, but limit it to the max of that if you want, unless you strictly just want to keep it at 2 minutes. When it hits, everybody just cuts it off, and we move on to the next item.
Right.
Mr. Eversol?
Just
Did
saying,
you-
one thing
I think I'll go after him.
Is it okay?
Mhm.
One thing I'm thinking is that maybe because there's some certain things on this agenda, no matter whether the number 15 or number 2 are very important for the council to meet and discuss. I mean, the city administrator or whoever's in charge of this could put a 1, 2, or 3. Some things are just up for discussion. I mean, if it's up for discussion, and it should
Right.
fall to the end. If it's something that has to be, like the grant, that has to be voted on, then we need to move that to number 1 or number 2.
Yeah.
We need to take care of business for the city, and then everything else that wants to be on the council and has to talk, then it needs to, I think there should be maybe a little bit of a hierarchy, like 1, 2, or 3.
Yeah.
I do that in my system. I'm just saying that maybe that's an idea. to
I
help.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
All right.
Okay,
Has
Ma-
everybody
Mayor,
had an opportunity to
I'd
speak
like to
about
go
this?
again. Yeah.
Because you've spoken twice already on it, so let's kind of apply the rule now. Do
But
you
I
think
know,
it's
but
okay if
this
Mr.
is
Burton-
this is the discussion we're having.
I know,
And
but,
I'd
we're-
like to add to
Hold
it
on,
to
Mr.
help us
Lysia.
move along.
Hold on, he still had the floor.
Okay.
So all I want to ask respectfully is that, has everybody had a chance to provide input? Mr. Burton, have you had a chance on this?
I'm good.
You good? Okay. Mr. Eberhard, Ms. Weaver, have you had an opportunity to speak yet about this?
I sort of agree with Travis.
Okay, all right. Now, Mr. Lysia,
Good.
so I'll allow just a little bit more, and then
Right.
let's cut it off and let's move.
And doing
to
the
whatever you
research to
want.
try and move the meetings along, I did find the 40-20-40 process for meeting preparations, where you do 40% of your studying ahead of time. You only spend 20% of the time discussion during the meeting, and then do the other 40% afterwards to gather all the information. I think it'll also be very beneficial for all of us to get the packets and read the packets before the meeting, not show up at the meeting and start reading it. This excuse that I didn't get it is an excuse, in my opinion, because if you're responsible, you will pick up the phone, you will send an email and say, hey, I have a meeting coming up on Monday, I haven't received my packet. We all have to take responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lysia, but okay, so let's move on.
Mayor,
That's it, let's move on.
Mayor, can I be
Yes.
recognized
Yes,
very
go ahead.
briefly? So it sounds to me like you all are asking for some agenda policy to be written and adopted. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I think what we can do is the chair can recognize the fact that the council wants to have a limitation. So the chair will just arbitrarily just say 2 minutes, 2 times a piece on each one, and that's it. As the chair, I can rule on that as a presiding officer. There needs to be no policy, nothing like that. The chair unilaterally would just do it because that's what the council wishes to do. So the chair recognizes the voice of the council, accepts the recommendation, and will apply it in the meetings come forth. And if there's any objections, the council members can bring it up at that time. Okay? All right,
Mayor,
so let's go
I
ahead and-
think you still have
Say it.
Mr. Hernandez.
I think we've already finished up, so let's move,
have
let's
a-
move forward.
I have a
See,
question.
here we're beating it over it again. I
See-
mean,
see,
you
and-
guys are
and
doing
that's-
what we don't want to do.
Right, and that's
We're
it.
already at
We-
10:25.
I know, and that's what we're trying to establish.
Okay.
You keep saying the presiding officer, the presiding officer, presiding officer. The problem is the presiding officer.
No, it's not.
And that's where we run into the
It's
problem.
not just a
that-
presiding officer. It's
right.
just like this right here.
Right.
And that's what I'm trying to avoid, see?
Okay, so
Because-
as long as we recognize that, maybe we need to get a professional parliamentarian to help us go through, because what we're doing is not working.
Well, this is the way it works, and this is the way you have a mayor and you have a chair and a presiding. You can't change that.
Mm.
You cannot change the presiding officer.
We
Okay?
can change the
No, you
process.
can't.
We
You
have,
cannot do
well,
that.
the thing is, well, as long as we can agree to
supersedes-
disagree that what we're doing is not functioning.
Again, you supersede the deal, so we're spending more time on it. So let's just move forward.
I suggest that we do prepare an agenda policy because
Whatever y'all want to do, let's get it done and just
it will
get
be
on it.
more beneficial for
Okay,
everybody.
Let's get it done.
So Mayor, may I be
Yeah,
recognized?
go right ahead, Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to put forth, I'm sorry?
I think the move to make a motion?
I'd like to move to make a motion to instruct the administrator to put together an adoption or an ordinance that addresses, I shouldn't say an ordinance, a policy for these procedures as far as the way the agenda item is laid out, and time restraints, as the mayor said. And just want to remind the mayor that oftentimes you will say something that sounds, I'm going to say fair and reasonable, but then is you, sir, that pulls your presiding officer authority and violates it. So we want to make sure that if you're willing to accept the 2 minutes, that you do accept the 2 minutes,
Will you
sir.
quit being a child?
You're interrupting me, sir. I have the floor.
It's because you're out of order. You know,
Am
quit
I?
changing the narrative. We're
There's-
working on the item.
Anybody can look
Quit
at
with the
any of the
personal
council
attacks,
meetings and
sir.
know that what I'm saying
Quit
is
with
true.
the personal attack. Stop it.
So if you're willing to accept that limitation without overruling it, are you? I'm asking you a question.
Sir, stop the personal attacks.
So you're not willing to answer that question, sir?
I'm telling you to stop the personal attacks.
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking you a
Stay
question.
on point.
That is the
Alright?
point.
Stop, please.
Jimmy,
made
if the
the
council
motion.
says he's gonna have to
Alright,
do it,
so
he
now
has to
let
do
me-
it.
Now, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second to that motion? Of whatever you just, I
I
want to
second a
clarify what you
motion that
just
we
said.
give
You asked
the city
Maria
administrator.
to be. Now, the Maria, when you interject her, she's not, there's no unilateral veto power with Maria. Staff members, including city managers and administrators, do not possess political veto power. Their role is in executive administration, not to make final binding interpretations of whether a council's directive legally blocks any mayor or the council's statutory authority. So in this instance, you're asking Maria to create a policy for you in which the presiding officer is the one that rules whether the meeting can be conducted for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or allow somebody to speak for a longer period of time. And you want to supersede that with a policy. So it just, it makes no sense to me what y'all are doing. And it just, you're trying to control, but the thing is this. I will entertain whatever motion that you're making right now to do so. And let's just see how it plays out. Ms. Weaver?
Can we, as a council, okay, make our own decisions? Why don't we, as a council, write up a type of format that their meetings will be held at? Everybody has their input. Everybody will agree. You will have to agree, and then we'll do it from there. I mean,
Right.
we don't have to have somebody tell us what to do. We know what we have to prioritize the event, the agenda. Make sure that it's all business, and the discussions can be later. Presentations can be a little bit later. Well, not sort of mix it, but the most important ones at the front, and then we'll limit the time.
Right.
But I mean, let's do it among ourselves.
And we have a code of conduct.
Right.
So y'all just recently passed that code of conduct. No insults, no, what's been going on today, but nobody has filed a complaint for that when a person has been subjected to it tonight. And it was exemplified just a few minutes ago by Councilman Hernandez by making accusations and turning the narrative of what the agenda item is about to a personal attack. Look,
Well,
where is the penalty, $500 penalty for that? Y'all passed an ordinance recently about that. So let's stop it. Stop. All right? So let's move forward. The will of the council is to go ahead and give Maria instructions to create a 2-minute policy for each agenda items, or what was the actual action item that you want to do? Council? Who was the one that made the motion?
I made the
You did. What
motion
was your motion?
to have Maria make the recommendation as far as how it would be laid out. And then I would like her to come back to the council with that recommendation so we can vote on it.
And we'll
Okay?
vote on it.
So the motion's been made. Do we have a second to that?
I second it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Ms. Weaver or Mr. Burton, who would like to
Whatever.
subject?
Go ahead. Ladies first.
Okay, Ms. Weaver,
Thank you.
second the motion. Call for any further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays. Motion carries 5-0. And the yeas carry it. All right, let's move down the line. And real quickly, discussion update regarding Clear Channel's request for an expanded agreement. Mr. Hernandez.
Microphone.
Sorry. We're doing research, looking for information in other cities that have this similar signs in their cities. We are gonna start negotiation with Clear Channel because obviously they're shortchanging us. So we'll be bringing next council meeting numbers for the council to see, but we're gonna be raising our fees for them to have their signs in the city. The reason they're trying to come to our city with another sign is because City of San Antonio has a limit on signs that they can have. So I think this will be a good time to negotiate with them and get a better price for us.
Okay. What do you recommend on this, Maria?
To put it on the next agenda item with
For
all the
August
information
agenda?
that I will be bringing.
Okay, so you will bring the update on that. Okay, let's
Yes.
move on. Item number 17, discussion and possible action regarding U.S. Department of Justice Grant Office Community Oriented Policing Services. Police Chief Roger Cavazos, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've constantly been looking for grants to help out the department and the city, alleviate them with some expenditures. The department is extremely tasked with the amount of calls that they receive. As Councilman Burton pointed out earlier, total calls for service just in 1 month period was 1,877 calls. Typically, there's 2 officers on the streets at one time. We adjusted the schedule so that we'd have overlap. So 12 hours out of the day, we've got 4. This still is not alleviating the problem. So we went and looked for grants out there. And this is a grant that the San Antonio Police Department uses to create their community policing program. That grant, they built the SAFE unit. If y'all are familiar with the SAFE unit for the San Antonio, it's the San Antonio for Fear-Free Environment. I apologize, I'm still dealing with this cold. So it's a 75-25% match. It goes off of your allotted current manpower. And in this situation, when you do the percentage, we are eligible to obtain 3 additional officers at the for the grant purposes. 75-25, so that means that it's 125,000 max, which includes the entry-level salary and French benefits for 3 years. If we go ahead and go forward with this, which we have already submitted our application for it, but we need to have a agreed resolution through council that they understand that this is for 3 years, and we have to have the 25% match on that. And then we have to agree that those officers will stay on board for an additional year after the expiration of the grant. But you have the opportunity to continue apply for this grant. And I know San Antonio has applied for it numerous years, and we're given those resources. So this is the grant that I'm looking to try to get a resolution approved through you all so that we can submit it with the packet.
Mayor, may I
Okay.
be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Hernandez, go ahead.
Is there a time limit that we're working with to apply for the grant?
So the time limit on this grant, it needed to be submitted by July the 23rd, which we did. And we have to have the full application completed by July 29th.
Okay, in a day or 2. Okay. And then I have a question. Well, I'm going to say the police department has been receiving some really good, grants and funds for training, stuff like that. I think I'm okay with approving this as long as we're not increasing the budget for salaries? In other words, maybe you can make that work within your current budget. Does that look feasible?
So, can you explain that to me a little bit clearer, sir? What would you like for me to do? I'm sorry, I lost it.
So I know that some of the grants that you receive are for technology or for a police vehicle, but maybe the savings on those fund items we're able to shift or reallocate towards salaries, because I know we can't use those funds for salaries. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, does it look feasible that without increasing your budget for salaries, can you make this happen, matching the 25%?
So I think I understand what you're asking. As long as I'm not touching those funds that are strictly prohibited to use for manpower purposes, for salaries, I have asked Maria in the past if we were able to move funds from one budget item to another line item. And I understand it's just as simple as filling out a budget reallocation form, that we want to move those funds to those. So if that's permissible, then I don't have a problem doing that. As long as we don't touch those federal funds that strictly prohibit us from using those funds for that purpose. And the main purpose of this whole thing is to get more manpower on the streets, to serve the community and make officer safety a priority.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Eversol. You yield the floor, Mr. Hernandez?
My only thing is that 3 years is gonna come in 3 years. And then we're gonna have to pay for 4 years. Now, I've hired people like this, and if we're standing over a cliff and the city's not making any more money in 3 years, we're still not gonna have any more money because we're on a fixed income and we're overextended. So I'm saying in 3 years, we're still not, this is only gonna work for 3 to 4 years max if the city cannot increase its income to pay for the additional police force. I just laid off some people because of this. I had them, they went to San Antonio College. I got grants. They worked for me for 2 years at no charge. I kept them on salary for another year. And then finally it was just, I couldn't afford it because it was outside my budget. And so I'm only saying is that 3 years is gonna come. These people are gonna get trained. They are gonna get better. And if we want to use our city as a stepping stone to help these people get a better job after this, I think that's good. But I think if we're already over budget to take on 3 people, and then 3 years comes and we still don't have any money, additional income to finance them like we're talking about, then I think we cut them loose, they get a better job, and we use it as a stepping stone and a training program rather than just trying to support them. Because if the glass is already full and there's no extra income, then there's no extra income. Let's just face it. Let's call an ace, a spade, If we ain't got no money, we ain't got no money, period. That's what I got.
Anybody else? Yes, Councilman Burton, go ahead.
I tend to agree with Mr. Eversol on this. You know, we need to hire these people. You know, I hate to say it, but you know, last hired, first fired, you know, kind of policy. If we can't, you know, afford the 3 salaries come 3 years, and it will come quicker than you think. So that's just my 2 cents worth.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Anybody else?
I'll take it.
Mr. Lucia,
Yeah,
is your
Chief,
mic on, Mr.
yeah.
Lucia?
Chief, you said that we can reapply for this application at the end of the 3 years, or can we apply before to make sure that we have the continuity?
This is a very popular grant, so it's been around for years, so I'm sure you can reapply again.
Okay.
I can't guarantee that you'll get it every time.
Right.
But if you have a successful program, as San Antonio did, they did very well with that grant.
Yeah.
But I want to be clear that you have to have them for the 3 years plus 1 year after the grant expires. Okay, so it's not like you can just say at 3 years you're fired. You can't do that. Okay.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Lucia, are you finished?
Yeah, real quick.
Please do have the floor.
Is there a mechanism for hiring grant-based? I don't know if there's such an animal.
I think some cities do that. They hire and they put that on their description, but I don't know on this grant. I know City of San Antonio, they have positions that they're grant based.
Right.
And, it's up to the individual to apply for those positions, knowing that they'll be employed until the grant runs out.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucet. Okay, Mr. Eversole.
I mean, I agree with the chief. I mean, we want better service. We want more policemen on the streets. I think that's important, but like Maria just said, if they come in knowing that there's a potential that in 4 years, we're going to keep them the full 4 years, but there's a potential that if the city still doesn't have any additional income, that the job they just need to go in knowing this ahead of time, so there's not any miscommunications with the police officer. Everybody's going to win as long as we're working together and training people, and they're getting better skills. We're getting service. Both people are happy. I think a win-win is what we're looking for.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez, this will be your second input on it. Go right ahead.
Just have a question for both the city administrator and for yourself as the budget officer. First with Maria would be, how do you see, I mean, you're very familiar with the budget and all this. Do you see this as being doable, or is this creating that potential problem in year 4? And then after Maria, the same question for you, sir.
I think what we can do is doable. We can advertise as grant-funded positions, and we can move money around. That way, some money that's allocated for from the agreement that the police department has, we can put it to use for other items, not for salaries. That way, that money that we have allocated for, let's say, IT personnel in that department, we can use it, or software. I think it's software, right? We can use it to pay for the 25% that we need to be paying for this. So I see it doable, and I know that a lot of times the grant people that want to sign the grant, they do favor those cities that have a good report, report at the end of the grant.
And the question you were asking me, sir, is what? Oh, so basically, my recommendation would be that the devil's in the details in that particular agreement. I would look at and study that grant application very carefully to make sure there's no information that you miss regarding financial impact. After you do that, then bring it on the budget hearings, inject it in there as something to adopt before you do it tonight. This way you have a lot more clarity as to what it's going to actually cost us, because you have to also include benefits and overtime, vacation, sick leave, all that stuff comes into play, and that's a big portion of the amount on top of this. So I would consider all aspects of this particular engagement as to how it would affect your overall budget, and then make your decision what you think is best. I commend the effort, but be careful with the devil's in the details. That's all. I would just caution you about that. And just look at it carefully to make sure that you don't overextend yourself as your budget. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Can I add something, sir? To add on to what the mayor's saying, understand you have $125,000 per officer that this grant is maxed out at. So, but that includes the salary plus all the fringe benefits
Oh, it
that
does
are tied
include
into
benefits?
that are tied into that salary.
So look into
Okay.
that and make sure that's in
So,
there.
but you only have till the 29th. So if you don't approve this resolution on this council meeting, then we can't go forward.
And so my other, if I may, my
Yes, sir.
other recommendation is don't act on the pull of the trigger with it to your head. Act with time and what's best overall, because see, we have the fire department coming up pretty soon with this presentation. They need that ladder truck. We're looking at 1.2, 1.9, chief, on the fire truck? 1.9. So you've got that plus 500 or 400 and something thousand, almost $500,000 on the police department. It was discussed in the last budget hearing. You know, you got a lot of things. You're adding more officers in to the fire department. So look at the overall picture is my advice to you. Is look at it encompass with all departments and see how it'll affect one with the other and then make your decision. And that's just my basic logical approach to it.
Excuse me.
Trying to stay under the 2-minute rule. So I kept it under.
One last question for Chief Cavazos, if I may.
Okay, well, that will
If-
be your third time now speaking.
Well, I'm asking for
Yeah,
permission,
it's okay.
sir.
We haven't enacted the
Quick,
rule
quick,
yet, but.
quick question is if we're able to move forward on this and you're able to apply for the grant, right? And then during the budget cycle or, you know, when we finish the budget workshop and we maybe decide that it's not feasible, are we able then to withdraw that application?
I'd love to answer that for you, sir, but I don't have an answer for you, to be honest.
Okay.
Okay? I know that we have already put the application in,
Mhm.
and all we're waiting for is the resolution to submit it for the application to be complete. I would defer to Maria, who has more experience with grants. The common sense response, in my opinion, would be, yes, we can refuse it, but I don't want to be held to that standard of giving that answer.
Gotcha.
When the grant gets awarded, we can refuse it, but that will eliminate any other chances of us getting a grant.
Yes, sir. It'll be your second attempt there.
Okay, I think I would like to make a motion that we accept this and apply for the grant, but I also think that we have to have an amendment that we also offer a position, just like what the city administrator is talking about. I don't think we should just totally approve this without having some upfront communications with the officers that we hire. In other words, we're gonna hire them for 4 years. But the question is, if there's no extra money, they need to know up front that we both want to win. And the ultimate thing is we're trying to take care of people. And we want to take care of our officers, and we also want to take care of the citizens. I mean, that's the end game here. And so I think if the city, so I'm trying to make a motion, state a motion that we approve this, but with the conditions that the city administrator is putting together with additional conditions when we hire.
If I may, Maria, to help you.
Okay,
a little bit.
like to add grant-funded position, maybe when grant-funded position?
Grant
would-
funded position
Okay.
with.
So, I don't know, Maria, because I went through I got certified in grant writing a long time ago. You know how those grants are, they have already the restrictions in place when you apply for them. It may not allow what he's asking to do. That's the only thing to be considering. So again, I would suggest y'all review the grant very carefully and then.
Mayor, if I may.
I've only spoken once on it. So I saw you going like this. Yeah. I don't know what if I'm doing that.
Mayor, if I could make a suggestion.
please.
This item should be 2 motions. One is approval of the approval authorizing the grant. And then your second motion is directing the city administrator when it comes to administration of the grant to post it as a grant-funded position.
I'd like to make a motion that we do that.
Okay, so the chair has now recognized a recommendation from our Ms. Trevino, the city attorney, based on the fact of what she just said in reference to accepting the grant and instructing Maria after the grant has been accepted, correct? For her to then examine the grant to see if it's feasible to do what he wants to do, which is fund or not fund the positions? I misunderstood. Restate it for me?
So the first motion is authorizing submission of the grant application for this particular grant. Boom. when the grant is received, then the direction to the city administrator is, of course, work with chief in posting those positions with notice that they are grant-funded positions.
Mayor, I'd like
Can I-
to second that motion.
Can I make a comment, please, before we move forward?
Go ahead, sir.
I think what y'all are mistakenly overlooking is that the Balcones Heights Police Department runs under a CBA. Once you hire them, they fall under the CBA.
right.
Okay? So I don't want any misconceptions here about what you're getting. You're going to get qualified officers. You're going to get officers to do the work. You're going to get officers to take care of your citizens and handle the calls. Your officers are already extremely overtasked. They handle close to 2,000 calls a month. This grant is to help supplement that, to make it an easier pill to swallow in hiring these officers, okay? So once you hire them, yes, the grant says they're funded for 3 years. You can probably reapply for the grant again, but you have to hold them a year after the grant expires.
4 years.
So that's 4 years, right? The first 3 years is 25% at your expense per year. The fourth year, it's your expense for their salaries. All right? I don't want any misconception on that.
Thank you
so-
for being very transparent on
And
that.
somebody said the chief didn't explain it right, okay?
That's the point I was
But
making, so consider
the-
it very carefully.
The issue here is, I don't have a crystal ball to tell y'all where you all are gonna be in your budget. I wish I could, but I don't have that. I'll tell you that I'll fight for every penny in grant money that I can get for you all. I will look for it in every place I can. I was over here on Saturday working on trying to establish this grant for you all. So,
Okay, so
I
motion-
take the time to do that. With the monies that I get in, I want to work with the city and be sure that I help alleviate the funds deficit that the taxpayers incur. But I also want to be able to provide y'all with the services that you deserve as citizens of this community. Y'all have over 500,000 transient traffic that comes through this city on a daily basis, and these officers have to deal with it. We've entered into agreements with the TxDOT, which is a grant-funded situation that is putting more officers out there to help us with the traffic control, and at the same time, if they come across criminal activity, well, they handle it. This is another way to secure your city, provide the services that you desperately need, because the officers are extremely, extremely overtasked. They are out there where at times they're one by themselves because there's an arrest or whatever the situation may be. So we're putting a liability on ourselves as a city because we're not taking care of the officers and their safety. We're also not taking care of the community. This is a way for y'all to get in there. We just have to work harder once those 3 years comes to fruition to find other resources, to continue looking for grant money. But again, I don't want anybody to be confused about what this is, okay? Because there's a CBA in place that you all are dealing with. So to be able to say it's a grant-funded position only, no, you can't do that. Because they fall into the CBA once you hire them. Any questions on that? I wanted it to be clear. I don't want anybody saying that the chief didn't tell me. Well, you all know that you have a CBA.
And so, Mr. Ebersol, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so my question to Maria is this something we can word to hire people that knows that it's not going to be totally grant funded, but it's also, they're guaranteed 4 years.
Once you're,
And
yeah.
and the other thing I want
Right,
to, I want you
and-
to understand
Yeah,
too is you
let-
can't,
Let's respond and then Mr. Vino, or unless Mr. Vino respond and
Right.
then after that. the chief.
Right, because, and I'm reading on the fly here, but your CBA, makes reference to grant employees. So those positions that are funded via grants, right? And so I would suggest to y'all that y'all have the leeway y'all need to work the posting of the positions, if y'all get awarded the grant, right? Because there's the first condition, right? Are you going to even be awarded the grant? So I don't know that we need to keep
Right.
plowing over this if we haven't met the first condition.
Okay.
so what I'm understanding then is there is leeway in the contract, ma'am.
I would suggest you, again, like I said, I'm reading there real quickly, but I'm right here. Section 2, grant employees. And then it has language there regarding
Well, I
employees
yield
funded
to
by
your
grants.
expertise because you have the knowledge that I don't, so.
So my suggestion would be, again, use caution, wait, study it, don't be pressured with the time frame. You can always apply later. We have our reserves, we have the interlocal agreement with precinct 2. We have an abundance of officers that can help. To what extent can be, questionable. But the fact is, we've been able to function. This is a great opportunity possibly to engage into a different program that'll help. But again, just know what cost it would be to the general operating budget. That's all. Just be cognizant of that when you make this decision. Know that it's a long-term endeavor. You got 3 years plus 4, one more year after that, 4 years total. And just know you're stuck with that cost.
So all I'd say to that is still understand your department is understaffed and has been for 3 decades. And we need to get up with the times, keep up with the criminal element, keep up with the technology, and we're getting there. We've made great strides here within the past 11 and a half months. And we are starting to be recognized now by state agencies, by state certifications, and other agencies looking to us to help lead the way in helping them move forward. So I would implore you to really consider going forth with this. It's a benefit for you all. It's a benefit for the citizens, and it's your safety.
Chief, real quick, if you don't mind, just what are those state agencies you're referring to that
Oh.
you've been recognized by? I know you said TCO earlier.
TCO,
TCO.
yes, sir.
What's the other ones?
DPS.
DPS, which is, okay, and who else?
Those are the 2 main state agencies, sir.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So, council, what is your wish to move along on this object? So we have a motion on the floor. Now, my understanding, the first motion is the authority for the application. And the second motion is to, when it's received, direct city administrator to post the positions. Those are the 2 motions recommended that I heard from our city attorney. Is that correct?
It's nice to be right.
It's muted. I don't know why it came on.
Yes, sir. The second one is to post position as grant funded.
Right? And the second one is to direct the city administrator to post those positions
So,
as grant funded.
right.
All right, so that is the motion before the city council. You have 2 motions. Let's go with the first one. We have a motion. Shall we go with the original motion Mr. Ebersaw has made? And you just want to clarify it to say your first motion is the authority to apply for the grant.
Correct.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Councilman Hernandez. Call for any further discussion.
Does that mean that we're going to sign the resolution on this? Is that what we're looking
No, I
at?
think right now what they're gonna do is the first motion is to get the authority to apply for the grant, not the resolution, but just to apply for it.
Hang on, the resolution
include
is,
the
yeah,
resolution?
the resolution
So
is
include
the
that into
authority.
language
Right.
then. You must say the first motion authorizing the applicant in accordance with the resolution, correct?
All right, so here's y'all's motion. Councilman Ebertsol, you move to approve the resolution granting authority to apply for the U.S. Department of Justice Grant Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services.
Stated.
Okay, and the second, let's go ahead and go with that first motion, which was just reiterated. I don't think any of us can remember it by heart, but it's on the record by Ms. Trevino, stated verbatim. So now we'll move with the recommendation you just made right now on the first motion to be considered. We'll disregard the earlier motions that you made, the 2, and move forward with this particular motion that you are now presenting, that Ms. Trevino has recommended to you verbatim. Second to that motion. Councilman Hernandez seconds that motion.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'll call for any further discussion. All in favor?
Recognized.
Yes, go ahead. sir.
Just real quick, in our negotiations with the collective bargaining, rather with the police association regarding the collective bargaining agreement, this is one of their items, is that they want more officers in the field to help them with safety. So I just want to make clear that that's important to them. But I yield.
Okay, so we now have one motion, second to that motion. I call for further discussion. You've had a little discussion. Any other discussion? Yes, Councilman Burton.
The money we've saved from the step increases should cover a little bit of that, shouldn't it? You know, from this year, they're agreeing to just go with a COLA raise. So that's gonna help with the 125.
Yes, sir, that's gonna help. The association met, and Mario, you correct me if I'm wrong, they met with you all, and from my understanding, they waived their step raises and just were gonna accept COLA. Is that correct?
That is correct, but we don't have any step increase in the budget.
Right.
When did the
So,
association meet with
they,
staff, Mr. Cavazos?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for interrupting. When did the association meet with Ms. Hernandez and yourself, and was it the representative that we have? When was that meeting? took
I
place?
don't recall the date, sir.
Can you provide that to me, Ms. Hernandez, please?
Yes, I will
Thank
do
you
that.
very much. Go ahead, sir.
I
Sorry
forgot
for
what I was
interrupting.
saying.
Go ahead.
Um,
You're saying association met with on the CBA with
So
staff?
they were very gracious in making that concession to help the city move forward
Okay.
for this budget cycle.
So let's help them help us.
Okay. Mr. Burton, you still need anything?
I was just making the comment, let's help them help us.
Yeah,
You know,
anything else?
That'll alleviate some pressure from the officers on the street, you know, it'll help.
Okay. Everybody finished input? Any more input? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Okay, motion carries 5-0, with verbatim of what Ms. Trevino had recommended on that motion. Second motion, would you please state it for the record, Ms. Trevino?
I would recommend that the motion be moved to direct the city administrator to post these positions related to the grant funding as grant-funded positions.
All right, so the second motion is to instruct the city administrator to post these positions under the grant funded or the funded grant authority positions, okay? So do we have a motion from a council member that would like to take that motion? Councilmember Marcel?
I'd like to make a motion that, as stated by our city attorney,
Okay,
but-
which is to instruct the city attorney to post the positions under the grant funding.
correct.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez is second. I'll now call for any further discussion. No further discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. We have all ayes, is that correct? Okay, motion carries 5-0. All right, discussion and possible action regarding the Acadian Ambulance Agreement. Thomas Marroquin, Fire Chief. Go ahead, sir. We're coming up on 11 o'clock, so let's move.
Yeah.
We can.
Yes, sir. So it's just time to renew our contract with Acadian. We do it every 4 years, I believe. It renews automatically for 3 consecutive years. Yeah, so it's that time again to renew it. I think we've been with them for about 14 years, something like that. It's at no cost. They do good service for us. Minimal complaints, and their response time is, they've been pretty much spot on with the parameters they've set, which is like 10.5 minutes. So, I just recommend to renew it so we can function again with them.
Okay, so the fire chief recommends renewing the Acadian Ambulance Service Agreement. Let's see, for the term of how many, what's the term, chief?
3 years.
For 3 years?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had no problems with it? Any other questions to the chief regarding this contract? Has everybody reviewed it, looked at it? It commences October the 1st, 2026, and expires September 30th, 2027. And then the agreement automatically renews for every 3 consecutive one-year periods unless either party issues a notice of intent to terminate on or before August 1st each year during the term of this contract as outlined in paragraph 9 of the agreement. And it's subject to Acadian having sufficient funds allocated in its budget to comply with the terms of the agreement. And then no later than July 15th of each year of the term of this agreement, Acadian shall provide city with any changes in Acadian standardized fee schedule for the following year commencing on October 1st of each year, which shall become effective on each annual year. So the only thing you guys I would recommend you look at because of the people that utilize this service is the cost that's involved to them. What they charge each individual insurance company for making the call to their residence, to their apartment, or whatever else that they have to make to the deal. So, any questions for the city council on this?
I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. Alessia, go ahead.
Chief, you comfortable with the extension of this contract?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is your recommendation to move forward?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You read the
Mayor,
contract,
may I
Mr.
be
Alessia?
recognized?
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
I'd like to make a motion to move forward with the Acadiana contract agreement.
Okay, motion has been made by Mr. Adonis to move forward with the agreement to go ahead and go into contract with this company. Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Call for any further discussion.
May I be recognized?
Yes, ma'am, go right ahead.
These are ambulance services. Are they usually covered by the insurance, or is the person always have to put it out of pocket?
Some of it's covered by insurance, and then a lot of it's Medicaid also around here. So
Because I remember one time, and I don't know who it was, but I was in the dentist office and I was having a procedure done, and the doctor said I quit breathing, so she called the ambulance. They wanted to take me to the hospital. I said, "Why? I can wake up. Leave me alone." And it was like they still sent me a bill.
yeah,
Okay, so I just wanted to know, whether or not our residents have an option to where if they're insured or they have Medicaid or whatever, that's going to cover most of it.
I guess that would depend on their plans, how they recoup their money as they bill the individuals. They're not billing the city though, so that's a plus on us. And to be honest, most of the people they're transporting around here are transient, so they're probably not getting much recuperated, if
I was
anything,
just-
from the government.
They get funds from the state to offset. But Molly, it's basically us giving permission for them to do business here.
To do
and
business here.
Services exclusively
Well,
with
this
their
is true.
services that they provide.
Okay.
And then they charge a certain amount. And then there's a deductible from whatever insurance, like he says. And then, so the city's not charged anything other than, are we satisfied with their service that they've been providing for our community?
Well, our
And the chief
residents
says he is.
satisfied with their services.
Yeah, and the chief says he's
May-
satisfied.
May I add
Okay.
something? There's other companies out there,
Yes.
but most of them charge the city money to operate within the city, and they still charge the residents, through their
Okay,
insurance.
So this,
So this is a very good service that they provide because they're not charging the city.
okay.
How
Understood.
would council would like to move on this? You said that you'd like to go ahead and, did we have a motion on the floor? And then we had a second, we call for discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any nays? Okay, 5-0, ayes carry. We'll go into the next one, discussion and possible action. I'm sorry, Mr. Bear County Emergency Representative, we probably should have moved this item to the front, but please forgive us for that. And would you please come up and with the chief, I guess, provide with that, and give us a quick update how we're coming along on the real-time emergency response capabilities as things are heating up in our war and all kinds of other stuff. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, Mr. Mayor. Just for the record, I'm Ray Cruzan with the Bear County Office of Emergency Management. I'm the liaison for elected bodies. I've been working with your council and Mayor Rodriguez as far as the comprehensive emergency management plan that you all fall under the TDM Form 147 that was signed last year by Mayor Rodriguez. Go ahead, Chief.
Yes, sir. So there's a few items here that I believe are questions, and I will try to answer them to the best. So first one, emergency preparedness and real-time emergency response capabilities. Our capabilities are, we can handle, I believe it's level 5 incidents with, basic response with what we have. As far as our equipment and staffing, we do have aging equipment and we are understaffed at the moment. And so we're trying to boost that up. Emergency management procedures, most of our procedures are outlined in our emergency management plan that is, we're in agreement with Bear County Office of Emergency Management, and they cover most of the small municipalities, so they kind of have an umbrella management plan that everybody follows as best as they can, because there's items in here that we don't have the resources for, so we look to the Office of Emergency Management on those items there. And so what is the next one? Management procedures, again, we followed the guideline here as set forth by the Bear County Emergency Management. Currently, there's a new comprehensive plan that's in the making. I believe it just needs to be finalized by the
It's with the judge and the commissioner's court. And again, that will be presented to Chief Marucan, Chief Cavazos, and of course, you all as the city council and the mayor to take a look at, to see if there was any compared to what is, compared to what y'all have now. Just a quick example. I know my boss told me not to talk about it, but I will, just to give y'all more clarity. With the city of Kirby had the straight line winds, and they needed help with disaster, not recovery, but more picking up of the. I'm sorry, I'm at a loss for words right now. Picking up all the shrubbery and everything, I believe. So yes, so they contacted us to see if we had, because it was bigger than what they could handle with their public works department. So they contacted us to see if we had any resources. We provided those said resources under the agreement with the TITA 147 and them. So it was at the request by the fire chief, the chief of police, and the mayor, along with the rest of the city council, like working collectively. So if there's an incident that gets bigger than Balcones Heights, of course we will be there to assist. If anybody has questions on that.
Go ahead and finish. Are you done?
Yes.
Okay, so just so you understand my intent on bringing this on the agenda. My intent to bring this on the agenda was because my idea is that the city needed to be ready, being it's in the center of San Antonio. And the exit points, entry points, if we were to have a major disaster, considering that we currently are, war situation, civil unrest could possibly take place. You don't never know what's going to happen. Tornadoes. We're experiencing an influx of a change of all kinds of patterns, economically, physically, and so what I wanted to originally, with the idea that I came to the chief about this, is I wanted a real live enactment of live scenario, taking something that would take place that would cause an emergency where we would have to act very quickly. And that's when the police chief got involved. And I was really pleased to see that. Everyone had a component. We brought in Bear County, VCOEM. And so that helped, but then it stopped. We never did actually do the live scenario. And there could be very well a good reason why we can't. So I'd like to hear that as to, can we still proceed with doing a live scenario?
Well,
like where we close down the streets and bring
yeah,
somebody in a stretcher. You know how they did the driving where somebody would get killed in an accident and they would move somebody and get vehicle similar like that, like an emergency scenario to practice off of?
So I think closing down public streets will be hard to do, especially if it's off Fredericksburg, saying that that's text dot. I think we can limit it to maybe a parking lot, but as far as shutting the city down entirely, I think we would have to give notice to businesses and residents and.
And that's the obstacle.
And
I
just
think.
kind of try not to create a panic
Okay.
with that, but I think the logistics, just with the personnel, the staffing I have and with what Chief has, I mean, we've closed down 2 or 3 roads, I mean, and that's
Right.
about the extent of that, so,
So it's not really feasible
yeah.
to do something like
Yeah,
that?
and,
If I may, Chief,
Yeah.
on that, and for you, Mr. Mayor, and the city council, one must learn how to walk
Yeah.
before
To run.
before they run. So with what your city, along with Chief and the rest of the staff here, have already conducted with us, BCOEM, as the tabletop exercise is the first step. Then it gets a little bit bigger with not a full scale, to get to that full scale exercise, then it could be something like what Chief was talking about with like a parking lot with just with a few staff or what they might look like.
Okay.
Then it's the dress rehearsal. Then it goes up to finally full scale where there's more, because in real time, like it's not going to be just Balcones Heights PD or Balcones Heights Fire. It's going to be San Antonio Fire. It's going to be everybody. For the mutual aid agreements that are had by your city.
Yes, sir.
So looking at all those other entities, trying to get them at the table to plan is also something to be considered instead of trying to go from a tabletop to a straight full scale exercise, just so that the city can see how what you mentioned earlier, an incident so small does grow and becomes a complex incident. So
I just
guess-
want us to be prepared since we are in the center, but I feel comfortable with what you've told me. And it gives me at least some security knowing our community has that already in place that we work, and then we're going to be working towards that next level. Do you have an ETA when we're going to be doing that, when you consider moving to the next level? Like a small scale deal and then grow to the bigger scale?
I'm gonna defer that to, I would like to take that to my chief.
Okay,
So
great.
that we can, and then get back, and I will get back to you and the rest of the staff.
Sounds like
So
a
that we
plan.
can go ahead and give you a better timeline
Okay.
on that.
That
Yes, sir.
satisfies me. Thank you very much.
I will maintain contact with them, so we
Good.
can kind of formulate a scenario along with Chief Cavazos.
So we're closer right now to, if something was to happen, we'd have some better controls than what we did last year, 2 years ago.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you so much, Chief. Appreciate it very much. Thank you for your patience. I'm sorry we took so long to get to you for such a short deal, but if you have anything else you'd like to share,
No, that is all. Thank you.
look forward to seeing and hearing back from you. Okay, have a good one. All right, so I think we had one more item, Mr. Ebersol, you had mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, that I mentioned I would go ahead and take it up with you. What's that? Well, I think you mentioned something about you wanted to bring some items from, that were tabled.
So we'll find my microphone.
So I think you're moving to take from the table the items in question that were from the last meeting.
Well, yeah, from
that
June
what you said?
2026 monthly agenda items that were placed on the table, to bring them back on by Jimmy.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is address that, because when the original item was tabled by all the items that I had placed on the agenda on the June 22nd agenda, I think it was, wasn't it? Those items were procedurally defective. And the reason they were procedurally defective is 2 reasons. One, it was called tabled instead of lay on the table. But the most effective and the most reason, the reasoning behind why it's defective procedurally is because Councilman Hernandez stated on the record that it was because of litigation. And that was until litigation was resolved between the mayor and the city that it could not be brought back to the table. Well, that's procedurally defective. And the reason it is because you cannot make a motion such as that, and especially when you utilize litigation, because litigation can take between a year to 2 years or 3 years to 4 years, and you indefinitely basically bind that to a litigated case. So therefore, that's not something that can be done. It's a flawed debate, and so the state law basically trumps the improper motion from my research, and so basically the motion was made procedurally invalid because although you met the majority threshold for the general business in a 5-member council, the motion itself is procedurally invalid and it creates an unconstitutional shift in the municipal power. And the reason for it is because it basically, let's see, let me look here. I had written some notes to myself. It uses it to force an indefinite block until litigation ends. It's a misuse of parliamentary procedure designed to bypass the debate. In other words, it's dilatory tactic to delay the items that are on the agenda based on litigation, which you can't do. And so, because you're putting an indefinite block on it, and you can't do that. The lay of the table is meant only to be taken up in the next regular meeting or the next meeting in accordance to Robert's Rules of Order. It's made only temporarily so that it can be brought back up and placed on the table again at the next meeting, which is what Mr. Ebersol has done. So now I will call for a second to Mr. Ebersol's motion to to place it back on the table.
I second it.
And you have a second. Now, the motion is undebatable. This item is undebatable. So now we just call for a vote, whether it fails or it doesn't pass. We procedurally have followed the rule. So I will call for the vote. All in favor for placing the items back on the table that had been tabled from June 22nd, say aye. The ones against it, say nay.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we got 2 ayes. Do we have any other?
Nay.
Okay, we have a nay
Nay.
and
Nay.
nay, so which we
Of course.
anticipated. And so that now motion fails. So therefore, the items are dead and they can be brought up anytime they need to be brought up again in another council. Okay,
May I be recognized?
yes,
So pretty much in summary, everything that you discussed violates our legal opinion, what our legal team has told us.
no, it violates Robert's Rules of Order.
No, that wasn't the question.
Yeah, she's
What-
not
what-
the
what-
she's not the parliamentarian.
You're not answering my question. You're superseding the authority of our attorney.
No, I'm not.
Okay, that's the interpretation I got of what you were
That's
saying,
incorrect.
that because we had received the advice from our attorney, you're saying she's wrong.
She's not the parliamentarian.
I'm not asking
Okay,
about
and
the
it
parliamentarian.
Really, and Jimmy will tell you this because we learned this over at Bastrop. The city attorney should not be the parliamentarian.
According
should
to
be a-
ordinance 2019-2, she is.
As a ordinance, if she has been designated as the parliamentarian procedure, it's still, Robert's Rules of Order says you can't do this.
Mayor,
Okay, so in accordance to Robert's Rules of Order is where I was following. And so we called for a vote. We got a second. The motion failed. The ayes have it. We move on. We're done. I just put it on the record. That's all I wanted to do. Now it can be placed anytime on the agenda in any future agenda. Again. So thank you very much.
so,
Now we have the closed
Mayor, I'm not
session. No,
done.
sir, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and motion to adjourn. Do we have a motion to adjourn? We don't have any closed sessions. We don't need to reconvene an open session. We've already voted on the matter of it. And it was brought up by Councilman Ebersol. Do we have any announcement, comments, and requests by the mayor or any council members? Announcements by the city administrator. Agenda items requested by the mayor, council members to be placed on future city council agendas. If we don't have any of those things, do you want to put your item on the agenda to address the ordinance?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Weaver wants to put that item regarding the ordinance 22R, what was it, chief? That you mentioned, 22R 17? Let me look back at my notes.
R.
To place that item for discussion and consideration again, pertaining to that item on the agenda. 2026-17, is that correct? Ordinance number 2026-17?
I don't have it in front of me, sir.
Yeah, no
17R.
elected officials in the facility, access
Is
authorized
17
by the
not
chief
an
of
R?
police.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's 2026-17. Please place that on the agenda for the next item to be discussed pursuant to Ms. Weaver's request. Any other items? Any other announcements? Do we have a motion? to
I have a
adjourn?
comment, I have a comment.
Okay.
And so we don't have a parliamentarian.
Look, let's just.
I
move on.
just
Let's
want to
move on
make
for that.
sure that what we're doing, we're
Let's
doing
move on
right.
for that. Let's move on. We're finished. We already voted.
That's,
It's voted.
I want to make
Mr.
sure that
Stacey,
we're
you're out of
following.
order. Do we have a motion to adjourn from the council? Do we have a motion to adjourn from the council? We've already discussed that item. It's already been discussed. We're off of that item. We don't need to go back
not
again.
talking about
I know,
that
mister.
item.
I'm just telling him. Go ahead,
I
Mr.
move-
Burton. Yeah. So, Mr. Burton, go right ahead very quickly.
I just wanted to make sure that the ordinance that we talked about is on the next agenda.
Good. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Burton. Motion to adjourn. Do we have a second to motion to adjourn?
Second.
Councilman Burton, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, time is 11:25 PM. We will be now leaving home, sir. No, let's say next meeting. No more leisure, okay? Lenience. Okay. Yeah, I gave you that. Thank you, sir. I'm just Prosecution services, correct? Okay. And then you take this back. Yes. And this is version 2, version 1, correct? So this is the one where she had already prepared this one. Version number 2.
Yeah, I want to make sure your name is.
Okay.
It's the same.
So what's the difference?
The difference is that this
His claim was signed by Mayor.
His
Oh.
name is on it.
Got it? It's a council we just discussed. Okay, great, thank you. Anything else?
No, you have my minutes, but I'll print more.
Oh, where they at? Where they at? No, where they at? Right here? Oh, right here.